Hello, everyone, and welcome to an ambitious endeavor. This is the first time I'm doing the full marathon. Last year, we did noon to 5 o'clock. This year, we broke it out even more. 10 a.m. I'm Nick Zararis, one of the co hosts of Liberty Blue, the host of Locked On Oilers, and the co host of Locked On NHL with Hunter Hodes, who will be on the show later on the day. But to start the show, we've got Connor Hrabchek here to talk about the Winnipeg Jets. Connor, my friend, good morning. Happy trade deadline.
Good morning. Happy trade deadline to you. As you can see, I'm still
Oh
figuring
no,
out the
he
grade.
froze off the rip. That's a great start for technical. That is
I'm
a
free.
there we go.
No.
Yeah, we're good. We're good. We're good. I hear you.
Am I good?
You're good now. Beautiful.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. I mean, it's a live show, right? It's a live
Yes.
show. There's gonna be freezes. Um, yeah, thanks for having me. This is like Christmas Day for us hockey media folks. It's gonna be so much fun.
So getting to it, the Jets are having their best season since coming back to Winnipeg this year. They have largely kept the same nucleus over the last handful of years, and the results are right there. It's very obvious the emergence of guys like Josh Morrissey, Connor Hellebuck playing like the best goalie in the world every year certainly helps, but they've really put together a group that's greater than the sum of its parts. And the early conjecture around them and the Washington Capitals, interestingly enough, who are also the only team relatively close as far as the President's Trophy, are they going to look to stay with, we care more about our chemistry versus just trying to get somebody in here? Because that seems what it looks like right now.
It's been the debate for a few weeks now here in Winnipeg. Is I haven't checked Puckpedia today specifically, but it looks like they have 12 million in deadline cap space or somewhere around there. They have all their draft picks, all their prospects. They have the President's Trophy lead right now with 21, 22 games remaining. You need to buy. I think that they're leaning towards, and all the things that we're hearing is that they're leaning towards banking on that chemistry and betting on the team that has gotten them to this point. I've never been a firm believer in that. I thought Brock Nelson would have been a perfect target for them that they just missed out on, who I'm sure we'll talk about later on here. But yeah, I do think they're going to add. I think the stars are too aligned for them not to. It makes too much sense for them not to. But until they make a move, it's going to be nervous, tense moments here in Winnipeg.
How do you balance that underlying need of we need to get better because Dallas is looking at Mikko Rantanen, Colorado went out and got Brock Nelson, the Oilers went out and got Trent Frederick and Jake Wallman. We know the Golden Knights are probably lurking somewhere in the distance, looking at someone we're not even thinking about. How do you balance the need to keep up with the Joneses versus this is a really rough buyer's market? You are going to have to give up a lot. How do you at least internally balance that out?
Yeah, it's really interesting. I posted a tweet last night after Colorado made the Nelson deal of the center depth in the Central Division of the playoff teams, at least. And you go to Dallas, they've got Hintz, they've got Duchesne, they've got Johnson, and then Colorado's got McKinnon, Nelson, Middlestat. And Winnipeg has Scheifele and Lowry as 1 and 3, but then their second line center is Vlad Nemestikov. So when you look at it from that lens, keeping up with the teams in your division, the teams that you're going to play in the first round, second round, I think is really key. I think the Jets realize that they have to balance that if they win a round. Let's say that the Jets, for argument's sake, they have like an 8-point gap. Let's say they finish as the 1 seed in the West and beat whoever falls backwards into that second wildcard spot, Calgary or Vancouver. Okay, so you get into the second or third round. You're playing one of those Dallas or Colorado teams, right? And you don't want to go, or at least I don't think you want to go into a series against one of those opponents with Vladislav Nemestikov as your second line center against Wyatt Johnston or Brock Nelson, or if the matchups dictate it, Matt Duchene, who's having a great couple years here in Dallas. So I think it's a balance that the Jets have, taken a look at in past years. You saw them add Sean Monahan and Tyler Toffoli last year to keep up with the teams in their division, and it didn't quite work out. I think they're going to do the same thing this year. Again, 9 a.m. here in Winnipeg with the 2 p.m. trade deadline Central Time. But I don't know. Maybe I'm coping. Maybe I'm coping because I just can't see them not adding. I don't know. I just can't see it.
Well, Friedman's reporting the Rantanen deal with Dallas is pretty close at this moment. I'm looking over at my other screen and
Wow.
I'm seeing him talking about it. So that's something else to keep in mind that Dallas, who very similarly to Winnipeg, has had these opportunities where they've gone into playoff series. And I've always felt reasonably good about Dallas, about Winnipeg. I would venture to say the same thing about the Carolina Hurricanes, where great regular season teams, but whenever they've gotten into these playoff series against a Colorado, a Vegas, in some cases Edmonton, and then for Carolina, Tampa Bay, the Rangers, the Bruins, they just get leveled up to some degree. And it's hard, as somebody whose best player has consistently been their goalie, it's hard to win those playoff series when you don't have the Nathan McKinnon, the McDavid, the Barkov.
Yep.
So as far as the Jets in that respect, if you're going to go with the piecemeal approach and, the greater than the sum of its parts, doesn't it make more sense to even load up even more, going to get 2 top 9 forwards, getting an extra defenseman in there, making Logan Stanley your 7th D as opposed to someone who's drawing in all the time? I feel like that makes too much sense.
You're preaching to the choir here. I agree with you. That makes too much sense. I think even if they don't go out and get a true 2C, so a Brock Nelson or a Ryan O'Reilly or someone of that caliber, I agree with you. You'll have to add at least around the edges, like a Mario Ferraro on the third pair or a Jamie Alexiak, who these guys aren't bona fide top 4 defensemen by any means, but they're an upgrade over what the Jets have on the third pair, and they would win those minutes pretty handily. And I think the Jets penalty kill is maybe their one area where they've struggled this year. I believe they're middle of the pack, like 16th or 17th. The power play has been incredible, but if you could add maybe a bigger defenseman, a crease clearing type that can add to that penalty kill and improve those numbers there, there's really no weaknesses with this team, at least at the moment. Again, once you go up against Dallas and Colorado in a 7-game series, they will press on your weaknesses until your weaknesses quit or you lose the game. So if the Jets go into the playoffs with Vladimir Meskov as their 2C and Logan Stanley on their third pair, Colorado and Dallas are going to eat that up. And that won't be a long series, I don't think. And it'll have to be up to Connor Hellebuyck, who last year, he had no chance. Let's be honest. The team in front of him absolutely collapsed. Colorado had the puck on their sticks and was shooting pucks the entire series. And it was just a matter of time before the, pun intended, avalanche started to happen in every single game. So I think adding around the edges, like you said, is the bare minimum for the Jets today, because either you're fully going to lean into this like 4-line hockey and we have a like 4 second lines type of a mindset, or you go out and make the big swing for the second line center in Brock Nelson, or the big swing for a top 4 right shot defenseman to play alongside Josh Morrissey or something like that. So I agree with you. It's either the big swing or it's fully lean into the sum of its parts kind of team building perspective.
What would you say has been the biggest year-over-year difference for them this year versus last year? Because they were really good last year, and this year they've gotten a level up, and it's largely the same group.
The power play, 100%. They brought in a new assistant coach. His name is Davis Payne. He was with the Ottawa Senators before. Scott O'Neill went from assistant coach to head coach, and then they brought in 2 new assistants, Davis Payne running the power play. And the power play went from 18.8% last year, which was 22nd best in the NHL. And right now they're up over 32%, first in the NHL. The NHL record for the best power play of all time, by the way, it was the Edmonton Oilers at 32.4% 2 years ago or 3 years ago. So the Jets are right there with like the best power play of all time. So that is by far the biggest difference between this year's team and last year's team. The power play is winning them games. It's keeping them in games that maybe they shouldn't be in. And last year in the playoffs against Colorado, they had an elite power play. Colorado had a top 5 power play, and the Jets, when they needed those goals with the man advantage, they just couldn't get it. So having a clutch and efficient power play this season is easily their biggest difference. Connor Hellebuyck has somehow gotten better, which is another big difference, I guess. If the best goalie in the world can get better, which he has, and is on track to win another Vezina and maybe even the Hart Trophy. And yeah, the top line, I think, is the last thing I'll mention here. Connor, Scheifele, and Velarde were aligned together last year, and they barely broke even in goal share and shot share and expected goals and all those fancy stats underlying, and goals, just straight up goals if you don't like the underlying stats. But this year, they're positive in goals. They're contributing to that top line power play. They're better analytically. They're better in their own zone. So it's starting at the top of the lineup. The power play's been better, and Connor Hellebuyck somehow continues to get better year after year.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at Gabe Vilardi right now. 11 power play goals is nothing to sneeze at from a guy who, you would probably peg as more of a middle sixer than a top line forward. So that's pretty impressive. I did have this question for you because I was talking about the 17-18 Jets the other day with one of my friends, and we were having a real back and forth debate as to whether or not this year's iteration was better than that iteration. Do you think, are you kind of like me where it's the further we get into the future, the average talent level is going to be incrementally better, so by default it has to be better? Or are you kind of a victim to nostalgia where you think about Dustin Byfuglien grabbing guys by the scruff of their neck, and you think about him and Trouba and Patrick Laine? Where are you at on the debate of the best Jets team since they've come back to Winnipeg?
I would give the slight edge still to 2017-18 just because their blue line was loaded.
Yeah.
Like their blue line was Toby Enstrom, Dustin Byfuglien, Josh Morrissey, Jacob Trouba, Ben Sherratt, Tyler Myers, who went on to get contracts. Ben Sherratt and Tyler Myers, big contracts. And the second they signed them, everyone in Winnipeg went, I don't know. I don't know about those. And they haven't turned out too well. But anyways, that team, they had those players playing in a depth role, which they succeeded in. And Ben Sherratt sometimes was up with Dustin Byfuglien and things of that nature. So I'm going to give the slight edge to 2017-18. They had a second line of Nikolai Ehlers, Paul Stastny, and Patrick Laine. That was super fun to watch. The top line, Connor Scheifele Wheeler. Blake Wheeler was in his prime, and he was playing at the peak of his powers. Their third and fourth lines were incredible as well. So I'd give the slight edge to that group. I will say that this group has the better goalie, even though it's the same goalie. Like Connor Hellebuyck now is better than Connor Hellebuyck was then. The power play is better now than it was then, which is ridiculous to say because you had Patrick Laine and Dustin Byfuglien, and that power play was like top 5, top 7 maybe. And this one is somehow even better. So it's a closer debate than people may think. Maybe I am a victim to nostalgia and missing watching Dustin Byfuglien play, because Dustin Byfuglien would be perfect for this Jets team. Like they need a big right shot defenseman, and he would be perfect. But yeah, I'll give the slight edge to 2017-18. But this team could definitely change my mind if they make some upgrades today and go on a deep playoff run.
So as far as who's out there right now, who intrigues you as far as fits? We both agreed that Brock Nelson kind of seemed like the most straightforward upgrade to a position of need, because then you can either slide Nemesnikov down or kick him out to the wing and just elongate your lineup. What do you think? Not even specific players, but is there any skill set in particular you feel the Jets are lacking on at the moment?
Yeah, so I think when you look at that second line center role, Vladislav Nemesnikov is a forechecker. He can play with pace. He can be responsible in his own zone. Those things aren't an issue. It's maybe the finishing. Nikolai Ehlers and Cole Perfetti will make these incredible plays, incredible passes, and they'll just die on Nemesnikov's stick. I love the massive jug of water. That is a
thank you.
Good call for the long marathon stream. Good play. So I think grabbing someone for that second line center role that maybe has a little bit more finish to them, can finish off those plays, can still play with pace, can still be responsible in their own zone. I look at a guy like Ryan Donato, who knows if the Blackhawks are even going to trade him today. There are talks that they might extend him. But I think he would be a guy that if you're not looking for the massive swing like the Brock Nelsons of the world at that second line center role, he would be a guy that can play with pace, play in his own zone well, finish off goals. He's got a ton of 5-on-5 goals this year. I saw the 5-on-5 goal leaders, and he's up there league wide. And I don't know, another player like Dylan Cousins, if you want to make the big swing and bet on him returning to form. Morgan Geekie from the Bruins. I know he's played mostly winger this year, but he played center last year for the Bruins and center the year before that for the Kraken, and has been slowly improving. He's from Strathclyde, Manitoba, so homegrown talent would always be a win here in this market. But yeah, maybe someone that has a little bit more finish to them. Maybe playoff experience would be an added bonus as well if you're looking at Ryan O'Reilly. But yeah, someone who can finish off some of these incredible plays that Ehlers and Perfetti make. Not to say Nemesnikov doesn't do it all the time, because he has filled in and they are the best team in the league with him as their second line center. But I think that is an area where the Jets could improve for sure.
How do you feel about the debate that teams need to have those traumatic playoff losses to get better, that's part of the journey?
So this is something that maybe a few years ago I wouldn't have agreed with. You know, people say like, oh, this team needs playoff experience. And I would have just been like, I don't think that that's valuable. Like, you look at the 2022 Colorado Avalanche, that team had like little to no playoff Stanley Cup winning experience, and they just rolled everyone on their way to the cup final, right? But the more I think about it, and the more I think about the Winnipeg Jets specifically and their core, I think I buy into it a little bit more. Like, all of these guys have been here the last 2 years where they've had these, quick outs in the first round, 5 games against Vegas and then against Colorado. Hellebuck's been here. Morrissey, Scheifele, Connor, all of these players have been here through both of these losses. Nikolai Ehlers has been here. All of those guys also were here in 2017-18. So they know what it takes to go on a little bit of a deeper playoff run, and they want to get back to that. So I think if the same core goes through it year after year and kind of builds up the trauma, like you mentioned, the traumatic playoff losses, maybe that can, aid them motivation wise to, like, maybe it adds more pressure too on the flip side, like looking at it from a negative viewpoint, that there's more pressure to succeed. And there definitely is pressure to succeed in this market in the playoffs this year. But I've put more stock in it the last couple of years than I had previously, I think, to answer your question.
Because the reason I bring it up is the team that keeps jumping into my mind as far as like parallels, if you want to make the argument for the Jets finally putting it all together, is kind of that 17-18 Capitals team that was always on the periphery, that won a ton of regular season games, couple future Hall of Famers, decent coaches, and they always ran into Pittsburgh, or they ran into the Rangers or Tampa Bay or the Bruins. And it's not like those Capitals teams were bad. That's just kind of the roll of the dice. That Jets team losing in 5 to Vegas in 2018, I still think that Jets team was probably the one of the 5-10 best teams of the last decade to not win the cup. And I think that matters. I really do think those guys, especially because a lot of the guys you mentioned that are still hanging around, are on the older side now. There are the veterans on that team. And there is kind of, I don't want to say an element of finality to it, but Jets have a few key free agents this upcoming summer, which only adds to that conversation as far as, well, we've been here a bunch of times. We know we're not going to be back with this same group of guys. We really got to rally together this year.
And it also adds, I think, to the argument that they need to buy and buy at the top of their lineup, at that second line center or top 4 defenseman, because I've said this on my show and I'll say it again here. The Jets may not have a better chance to win the Stanley Cup through 63 games in a season ever than they do right now. Like, they're in the President's Trophy lead. Connor Hellebuck has like a damn near 930 save percentage. The power play is clicking at 32%. Like, I don't think there's, and you have 12 million in cap space, and you have draft picks, and you have prospects, and you have Scheifele in his prime, Morrissey in his prime on a value contract, Kyle Connor, who's going to be up in 2 years on a value contract right now, Nikolai Ehlers, pending UFA, who's likely going to walk on a value contract right now. So I don't know if there's ever going to be a chance as good as this one, which kind of adds to what you were saying about, kind of this last dance feel. There are players that are going to be back, like Dylan Sandberg, Gabe Velarde are RFAs. So those guys, I think, will for sure return, and they've played big roles this year. Neil Pionk's a UFA, who I could see the Jets bringing back as well. But Nikolai Ehlers could walk, and then the forward core looks drastically different next year if he does. So I think there's a little bit of both to that. There's a little bit of, this team will never have a better chance, and the players know that, and there's pressure for them to succeed. But also, looking at it from a management point of view, you need to do everything in your power to help this team this year, because there's no guarantee you'll be in the same spot next year or the year after that, or when Connor Hellebuck is 36 and in year 6 of 7 of his massive extension that he's currently in year 1 in, right? So this is the best chance the Jets have had since 2017-18. It's the best chance that they might have for the next decade. And to see them, tinker around the edges and add like Brandon Tanev on deadline day would be a big letdown, I think.
How do you feel about the Jets' graduation of prospects into their lineup? Because I feel like I've been waiting for guys like Cole Perfetti and Ville Heinola since I was in college, and I'm 28 years old now. So what's the deal? Because the Jets very clearly have to have a strong prospect system because it's hard for them to entice people to come there. But at the same time, don't you want to highlight these guys? Like, you went out of your way and you brought in Cade Yeager. I remember had a decent training camp, but hasn't gotten a chance to come back up. Heinola largely been injuries, which, that unfortunate, not really the Jets' fault. But how do you feel as far as that? Because they have an absolutely loaded coffer here. Like, if they want to go out and make a huge swing, they have a ton of blue chip prospects they can make that happen.
For sure. And I will say that I think the Scott Arniel regime has been a little bit more open-minded to these things. Training camp started with Ville Heinola on the third pairing with Colin Miller. And then day 2 of training camp, Ville Heinola wasn't out there. And it was like, what happened to Ville Heinola? Infection in his ankle, and he was out multiple months, right? And it was like, this guy just can't catch a break. He's been injured the last 2 years. He fractured his ankle. Then he had an infection in the same ankle that really halted his chance to take that third pair and run with it straight out of training camp this year. And then it's just been a bunch of stops and starts coming back. Logan Stanley's been in the lineup every single time that he's been healthy. When he wasn't healthy, it was a mix of a ton of players, and none of them really succeeded in that role. But I don't know. Ville Heinola is now 23 years old, 24 years old. I think it's long past the first round potential that he once had. I could see him being maybe a player that's in a package today going out, who would benefit from a change of scenery for sure, and would benefit from maybe even playing on a bad team that will just give him a run as the third pair defenseman and give him NHL minutes. I think he would really benefit from that. As for up front, Brad Lambert, I think, was given less of a chance to be the second line center coming out of training camp, but he has struggled in the AHL this season as well on a bad Manitoba Moose team. So a bad situation, struggling a little bit. I think there's a lot of things that play there. He also hasn't really taken the role from what in his NHL minutes. Braden Yeager, he's been tearing it up in the WHL this year. As for Cole Perfetti, I actually asked Jeff Merrick, quick flex, had Jeff Merrick on the podcast. I asked Jeff Merrick, who's a Cole Perfetti truther, about that. And Merrick said that some of the best things you can do sometimes for young players is to block them. And Cole Perfetti got blocked many times, especially last year when the Jets traded for Tyler Toffoli and Perfetti went up to the press box. But he's playing the best hockey of his career right now, and it's pretty evident. He's not just a skill player. He's retrieving pucks off the forecheck. He's defensively responsible. So Cole Perfetti's really grown into a effective top 6 forward, and there were some growing pains along the way, and there was some, trades that blocked him from making an impact in the playoffs last year, but I think he's become a better player because of it, and that's showing this season.
Do you think that's a case of the Jets prioritizing experience and, just knowing how to be and feeling that, well, we're a playoff team. We're not really in the business of giving guys opportunities to figure it out. This is the NHL, not the AHL.
I do think that maybe last year that was the line of thinking with Cole Perfetti. Perfetti had a massive goal drought coming into the trade deadline. So it was kind of like the unspoken, are the Jets going to add a winger? Like, do they, because obviously at the start of the season, Perfetti was in the top 6 and it was like that spot is filled. But then he was on this like 23 game goal drought or something. And it was like, well, I mean, you can't go into the playoffs with this guy in your top 6. And I don't know. I think this year it's been a little bit different. Last year, even before the long goal drought, Rick Bowness would bench Cole Perfetti late in games. He wouldn't trust him, holding a lead, things like that. Nikolai Ehlers as well would get that treatment, and it was kind of bizarre. This year, Scott Arniel runs that line right until the final whistle. He trusts them out there defending shifts late in games, defending a 1-goal lead. And I think that from the start of the season, Arniel knew that if we're going to be a successful playoff team this year, Cole Perfetti needs to be a guy that I can trust late in games, that I can trust in high pressure situations. Same with Nikolai Ehlers on that second line. And he's just, kind of taken the whole year to prepare them for that moment. And they're out there late in games. And it's new for Cole Perfetti and Nikolai Ehlers, but I think that they've become better players because of it this season. And that second line has been a big reason for why the Jets have been so successful. But I think that's maybe where a bit of the shift has come from. Rick Bowness was maybe more like veteran experience, defense, holding a lead late in the game, where Scott Arniel's like, no, looking ahead to the playoffs, Cole Perfetti is going to need to be a guy that I can trust out there late in the game against Nathan McKinnon or Wyatt Johnston or whoever, Mikko Rantanen, who knows? So yeah, I think there's been a big shift there this year.
Okay, so moving towards the end of our conversation, because as a busy media person, Connor does have other obligations today. It's a beautiful day, but in that respect, number one, every team has the one defenseman that drives them up the wall. For you guys, I know it's Logan Stanley. Can you give me, I guess, the cliff notes of the Logan Stanley debate that goes on amongst your fan base?
Oh, man.
We have that. The Rangers had that with Ryan Lindgren for the last 2 straight seasons. For the Oilers, to some degree, Darnell Nurse last year. What is it about Logan Stanley that the Jets can't seem to quit?
Oh man, that's such a loaded question, and I know every organization has this, which makes it so much more funny.
Yes.
But Logan Stanley is a 6'7" defenseman, and the Winnipeg Jets value that very much. I think that is the pure reason why he's been in the lineup, why he's been given the runway, why he's in the lineup over Ville Heinola, who was drafted 3 years later in the first round, why they say he's still developing, yet he's a 26-year-old defenseman who's played over 200 career NHL games. Like, we know who Logan Stanley is at this point. I don't know. The debate among fans is, I think, the way I interpret it, at least, is Ville Heinola versus Logan Stanley. Ville Heinola, given a run of games, would have a higher ceiling than Logan Stanley does. I think that's what people argue online, is like, if Ville Heinola was given this opportunity that Logan Stanley's been given, he would be better. The third line would be better than it is right now. But the Jets clearly value Stanley's size, his ability to kill penalties, even if Jets fans disagree with, how well he kills those penalties. I'm really trying to toe the line here, as you can see. And yeah, Logan Stanley has major mistakes in big games and backbreaking turnovers. Last week against the New York Islanders, in a 2-1 game that the Jets were trailing and pushing, he made a terrible turnover, and the Jets went down 3-1 and ended up losing that game 3-2. And those things can't happen in the playoffs, because when Logan Stanley's on the ice and he ices the puck on the road against the Colorado Avalanche in a 1.5-minute shift, you know who's coming over the boards? Like Nathan McKinnon, Cale Makar, like, you're getting scored on. So I think that is an area the Jets definitely need to upgrade. But to summarize the debate, the Jets and their management and coaching staff are enthralled by Logan Stanley's size, and they think they need a penalty killer in that role. And Jets fans see it, that if Ville Heinola was given that role, he would be even better and produce even better results on that third pair. I hope that summarized it decently well, because it goes back years. These players were drafted in 2016 and 2019. This goes back pre-COVID, which feels like a lifetime ago.
It really, really does. The other day, someone was talking about 7 years ago. It's like, oh yeah, 2013. Oh no, that's 2018. Nope. Yeah, nope. It's over for your boy. The last thing I wanted to broach with you, as far as who you're worried about in the Western Conference, give me your power rankings of the teams that concern you for the Jets to play in the postseason.
I think if Rantanen goes to the Stars, we'll work under that assumption. I'd put Dallas at number 1. I would put Vegas at number 2, because Vegas has had the Jets number for a long time. Like, every time the Jets play Vegas, it feels like they can't generate anything. They're always trailing. They can't get to the middle of the ice, and Vegas's blue line is just a bunch of trees and a bunch of big defensemen. So it's like, it makes sense when you're watching the games that the Jets can't get to the middle of the ice and they can't battle and get those pucks, right? I think then Edmonton, which feels weird putting them 3, but I mean, I say that in, like, feels weird putting them that low, honestly, even though
the recent run of form is not impressive at all.
It's not. They're old and slow. And
yes, it's weird that a Connor McDavid team is slow, but every night I'm watching them and they're losing foot races. Like, Montreal's a pretty quick team, but last night the Oilers couldn't win a 50-50 puck for their lives.
Yeah, and when Connor McDavid's on the ice, he's the fastest player, second fastest, Nathan McKinnon, whatever, in the world, and the rest of the team is so slow. Yeah. So I'd put them 3, especially with Stuart Skinner. Like, if the Jets were going into a playoff series with Hellebuck versus Skinner, you feel great about that goaltender matchup. Then LA, or maybe then Colorado, actually, after the Nelson acquisition. Yeah, I'll go Colorado, because Colorado seems to have the Jets number as well. I mean, we all saw it in the playoffs last year. It was just, those games weren't even close. Even the game 1 that the Jets won 7-6, the expected goals, the scoring chances in that game were all in the Avs' favor. It was just an Alexander Georgiev disaster class that kept it from being a sweep. So I'll go Colorado, then LA. LA, in my opinion, very similar to Vegas. They have a bunch of trees on defense and on forward. They're just a big physical team that can skate. Always an issue come playoff time. I could see them actually beating Edmonton this year. Yeah. If those two teams meet in the first round again. But yeah, I'd say Dallas and Vegas. Dallas post Rantanen trade, but if Rantanen doesn't go to Dallas, then I'd put them behind maybe even Edmonton. I'd go Vegas first, then Edmonton, then Dallas.
I mean, we all recall what happened when the Oilers played the Jets in the first round in that Canada division year, where the Oilers beat the doors off of them in the regular season, and then the playoffs started, and the Oilers couldn't score on Connor Hellebuck. It was really that straightforward. So It's one of those weird things, and I'll get you out of here on this note. I've been telling everybody I know, don't be so sure the Oilers will beat the Kings a 4th straight year. Just everything you know about being a sports fan, you don't keep beating up on the same team over and over again. Eventually they get their lick back, and it'll be infinitely more painful because the Oilers put in all of the last 3 playoffs and they finally felt like coming into this year, we got our team together, and very quickly that's kind of disintegrated. So we'll see what happens. That's the beauty of deadline day. There's still chances.
Yeah, and you brought up earlier the traumas.
Yeah.
Imagine the trauma that LA Kings core has gone through, losing all these years to Edmonton, right?
Yeah.
I think eventually they'll get over the hump, and I think this is the year. Like, I know people say this, to use an NFL reference, people say this every year by like week 8 with the Kansas City Chiefs. It's like, oh, this is the year the Buffalo Bills are going to beat them, right? And then it's like it never happens. And I think I fear we're making the same mistake with the Edmonton Oilers. It's like, this is the year they look old and slow, and then they're just going to go to the Cup final again because it's Connor McDavid. You know, like, I don't know. I could see both things happening, but that discourse in the NFL happens every year. It happened with the Patriots every year. It's happening with the Chiefs every year. And it's just, this team just always is going to go. I could see it.
We all don't know our lore. It's like we don't see Charlie Brown in the football. Like, this is the most this is the most omnipresent reference in pop culture. The football is getting pulled out from in front of you. It's not happening.
Yeah.
All right, Connor, thank you so much for starting the show off with a bang. Appreciate it. I hope the Jets do not make you sad today, as I'm going to tell everybody today, because there's a chance Logan Stanley's getting big minutes in a series against the Avalanche this year.
Oh, man. Yeah, today at 2:30, it's going to be real interesting what my thoughts are. But thanks for having me. I really appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Connor. As we move along here and keep talking throughout the day, got a lot of different guests to pop in and out. So with that in mind, I'm going to let Connor go because he has a bunch of stuff to do for Winnipeg Sports Talk as we move along and talk about what's going on a bigger scale. So far, the biggest move we have to discuss is, and where's my little graphic? I took the time to make this morning, so I do want to flash it. There we go. That's the biggest move we have so far. Brock Nelson going from the Islanders to the Avalanche last night in a very big deal. That is how I knew it was a seller's market, was the fact that Brock Nelson got a conditional first-round pick, a pretty decent prospect. If I remember correctly, the center prospect the Islanders got is the 6th or 7th best prospect in that Avalanche system. And we all know prospect rankings are not an exact science. They're largely opinion-based. They are largely anecdotal-based. But for a Colorado Avalanche team that has had depth issues this season, and frankly, the last few seasons, when you take a look, and I'm going to drop that off, I'm going to share my screen and continue talking about the Avalanche lineup. Okay, so as you see here, Brock Nelson's going to slide in, and that's going to bump Middlestad down. And that's really the key to this trade for me as far as the Avalanche go. They were looking this year, and I get why they did buy him for Middlestat. I think Casey Middlestat is a solid middle 6 NHL forward with a little bit of flashy upside. But this elongates their lineup and puts them in a position where the Oilers, my brain is so tired from doing Locked On Oilers last night at 1 a.m. When you add somebody like a Brock Nelson to your lineup and really elongate the opportunities you have, what makes the team great? What makes this Avalanche team great now is the variety in their options, because you have a Marty Necas, you have Brock Nelson, you got Nate Mack, you still have Makar, you still have Devon Tays. And this really gives them more flexibility. You know, you still have Jack Drury in the mix, who hasn't played a whole lot in Colorado yet. But I love that the Avalanche took a swing because, like we were talking about there with Connor of Winnipeg Sports Talk, it is going to be a bloodbath. We all know, sitting here right now on deadline day, the Western Conference is significantly better than the East. The Western Conference, you could see Vegas, you could see Colorado, you could see Edmonton, you could see Dallas. We didn't talk about Minnesota at all, who's hanging around in the periphery of that playoff conversation as well. The Oilers, there are 6 teams that I could legitimately see coming out of the Western Conference. Whereas in the East, where we haven't seen a ton of action yet, we'll see what Carolina ends up doing as far as getting a return for Mikko Rantanen should they decide they can't come to an extension. But Florida made their big swing going out and getting Seth Jones last week. The Lightning went out and made an interesting move. I liked Yanni Gourde for them. I really wanted Yanni Gourde for the Leafs. I felt like that was the best version of the trade the Leafs are going to make at some point today, which is going to be for a grittier veteran type. It might be Brandon Tanev. It might be Scott Lawton. Somebody in that ilk. I feel like the best possible outcome for the Leafs would have been Yanni Gourde, but very clearly the Lightning went above and beyond as far as the compensation there. The Rangers probably not in a serious buying situation. I could see a hockey trade for the Rangers. I could see something along the lines of JJ Peterka of the Sabres. I know that trade has been disputed. Arthur Staples said no. A few different national people have said there's something in the works there. We'll see. Something along the lines of Zach Jones and a draft pick. Maybe Keandre Miller for Peterka. Maybe Braden Schneider, which would be my preference of those three. A Braden Schneider for Peterka and like a 5th round pick package that would push me in a direction of confidence. And we'll talk about Carson Soucy more likely than not when Andrew comes on. I think Andrew's supposed to come on around 2:30. We've got a lot of guests lined up throughout the day. Next up will be Joey Erickson, who covers the Dallas Stars, and we'll talk about Mikko Rantanen. He's going to pop in. I believe I have him scheduled for 11. Hunter Hodes will be here a little after noon. Armando Velez, who covers the Florida Panthers, will be here closer to 1 o'clock. Then we have Avery McDougal, who covers the Oilers later in the day. We've got a ton of content to get to as the trades come in. And if you're watching the stream and like intently watching the stream as opposed to just listening to me while you're doing something else, if you're wondering, I am looking over at Sportsnet on my other monitor here, and that's why I keep jerking my head in that direction every time I see Elliot Friedman. And we're going to save our ring light for when we have guests. That way, if anything cool happens, we can clip it and make it look useful for social media. So in terms of today, what I expect to happen, I do think we're going to see Mikko Rantanen get traded. I think the Dallas Stars, I love that idea for them. I have been a Dallas Stars truther forever. I have picked them to win the Stanley Cup like 2 of the last 3 years. And because of that, I have continuously felt like I've had egg on my face, because the Stars, when they've gotten into these playoff series against teams like Edmonton and Vegas and Colorado, their Stars have been outplayed. And I am a Jason Robertson truther. I am a Rope Hinch truther. I am a Miro Heiskanen truther. I love the core the Stars have assembled. I haven't even mentioned Wyatt Johnston. They still have Logan Stankoven, at least until they trade him for Rantanen, which they very purportedly might. But I love the idea of Dallas looking around and saying, we can't keep waiting and hoping it's our year. And we can have, you know what? We've got some time. Let's pull up the Mikko Rantanen data and see what we can piece together. We'll start over here, and he's still on the Hurricanes, so we'll start here. Share screen. Is it over here? Yes, here. Okay. So this is level 3 zones. We're logged in here. Cool. Mikko Rantanen. So for the season, this is only his Carolina minutes. 202 minutes with the Hurricanes. As you can see, this is a dominant offensive player. 33% above league average at 10.9 expected goals per 10.9 expected goals total in 202 minutes, which comes out to 3.25 expected goals per 60 minutes of ice time. So the way expected goals work, if you're unfamiliar, and I'm going to come back full screen for this so I can explain. So the way expected goals work is it's a probability of how likely a scoring chance is to result in a goal. The more likely a shot is to result in a goal, the higher the expected goals value. So that number is based on historical data. So what every single NHL player in their jersey, it's usually over their left shoulder. There's a little chip in the jersey that tracks player data, where they are on the ice, how fast they skate, the distance they cover, and a few other things in that ballpark as far as physical metrics. And whenever there's a shot on goal, that gets manually entered into a system. And all of these data mining websites, whether it's Money Puck, Evolving Wild, Hockey Reference does have expected goals, but I don't think they do their own. Natural Stat Trick. There are several different models that all track this, but those expected goals are based on historical data. And some arenas are a little more shooter friendly versus goalie friendly. For a while there, MSG was juicing the numbers against Henrik Lundqvist, so his expected goal stats, especially in the early 2010s, are a little bit out of whack in relation to what they should be. But when you think about how expected goals work, and this is one of the real drawbacks of the style the Carolina Hurricanes play, because they are a volume offense, because they have the puck a ton, because they're in the offensive zone a ton, and they throw pucks on net from everywhere. Their underlying numbers, their scoring chances, their expected goals, even their high danger chances, they're juiced to some degree. You know, you think about when playing video games and you're kind of exploiting something to juice your numbers, to build your stats, to get better at something. You know, you used to play Call of Duty, you'd boost for headshots to get fall camo on your intervention. You remember that. You were there. When you do stuff like, and obviously the Hurricanes aren't playing with the mindset of, oh, we got to get a higher expected goals. That's not how it works. That's not how the system goes out there and works. But the way I'm trying to explain this, the Hurricanes play a very volume based style. They play a ton of offensive zone time. They throw pucks on net from everywhere. And every single one of those scoring chances is going to have an expected goals value associated with that. The problem, if you're Carolina, you're going to have great underlying numbers because you're going to have the puck a ton and you're going to get a ton of scoring chances. So you're going to get a lot of expected goals. The problem is those scoring chances on an individual basis, they're not that valuable. So I'm going to show you what I'm talking about. I'm going to pull up a shot map for a player and give you an idea. So we'll do who's a player that okay, I know who we'll do. We'll do Victor Arvidsson because he this year is underperforming his expected goals rate. So where's his shot map? If it'll buffer. Okay. So we'll share our screen. Okay. This is evolving hockey. The Evolving Wild Twins do really good work. All of the Patreons and the subscription stuff I highlight today, I cannot recommend enough. If you are as obsessed with this stuff as I am, or if you work in this space, this information is invaluable. So all of these little diamonds represent a scoring chance that Victor Arvidsson has had this year for the Edmonton Oilers. And as I just said, this is a player that is underperforming their expected goals this year. So in reality, at 5-on-5, and Arvidsson doesn't play a lot of power play for the Oilers, Arvidsson has 138 unblocked shots on goal that have hit the net. In these 138 shots, 6 goals on 9.6 expected goals. So every single one of these little diamonds has an expected goals value associated with it. So I'm going to highlight this one. So this is against the Ottawa Senators on December 22nd. This shot has a 29.8 expected goals value. What does that mean? That means 29.8% of the time, a shot from that location has resulted in a goal. So the way you would express that as an individual expected goals, that would be worth 0.29 because it's 29%. And we're talking about converting fractions to decimals because the highest you can have on an expected goals chance is technically 99%, but you don't get a 0.99 expected goal because that's going to go in the net. So 29.8 gets expressed as 0.298 expected goals. That is an extremely high danger chance in comparison to this, which is 2.6 expected goals, which would be expressed as 0.02. So you're going 10th, 100th decimal place as far as that. So when you're the Carolina Hurricanes and the vast majority of your shots on goal are from the perimeter, from the outside here, we'll pull up Sebastian Aho and we'll see how Aho's performing this year. Expected goals to actual goals. So, nope. There we go. Okay. So 10 actual goals, 11.5 expected goals, 163 Fenwick shots. The perimeter shots have low expected goals value. 9%, that's a decent individual look. But the further you get away from the net, the lower quality, 2.6%, 9.1%. But that's because it got redirected on the way in. And look, none of this is ever going to be an exact science. We are all trying to create the best possible teams we can. And there's no way to know how guys are going to play on a given team until you drop them in. And I I really want to I really want to see teams find ways to maximize what they have. And I think that's really the great argument most fan bases spend the great majority of their time bickering over. And I'm going to click back over to Sportsnet just to make sure no trades in. Okay. Corey, no, that does not include. So those shot maps will include block shots, but when we're talking about Fenwick shots, those are not blocked. So just want to clarify that. Chris, where were you when JJ Paterka was not a New York Ranger? Like Ethan says, former future New York Ranger. I would love Paterka, and if we have another dead zone in between guests, I'll definitely do a little bit of Paterka analysis. I want to keep an eye on the feeds and on Sportsnet to see as news comes in, just to be sure I'm not missing anything. By all means, if news breaks while I'm rambling, by all means, drop it in the chat. Buffalo and Jason Zucker working towards a contract extension. Zucker is indicated he wishes to stay. Let me skim Elliot's 32 thoughts from this morning. The Leafs aren't sure where they want to go for St. Louis. Possible back to Scott Lawton. Winnipeg could be looking at Brandon Tanev. The Flyers make it clear they want a first rounder for Scott Lawton. Brad Marchand would be open to trade. So, Fadi, I see your comment, and Fadil, I see your comment. I am not going to on my stream tell you the name of a website you can watch deadline coverage on for free, but I think you would want to look into what On Hockey is. That would be my suggestion there, because all today's show is on hockey. But as far as Rantanen, Brock Nelson, which we'll circle back around to at some point, but I am very curious to see what the teams on the periphery do. And when I say the periphery, I mean Minnesota, I mean Detroit, Ottawa, the Rangers, to some degree the Devils. Even though the Devils are in a playoff spot right now, I feel reasonably good that they're going to be in the playoffs regardless of what they do. I think they might have overpaid a smidge for Brian Dumoulin, even though I think Dumoulin is fine as a third pair left defenseman. But there are a lot of balls up in the air right now, is the way I would describe it. And this is one long game of chicken. I've been talking about it a lot on Locked On Oilers over the last week or so, but the trade deadline is one of the real opportunities to get an understanding as to what your general manager thinks about your team. And I'll give you the most straightforward example. The Edmonton Oilers went out and added Trent Frederick and Max Jones. That tells me Stan Bowman thinks they need better forecheckers, they need to hit more, and they need to be more difficult to play against. They need to be more rugged. Of course, they got more gritty adding Jake Wallman as well, but that's a different kind of gritty. When you look at what a team like Colorado going out and getting Brock Nelson tells you, that tells you they didn't think Casey Middlestat was good enough to be a second-line center on a team that was going to chase the Stanley Cup. And you think about that Avalanche team that won the Stanley Cup a couple of years ago, and it was Kadri on that second line who had a tremendous postseason. If I remember correctly, Kadri was close to a point-per-game player in that playoffs as a member of the Avalanche. His last year in Colorado, he had 87 points in 71 games, and then in the playoffs, he had 15 points in 16 games. Yeah, he was close to a point-per-game player. I really like when teams go out and make something happen, and I am excited. This is a great. Hang on, I'm replying to Connor, just telling him. For swing by. Okay, now that we've taken care of our politeness, this is an opportunity to see where the pecking order is at. Last year, Vegas was very quietly lurking in the wings and ended up with Noah Hannafin and Tomas Hertl. Corey Parrish asks, will there be a blockbuster trade that no one expected? Seems like we're aware of most of the destinations for most players. These last few years, I like the surprise factor. So, Corey, if I had to ask you, and you can feel free, we can have a back and forth through the chat. Would Elias Pettersson getting traded from Vancouver qualify for that? Are you thinking like Dylan Cousins from Buffalo in a hockey trade? Something like Chris Kreider getting traded from the Rangers in a seller's market? What are we talking about? Or are we talking about somebody entirely off the radar, like someone nobody at all is talking about? Because I think there's a good chance you see at least conversations about Elias Pettersson. I think if you're a team like the Flames, the Flyers, maybe if you're Ottawa, you could try and make a Dylan Cousins trade happen. If you're a good team and you really want to try and go for it, I could see a team like Minnesota, maybe the Kings, maybe Vancouver. I'm trying to think of Chris Kreider landing spots, and I don't think the Rangers are going to want to trade him in the East because he has term. I think, frankly, the Rangers do care about avoiding guys that they're going to see again, and Chris Kreider was coming into this year going to obliterate most of the Ranger franchise records. He has a good chance to, if he finishes out the last 2 years of that deal and is healthy, and that's really been the big knock this year. And do I think some of it is just age-related decline? Yes, of course. But Kreider's been dealing with a nagging back injury for most of the season. He's popped on IR a couple times, and he's forced his way back into the lineup probably earlier than you would want a guy to. But at the same time, it's really the eternal argument of sports right now. You look across the landscape, regardless of sport, and all conjecture is, well, you got to do right by the players, or you got to do what's best for the team if you're the general manager. And because of that, you are getting a very clear binary that's becoming a larger part of the culture war. Are you on the side of the players who are the labor, or are you on the side of the management, the side of capital? And it's not the most straightforward thing in the world. And I understand for most people, you're not going to empathize with Mikko Rantanen arguing about whether he's worth 12 or 13 or $14 million per season. You shouldn't. That's a lot of money. A lot of us would be very happy with $12 million in our lives, let alone $12 million in a calendar year. But one sec here. But if you're a team like the Rangers and you get the offer of like a second round pick and a decent prospect for Chris Kreider, wouldn't you do that? Wouldn't you do that, especially considering you might not have a spot for Chris Kreider next year? Because if all goes to plan, you're going to have Gabriel Perreault and Brennan Othman and Brett Berard, of course, alongside Artemi Panarin and the GOAT Will Cooley. Like that's very straightforward. If you can get out of Chris Kreider's money, you can get younger, and you have that money to spend on other positions, that seems like a win-win-win all the way across the board. Now, I will say, I think Chris Kreider is a summer move. I don't think he'll be traded today, just because that's the type of contract that, with that money and that term, you want to have as many suitors as possible, and there are always going to be more teams available around the draft, because teams are more liquid, because guys are about to become free agents, and they're going to have more cap flexibility. But other than that, as far as surprises, I did read a few days ago that the Sabres could be looking to trade Owen Power as well. I don't think that's in the cards as far as a shocker. I think you really want to build that defense out around Dahlin and Power, and you go from there. I think the Sabres are an interesting case. I've been toying with the idea of the Oilers trading for one of Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen or Devin Levy. And the problem with that, if you're the Oilers, and I would love Devin Levy, but you don't want to throw a kid with no NHL experience into the fire. I want to say Devin Levy has like 15 NHL games at the absolute most, if I remember correctly. He's at 39 NHL games. He's played 9 this year. The only time he's ever had over a 900 save percentage in a prolonged stretch was 2 years ago as a rookie, where he went 5-2-0, 905 save, 294 goals against. Now, some of that is just the Sabres are not a very good defensive team, and that's going to make your goalie's life difficult no matter who it is. But I think there's a world where you could see Owen Power or Dylan Cousins get moved ahead of today's deadline. I think if you're a team like the Flames, or if you're like the Flyers, and you're on the precipice of maybe being competitive, getting someone young, cost controlled with term like Dylan Cousins makes a lot of sense. I think for the thumbnail for, I forget what it was, for the thumbnail I did for Locked On NHL yesterday with Hunter Hodes, I put Dylan Cousins in a Flames jersey because that team needs a young center. You think about the success they're having this year, and I love what Dustin Wolf has done. I was very worried coming into this year that Dustin Wolf was going to be left for dead, basically, that he was going to try his butt off. And Catalina Wine Mixer says, I just want a good return for Raquel if they end up moving him. If you're looking at the prices that you're seeing out there today, my friend, I think almost certainly if the Penguins move Rickard Raquel, you're looking at you're probably looking at a second round pick and some prospects in addition to that. I think it really depends. Then again, I know Pittsburgh also is kind of looking more at hockey trades. I loved them getting Tommy Novak. That's a player I really wanted for the Rangers last year at the deadline because he was an expiring contract. Ultimately, the Predators didn't end up shopping him, didn't end up trading him and giving him an extension, and then traded him less than a year later. So that's an interesting one. I don't know what the Predators' plan is, frankly. I'm just going to come out and say it. Stamkos, Marchessault, Brady Shea, Roman Yossi, who's out for the year, UC Saros. You've got okay pieces in place, but you have a low ceiling. Jason Zucker staying with the Sabres for 2 years, according to TSN, says Izzy FC 19. Yeah, that's what Elliot Friedman had tweeted a little bit earlier. Zucker, and that's interesting because we can talk about the Sabres for a minute because they've kept Zucker, they kept Jordan Greenway, they traded for Ryan McLeod, they traded for Abe Kubel. They have really gone out of their way to try and supplement their guys, to really put established veterans around their team. Yeah, I agree with you, Catalina Wine-Mixer. It's wild how not great Trotz is at being a GM. I think GM and coach are very different skill sets. I think what you value in a player as a coach versus a GM are very different. You know, I think if you're Barry Trotz and you look at his manager, Norris and Bernard Docker going to, as in Josh Norris, Chris, that's interesting. Okay. Back over to the old Twitter machine. Let's see. Jason Zucker extension. Natchez, blah blah blah. Okay, I don't see that. As far as the Sabres, as far as this conversation, Trotz, yeah, that's where I was, and I will do that a bunch more today. I promise. I will lose my train of thought as we go about. We're almost going into our first full hour of the show down, and only 5.5 to go. The fun part of this is immediately after I get off of this stream, I'm going to Jets Devils tonight to see Connor Hellebuck, to finally get to wear the Mark Scheifele jersey I bought 8 years ago. I think I've worn that to a party like twice in my life, and I've never gotten to wear it to wear a Jets tree. Dylan Cousins to Ottawa. Hey, I said Ottawa. I feel smart now. I said Calgary, Ottawa, or Philadelphia, and I felt like that was a good move. Okay, so I'm going to do something fun here so you guys can see how this works. So share screen, application window, Photoshop. Okay. So I'm going to show you how I make these lower thirds because I don't have anything else to do right now. So Dylan Cousins. Ooh, we got our next guest. Joey, my friend, how are we doing today?
I'm doing fantastic, Nick. How are you?
I am ecstatic. I'm not about to get Mikko Rantanen on my hockey team. I'm not doing as well as you, my friend.
Man, I hope it all comes together. What a perfect way to kick things off. I guess we got lucky hopping on at this time, and then everything that's transpiring this morning. Fortunately for myself, I went to bed before I even saw the first report. So I woke up to this, and Sean, our Locked On NHL manager, sent me a text about Rantanen, and I went, oh my God, we got him. And then now I'm hearing lots of stuff, Nick. I'm hearing lots of stuff, but hopefully it all comes together. And man, if Mikko comes to Dallas, let's get some more Finns ready to go. We're going to complete the Finnish Mafia, and man, you got to take big swings. So I'm hoping it happens.
So let's start there. It feels like the Stars have been lingering around this periphery where they've continuously been one of the better regular season teams in the NHL. And they've run into a team that's just a little bit better, whether it's been Vegas, whether it's been the Oilers. Do you feel like this is kind of a means of trying to mitigate that, of saying, well, you might have a superstar, but we got one too now? And I don't want to be disrespectful to Miro Heiskanen, who I think is a superstar player, but it's hard to be a defenseman versus a forward versus a goalie, where as a Ranger fan, I've spent my entire life, I love our goalie, but he can't score too.
I think there's a lot of reasons behind it. And I did say this when I spoke about the initial concept of getting Rantanen a few days ago on Locked On Stars. sometimes you just have to take big swings to win a cup. And this feels like a big swing. And Jim Nill has such a calm demeanor. That's how he is. But don't be fooled. He wants to win, and he wants to capitalize on what Dallas has. I also believe that the Stars need that guy they can lean on and rely on in a playoff series to score that big time goal, as you mentioned. And that hasn't been the case with Jason Robertson in the last few seasons. Can you name a Robertson moment from the postseason? I can't. I can name a few from Wyatt Johnston, and he's 21 years of age. They need someone else they can rely on, and this just feels like a big swing. I also believe that Bork and Stankoven will never reach the heights of somebody like Rantanen. And I love Stankoven and I love Bork as much as anyone. I would assume they're probably going to be included in a package if they do get Rantanen, either Stankoven or Bork. And their offense has been down this year. They haven't played up to expectations. They've given them shots to play on the big boy line with Rope and Robo, and it just hasn't quite come together. But I think Rantanen would work alongside Rope and Robo. So I think this is a way to mitigate that. Like, go out and get that piece, and maybe he's the X factor that puts you over the hump and it finally gets you to a Stanley Cup final. Because I think Jim Nill, too, the patience isn't quite there. For as much as he can fool people, he's just kind of this calm. He's such a good guy, and that's how he is. You know, he wants to win, and I think this is a part of it.
So, as far as what you expect going the other way, it almost certainly has to be Stankoven, right?
I would, man, I would think so. And I said too, I'm okay with either Bork or Stankoven. I would think Stankoven would probably be the key piece. And unfortunately for him too, I think he's just been a bit unlucky. If you look at the expected goals for Dallas, he's second on the Stars behind Johnston. So it's not that he's not creating offense. It's just his shooting, I guess, percentages aren't very good. And once he figures out how to just beat NHL net minding at a high level, I think he'll pop off. And I said this, and again, I love Stankoven and Borg, and I hate to almost be disrespectful about him. I wouldn't bat an eye if either one of them was moved off. I think Rantanen is a key piece, and he'd be worth it. So you'd think he'd have to be a part of it. And I also like that they're going to try to extend him. Well, I guess the deal is dependent on that. We're talking like this is already a done deal, and it's probably far away from that. But if you're going to get somebody like Rantanen, why not have him around for 8 years and instead of a rental? So I'm fascinated by the whole thing, what the contract's going to look like. And then, what's the return going to be? You have to think Stankoven's going along, and who knows what else, maybe a young forward down in Texas. Like, Stars have a lot of young assets that they could throw Carolina's way.
That's one of the beautiful things about drafting as well as the Stars do. You just have an infinite coffer of young prospects that everybody likes. I think about how last year the conversation was, wow, Wyatt Johnston's having a great year. And then they called up Stankoven, and then Bork got a moonlight appearance, and everything was great. And Thomas Harley has hit the ground running, 2+ years in now, and he's already a consensus top 20 guy in the NHL. It's a good problem to have when you draft well like the Stars.
Yeah, no, and I think this is why you have these young assets too, as much as you want to hold on to them. And that's sort of what we've heard from Jim Nill and some interviews he's done. Like, we're going to keep on to him. We're going to keep him. But, he has to say that to some degree. I will say this by prefacing why Johnson cannot be included in this deal. I will lose my mind if he's included in this deal. I will not like it if Wyatt Johnston is a part of it. But they're reaping the benefits of that. Well, and there was a lot of talk about how Dallas may not do anything because they're reaping the benefits of having these young, talented players like Bork and Stankoven. But the West is just so up for grabs right now, Nick. I feel like there's some teams that have separated themselves. Like, Vegas looks really good, Winnipeg, and I think Dallas is right in that mix. And I think if you're the Stars, you may feel, well, maybe it's not going to be a gauntlet like we had to go through last year when Dallas, really, they played 3 Western Conference final opponents on their way to the Western Conference final. And then you have to run into McDavid. Like, there's your prize for winning 2 rounds. So with it not being as deep this season, why not try to go all in? And big swings usually work out in some teams' favor. Like, you look at Vegas, just what they've done, like, they always take big swings. Like, I think you have to do it. And if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. But if it does, you look like a genius.
And like worst case scenario, if you have Mikko Rantanen on the team for the next 8 years, that's not a bad thing either.
Yeah, and if you keep Wyatt, like your window's so wide open. I think that's why it makes so much sense for Dallas too. And of course, they got to sign Wyatt.
Yeah.
Bringing in Mikko, maybe you have to sign him to a bridge deal. But you have to remember, like Ben's coming off the books after this season. He'll probably stay, but it's going to be a massive pay cut. And you can't rely on Dutchy to sign another 1-year deal with what he's been doing the last few seasons for $3 million. So he may come off. And then a few years, Sagan will be off at 9.85. And I'm curious how much longer Sagan's going to play too. He's had a lot of injuries, and he's been so productive recently, which has been nice, and it's a cool story. But at some point down the line, maybe you buy him out, and there's just a lot of moving parts, and that's what makes this all fascinating. So, and then I think the latest report is maybe Dallas is willing to go upwards of $12 million. Like that feels so massive, but sometimes you have to pay the price for those type of players. And I know a lot of people think he was propped up by McKinnon, and I'm sure he was to some degree. I think I would if I played with McKinnon. Like, he would make me look really good. But yeah, I just think it would be such a great fit in Dallas, and that's why I'm so giddy even talking about and discussing it.
One question I did have for you, and I was arguing with one of my friends about this over the weekend, and I've been maybe the most bullish person imaginable on the Stars over the last handful of years. My only real concern looking at their lineup right now is the right side of their defense gives me a lot of pause as far as how they're going to do in the postseason. Do you feel like, yes, Rantanen's a great player, but maybe shoring up our defense might be a bit more of a targeted need?
Yes, they probably need to prioritize their right side, and 95% of Stars fans would agree with you. And I said this as well, a bit tongue in cheek, but who needs defense when he can outscore everybody? And that's sort of what Dallas has done recently. I've taken their wins with a bit of a grain of salt because they are just scoring at an alarming rate recently. They heading into last night's game against the Flames, they have scored like 4 goals or more in 8 straight games. So they're outscoring a bit of their problems, and they have been a bit loose defensively. And I would love for them to go out and add an impactful defenseman that can play in their top 4. I just don't know how many are out there. You know, Rasmus Ristolainen is thrown out there. And I like the idea of him. You know, he's a big body, and from what I hear, he's playing big minutes in Philadelphia, and he looks good. I don't watch a lot of Flyers hockey, as you well may know, but yeah, I would love to add a top 4 defenseman, but man, it just feels like it's too good to pass up to get somebody like Rantanen. But yeah, I mean, CC Labushkin on your right side, it doesn't feel like a great way to go about your business in the finals, or like once you get to the playoffs. But if you're Dallas, you're thinking, well, you get Miro back, which is nice. So he's somewhat of a deadline acquisition in some ways, and it may not be till the first round. So if you can just kind of get by with what you have, and maybe it's sort of like what Edmonton was a year ago. I know we had a few chats, and I don't think Oilers fans were in love with what they had, right? But they found a way. But they also had McDavid, so that's a caveat. But they also didn't win the Stanley Cup. No. So, man, yeah, I don't love it either, Nick. I'll agree with you. So I'm curious. That's why I was wondering if they get Rantanen, maybe that triggers some more moves to go try to get some stability on the back end. But I will say, you know, Bischel's looked pretty good. He's not a right shot defenseman. He's looked fine. But yeah, Dumba is Matt Dumba. It's sort of how I've talked about him this season. So yeah, it could be a struggle bus on the back end come postseason time.
As far as the West at large, who gives you the most pause? Who are you the most concerned about the Stars seeing in the postseason?
It has to be Vegas, and I feel like it's been that way the last few years. They're just so deep, and I think they still probably have one of the deeper blue lines in the Western Conference. And maybe that's disrespectful to Winnipeg too for what they've done. But I had a real tough time believing them last year. I had no worries about the Jets last season, but they're a bit different this year. They've just rattled off like win streaks after win streaks, and Hellbuck can be Hellbuck. So he would certainly worry me. But man, I'm still on Vegas. You just have to be cautious with them. And Jack Eichel is so good. I probably talk about him way too much as a Stars fan, but I really enjoy watching him play. And Four Nations,
He was great.
He got to show that on a bit of a national stage. It's like, God, he's such a good player. And as much as I guess I hate Vegas, and I think a lot of people do, like in the NHL fandom world, like Eichel's one that I'm almost happy for. Like, you know, he got out of Buffalo and now he's getting to thrive in Vegas. So I think they are certainly the team I would hate for Dallas to meet. Just hopefully it's not the first round this time.
That was a brutal draw. Vegas kind of played possum all year last year. Then they went and added Hannafin and Hurdle on deadline day at like 3:45, and they rolled in the 8th spot, and that was a brutal first round series. Like every single one of those games was 2-1 or 3-2.
Yeah, it was so much fun too. I remember right after Game 7. So that's one of the best series I've ever watched of hockey in general in the first round. Like those were just two really, really good teams. And if Vegas lost or Dallas lost, you have to sit there and just be like, we lost to a damn good team. Like you can't even be upset. Even like that's not a first round exit for Dallas. And a lot of you can't even quote it as that. It's like that's a tough draw. But yeah, man, they just try to sneak in there and be an 8 seed. And fortunately, the Stars put them away in 7 games.
So coming into this week, obviously Rantanen wasn't really on the radar. What were you kind of expecting the Stars to be looking at?
Yeah, so I think there was an archetype that Dallas was looking for. Apologies, my hair's just a complete mess. You can see how rattled I have been this whole morning. But I was thinking like a bottom 6 scorer, maybe a Brock Nelson. And now he's to Denver. So Brock Nelson was someone I had my eye on. And then like a bottom, I mean, even like a bottom pairing, like third pairing right shot defenseman, maybe somebody that can crack into your top 4, like Aristolainen. David Savard is a name I've thrown out there. A guy that has a lot of, PK time and can just sort of be a body. But I say that too, and Dallas just already has a lot of people on their blue line, a lot of players that are just bodies. like Cody Cece's, he's actually been a really nice acquisition just because he's eating up minutes, like he's chewing up innings, and that's what the Stars need. But I said this yesterday coming into the deadline, like Dallas needs some players. They need players. They don't just need bodies right now. So, but yeah, I think Ristolainen, someone I had my eye on, Savard. A lot of Stars fans have thrown out Alex Tuck even as a name, Ryan O'Reilly, but I don't think Nashville would give him up. But just somebody that can kind of fill in on your bottom 6 and give you some scoring. Because as I mentioned, in relation to the Rantanen trade, I don't know if Dallas is necessarily super pumped up about what they've gotten from Bork and Stankoven offensively this season. They're just not scoring at a big enough rate, I think, that they feel comfortable with going into the postseason and just being like, okay, it's going to change now. So that was sort of my expectations. And I said, I don't think they were going to get Rantanen. My expectations were it wasn't going to be like some splash trade. And again, they still don't have Rantanen. We need to say that a few times, like it's not confirmed yet. But yeah, those are sort of my expectations. I was like, they're just going to add, a piece and kind of go from there. But it certainly makes it more exciting when Rantanen's being floated out there.
Emily Kaplan says the trade is agreed to. It's a matter of if they can agree to an extension. So keep that in mind. As far as what that does money-wise for the Stars, how does that line up with the rest of their core? You had mentioned that Wyatt needs an RFA deal, but as far as the rest of their young guys, like Robertson, like Hintz, Heiskanen, Ottinger, what does that do for their long-term planning, bringing in somebody at a number like Rantanen's probably going to get?
Yeah, man, that makes things so interesting. It'd be the first guy to crack over 10 million for the Stars. So I do not envy what Jim Nill is going to have to conjure up in the next few years, but yeah, it makes it really, really interesting. The good thing is you do have Miro locked up till 27, 28. In a few years you got Robertson again, and he just signed his bridge deal. So what is that going to look like? And as I mentioned, like they're already floating around before the deadline that they offer Johnson 8 times, $8.5 million or something like that. So does that change your plans with him? Or is he going to have to sign sort of like a Robertson deal for 4 years? and then work on a long-term extension. And I think these are good problems to have too, because I mean, we're talking about this, and yeah, it's tough decisions, and maybe some guys are going to have to take some less money, and maybe you lose one of them. Like maybe you're going to have to live with that fact, but the window is also so wide open. This is just the beginning of what feels like could be a stretch of almost, maybe a decade of Dallas being in that conversation, because you mentioned, Nick, that you've been pretty bullish on the Stars for the last few years now. Well, in the 2010s, this was not normal for Dallas. They weren't always in the hunt. They weren't always a Stanley Cup contender. That's just sort of come about here over the last 3 seasons. And it's great to be in that conversation year in and year out. So I think adding a piece like Rantanen, you look at the long term, yeah, it may be difficult to keep some of these guys around, but the one thing about Jim Nill is it feels like he always finds a way to pull the right strings. And Dallas is a great city too, and we've seen it in years past. Like, guys really enjoy it; they like it, and yeah, maybe the money isn't as much as they could get from another place, but the lifestyle's good. Of course, I'm sure the no state income tax certainly helps, and there's just a lot of things going right. So you can sometimes just keep the band back together in a lot of ways, and I think that's what Dallas can do here in the next few years. But as I said, I think too. I think we're circling back all the time, but you can't just rely on getting Dutchy back. And First off, you can't rely on Dutchy have, another 60+ point season at 35. Like he's been one of the best deals in hockey, I would suppose, at $3 million. So, it's just, it's a lot of fun to be here as a Stars fan. I'll be honest, Nick. It's just fun to even have these conversations and be like, yeah, we have one of the most exciting futures in the NHL. And they've already been to back-to-back Western Conference finals. But at the end of the day, you got to win cups. Otherwise, it's just like it's kind of a bust. So you got to find a way to get over the hump.
You paid your dues, though. You spent a lot of last decade being a first-round exit, and poor John Klingberg playing 26 minutes a night. You paid your dues.
Yeah, and you have to give Jim Nill credit too, and I give the Stars a lot of credit because they went about their business in a way that not a lot of teams would. To get McDavid's of the world, you have to suck. Yeah. The Stars never were a bottom barrel team in the 2010s for most of that time. They had some rough years, but they weren't drafting number one. They weren't drafting in the top 3 where you get those superstars. Like, they had to really dig in and find a way to almost give Ben and Sagan a second life here in the latter stages of their career, and that's by drafting well. They shifted their focus on drafting skill over size. And then you reap the benefits of players like Wyatt Johnson and Jason Robertson. And Miro kind of fell in their lap because of a draft pick with Anaheim. So they were able to grab him. And it was boom. They went from a very mediocre team to now being a contender year in and year out. And I feel like you have to give the Stars credit because they didn't just suck for a large, sort of like Chicago has been. But that's different too, because they won 3 cups and then they sucked. The Stars didn't have that. So I think you have to give Dallas credit for somewhat paying their dues and now they're off and running.
Yeah, I mean, anytime you can have Jake Ottinger and Rope Hintz in the same draft, that's going to speed up your process a lot when you can add 2 bona fide stars in a single draft. That's kind of the dream everybody has when you get that magic coffer of draft picks. You hope that mystery box has one of those guys, let alone multiple NHL consistent NHL players in a single draft.
Yeah, no, they the scouting department deserves a huge round of applause. They've done great, and it's just it's awesome to see too that because it's hard to draft and develop and get guys that come through your system and make it and play quality minutes. And even a player like Oscar Beck, who doesn't get shown a lot of love, but he's a 4th line center for Dallas. But that's a player that was drafted and spent multiple seasons in the AHL. And now he's been basically the replacement for Radek Faksa, who the Stars lost in the summer. And those are the type of guys you need and role players that you need to win hockey games. And those are the type of names that get lost in a lot of it just because of what Johnston's been doing and Robo, who score a lot of points. But you need those role guys too. And I think the Stars have done a great job. There was at one point, I think the Stars this season had 7 rookies in their lineup. And I think that's a testament to what they've done. It's been a real curious season too, Nick. It hasn't been all butterflies and rainbows for Dallas. Like,
a lot of injuries.
They've had injuries, and they've had their ups and downs, and they've had their adversity. And, coming into the season, I think you would and I would agree, well, Stars are going to be probably top 3 in the Central, one of the best teams in the West, but I wouldn't have believed it would have happened with what we've seen this season. Like, how they've gotten there has been interesting. I think this move, like if they get Rantanen, I think it also solidifies that Jim Nils, he's backing the team, right? You always hear that about GMs, backing their team at the deadline. Like, they want to reward you for all this effort. And that was sort of why they went out and got Granlund and CC2 to just reward the team for all the adversity they went through in January. And they still found a way to just win games, and they've turned some things around. So it's been a weird season, but maybe one of the more rewarding ones. And if you can make a deep run, you can really pay it off.
What would you say was your biggest takeaway about last year's Stars versus this year, and kind of, you would say, the lessons that the team and you by extension have learned? Or is it just we played a best of 7 series against a good team and we just didn't win?
Yeah, I would say the lesson learned, and I feel this way because of what I'm not hearing coming out of the locker room this season is they're not as much concerned with where they finish the regular season. Last year, you heard a lot of rumblings. The Stars wanted to win the Central. They even wanted to win the President's Cup trophy. They didn't shy away from things of that nature. And you're not hearing that much as more. And maybe that is due to the fact that Winnipeg's just taken a pretty strong hold of the Central, but you're not hearing them worried about where they finish. They just want to get in and then go from there, because as we touched on a bit earlier, you win the Central, you win the West, and then you get Vegas in the first round. So who really cares? So I feel like that's where some of the lesson is learned. And now just even hearing about Rantanen, you need offense to help you out, because as much as concerns I've had about the Stars defense the last few years, and a lot of people point to that as maybe a reason why the Stars didn't get past Edmonton or Vegas the last few seasons, it was their offense that failed them. Their offense dried up, and their power play went to crap. They weren't able to rely on their power play to score them big goals. And we know in big playoff series, like, special teams is huge now. And it's such the modern NHL, you have to be able to score on special teams. So if you can add a threat like Rantanen on your power play, and you can lean on your offense a bit more, because Otter hasn't been the issue as much as people want to tell you that, like, he's not good enough. And even the defense, I feel like, really hasn't been the huge issue. Some of it has been running Miro into the ground, because they've had to play him 20 minutes a night come postseason time, and hopefully they don't do that to Harley. But I think the lessons learned from last season this year is don't get caught up in where you finish the regular season. It's just seeding at the end of the day, and you need to be able to rely on your big boys, especially, to score you some big time goals.
Where do you envision Rantanen playing in the lineup should this trade and contract be agreed to?
Yeah, I think right off the hop, if you just look at it on paper, it feels like a perfect fit. You put him with Roope Hintz and Jason Robertson. He's your right winger on your top line, because that's a spot the Stars have not been able to fill this season. They've tried Bork a little bit. They've tried Stankoven. They've tried Dodonov. They've tried Johnston. Well, they know Johnston works, but they would rather have Johnston be your third line center. Like, that is a deep down the middle Stars team when you got Roope out of your one hole, Duchesne out of your two, and Johnston being your third line center. And I think Johnston's just much better as a center iceman too. He's a two-way type of player. The Stars will get more out of him if he's playing center rather than wing. And I think they understand, like, Johnston, of course, works with Roope and Robo, but they'd rather have him play center. And yeah, Rantanen just feels like a perfect fit with Robo and Roope, who have been just lighting up the world lately. they've been unreal. So that's where I would envision him playing. They tried Granlund there the other night, and he looked pretty good. So the nice thing is you can kind of figure it out once you get him in here. and maybe he ends up being a winger for Duchesne in Marchment while Sagan's out right now. So there's a lot of different combinations, and Pete DeBoer will have his hands full, and he'll have a lot of weapons to choose from.
It's a good problem to have. That's where you want to be. You know, the goal is always to minimize the drop off from line to line. That's kind of the way I look at playoff series, where you want to feel as comfortable with your third and fourth liners out there as much as you can as with your top six. And this only bolsters what the Stars do well, being a possession team, really having a lot of offensive opportunities. One thing I was curious about, do you feel like there's anything missing not having Joe Pavelski around anymore?
I think I would say, if you asked me this question in December, I would have said yes. I think there was sort of a void, and maybe it was more in the locker room, but we also saw it a bit on the ice as well. But you also have to take into account Robertson had foot surgery right before the season, so it's taken him a while to get up to speed. Johnston missed a lot of camp as well, but I think within the locker room, there was a certain void that was missed. Just that experience and the presence of Joe Pavelski, right? And also, I don't think it's a coincidence. Somewhat of the Stars turned around is almost right in line when Joe Pavelski met the Stars in Chicago around Christmas time. And it was funny when the Stars were tweeting out pictures. I said, take the over tonight. Stars are going to have a big night. And I think they scored 6 goals against Chicago. And ever since basically post-Christmas, the Stars have gone on this run. And I don't think that's a coincidence. I think Joe Pavelski has actually meant that much to the Stars. And we've seen him. He's had some appearances like at practice here over this season. So he made a huge impact. And it's crazy because he was almost like a lifelong Shark, and he was only in Dallas for like 4 years, but he almost feels like a lifelong Star. Like, that's just how important he was. So I would absolutely say there was a bit of a void there without him in.
And that's one of the real beauties of being a consistently good team, is that you had Joe Pavelski here for a handful of seasons. You still got Ben, you still got Sagan, and those guys kind of, you passing the torch to that next wave of guys. So people like Robertson and Hintz and Heiskanen and Ottinger, who were here during their tenures, eventually, once they're the old heads on the team and you have that next wave of young guys, that really matters. And it's one of the real benchmarks of a good franchise, is that you have that long-term stability and you can pass off that institutional knowledge. Because that, when you look at these teams that consistently stink for extended periods of time, it's because they're revolving door of players in and out around 2 or 3 guys. It's really important and it's invaluable, and it's part of staying a consistent contender. You building your team around your 2 or 3 guys and building it outward from there.
Yeah, I mean, look at Bedard, right?
Yeah.
It feels like there's just not a lot of, I mean, there's some professionals in the locker room. It doesn't help that they stink, but like Wyatt Johnston, of course, definitely got dealt a better hand than Connor Bedard, getting to go in a locker room with Jamie Benn and Joe Pavelski. There's like 3 captains around him at all times. And it's sort of an old school way to go about your business, right? That was all you hear about in the 90s all the time. Like, the old guys, taught the younger guys how to be professional, and the game has certainly changed. Young guys come in and they're just spry and they're ready to play and make an impact right away. But I think the Stars are doing a great job of how they're developing their young guys, and it doesn't hurt that Wyatt Johnston, if he's struggling, can just give Papa Joe a call and be able to chat with him. And those are invaluable, as you mentioned.
Yeah, you look at the Sharks. You look at what Toffoli with Will Smith and with Macklin Celebrini. That matters. Like, the Sharks aren't a good team.
They're having sleepovers.
The vibes are good, and that matters. You don't want it to become a perpetual state of dread. Like, trading Josh, while we've been talking, Josh Norris got traded for Dylan Cousins. Like, those are basically the same player. Like, I like both of the toolboxes, but they've both been on perpetually bad teams their entire careers. Like, it really does matter that you're making incremental progress out of that rebuild. Like you had mentioned, the Stars never really bottomed out entirely, and they stayed relatively competitive. They never were terrible. And that matters when you're bringing young guys into an environment. It helps. You made a cup final in 2019, 2020, probably when you weren't expecting to.
Nope.
But that's the magic of it, is we have that group of older guys, and we're slowly bringing along our young group. And that's really the key. You think about what Washington's doing right now of trying to pass that team to the next wave of guys, and they've managed to do that relatively amicably. And then the other end of that spectrum is what the Bruins are doing right now, where they're taking it on the chin. I mean, we might see Brad Marchand get traded today, which is insane.
Yeah, and I think you have to also give credit a bit to the Texas Stars, like the Stars HL team. They win a lot, like they win, and it breeds that culture, right, of winning. So when they do get to the next level, it's expected. There's always been stories thrown around in the middle of the 2010s when Patrick Sharp became a Dallas Star, and there was a story. I think Stars won their opening night game, and there seemed to be like a pretty big celebration in the locker room after, where it wasn't as usual. And Patrick Sharp, of course, came from, winning cups with Chicago, and he was almost a bit dumbfounded about, like, this is a bit odd. Like it was, we won a game, right? But that's where the Stars were in a lot of ways. So they've made huge strides. I would love to chat with you too. I want to turn it back on you a bit just before I get out of here, since I don't watch a lot of the Eastern Conference, but what is your take on the Rangers, man? Like, what's going on there with New York? I have to know, because it's just been such a curious season with them. Are they buyers? Are they sellers? What's going on here?
Okay, so the Cliff Notes is everything that was bad about the team last year, they were able to cover up with a great power play, pretty good goaltending, and Panarin having an MVP caliber season. And then this year, all of those things regressed simultaneously. They're like 15th or 16th best power play in the NHL. They were second in the regular season last year. The defensive issues weren't as bad last year. And then they came into the year, and Trouba and Lindgren entirely fell off a cliff from what they were even last year. And the vibes deteriorated rapidly. At one point, they went 5-15 through December and January. And they traded for JT Miller at the end of January. They've been scoring a lot more since they brought him in. The defense has been a little bit better, but I think realistically, just everything went right for them last year. They won the President's Trophy, and then this year, everything that could go wrong for them went wrong for them simultaneously. Panarin's going to have like a 40-point drop off year over year from like 120 something to like 84, 85. Kreider's only going to be in the 30s this year. Zibanejad's going to be in the 50s for points. Trocheck's only going to be in the 40s or 50s. Everybody regressing simultaneously, and then they traded away Trouba, and they traded away Barclay Goodrow, and they could have probably held it together even if they weren't playing great, but it really bottomed out badly there for a little while.
How do you take the Trouba stuff? I was curious on that. There was a lot of rumblings about, and some Stars fans wanted him, and I'm like, keep me as far away as possible from Trouba. I just don't think it's a great sign that the captain for a team or the captain of a team, I should say the team wanted to get rid of their captain so badly. It felt like it at one point. I'm just curious, what was your take on that whole situation?
So the way I've always looked at it was after everything that happened in 2021, if you remember, Tony DeAngelo fighting Georgiev after the game, the Tom Wilson thing, I walked out of that season saying there's not a captain on this team. If there was an adult in the room at some point, somebody would have pulled Tony DeAngelo aside and said, stop talking, stop being annoying, shut up. We lost. We know we lost. Because like anybody who's ever played sports, you don't get on your teammates for stuff like that. That's just being a bad teammate. You want to, is it frustrating? Does it suck? Yeah, you never want to lose, but going up to your goalie after the game and telling them make a save is bordering on the most lunatic thing you could possibly do as a hockey player. Like just even you played youth hockey, not to get on your goalie's ass. The goalie knows he lost you the game. And coming out of that season, I didn't feel like they had an adult on the team. It was a bunch of guys, and they weren't a bad team, but they also weren't a good team. And then 2021, 2022, they go to the conference final kind of unexpectedly, and they all started puffing their chests out, thinking they were a lot better than they were. And then that year they lose to the Devils in 7, and then they come back and they go to the conference final. And it's an ebb and flow type deal. I don't think they're as bad as they were in December or January. I think they probably squeak in because I think they're probably better than Detroit and Ottawa and Columbus, but I don't think they'll fare particularly well against Washington should that be the first round opponent.
Okay. Yeah. Fascinating stuff. There's just been There's been a lot of noise coming out of the
Yeah.
of the Rangers this season, but maybe that makes sense. They are in the Big Apple. They got to stake their claim.
Never a dull moment. Thanks so much for stopping by, Joey. Have a good rest of your day. Happy trade deadline. Enjoy Mikko Rantanen. I almost said Miro Heiskanen.
Well, I'll enjoy them both, but appreciate you for having me on, and good luck the rest of the day. I hope you have a good time, and you don't lose it too much here.
We'll see. That's why I booked so many guests. It helps not talking to yourself.
Exactly. Good to see you, Nick.
See you, man. Okay, as we move along here, I want to thank Joey of Locked On Stars for stopping by. As we've missed saying, Beauvillier for a second-round pick is insane. Anthony Beauvillier hasn't been an effective hockey player in a hot minute. A second for Anthony Beauvillier is insane. Okay, I want to talk about this. Where should we start with? Let's start with the snapshot. Let's start with goals above replacement. We'll have Hunter Hodes at the top of the hour stopping by at 12 o'clock to talk about the Penguins who traded Anthony Beauvillier. We'll see if Erik Karlsson ultimately gets moved as well. We're 90 minutes in. My voice is still holding up reasonably well. Pittsburgh. Okay, Pittsburgh. Share screen. Here we go. Okay. So if this will toggle, share screen, evolving wild. Here we go. Okay. So if you're looking at this, this is a very quick snapshot, goals above replacement. This is not a great metric. This is just useful for getting a basic idea. Okay, I didn't realize Beauvillier was having a reasonably good season in goals above replacement. Again, this is not the most brilliant statistic, but it shows above average production. Let's look at RAPM. What is it under? Yeah, RAPM. So RAPM stands for regression adjusted plus minus. I don't know what that means, but I'll explain. Hang on. Beauvillier. Okay, so Beauvillier is a low event player. If you're looking at this, so goals for, expected goals for, chances for, expected goals against, chances against. This is even strength. That's on the power play. We're not going to talk about that. 12 minutes of power play time is inconsequential. Doesn't really matter. As far as the metrics, so if you know what a standard distribution looks like, hang on. Let's do basic math. Okay. So if you're looking here at this is a standard distribution. This is, if you put all of the range of data for a given plot along this is average. A 0 z-score is average. Most data is going to fall within one standard distribution of the median. It's 68.2% of the data. That's going to be within one standard deviation of average. So if we go back over and we look at this, where is it? I have a million tabs open on Opera. I apologize. Okay. So if you're looking at this 0 is the dead middle where you were looking at that standard distribution. So again, we're talking about it down the middle. 0 would be this. So that's slightly above average, slightly below average, above average, above average, above average. This is a low event hockey player. These are not a high rate of statistics. But if you're Washington, I think a second round pick for this is insane. But again, I get it. You add a low event player with some skating ability to your bottom six. That's going to bolster what you have access to. It gives you more options. And the Capitals have largely pieced together a team that's based on the idea that we're better than the sum of our parts. I'll be curious to see who that pushes out of the lineup, whether it's Brandon Duhaime or Ethan Frank. I think either of those guys could be dropped out of the lineup. But we're making our way through. We're making our way through. I'm going to keep checking in on the Twitter feeds. I should probably keep an eye on Sportsnet as well to see if Friedman is reporting anything. Okay, they're at commercial. Oh, interesting. Okay. A second round pick for Anthony Beauvillier is crazy. Maybe the Rangers might have to trade Chris Kreider on principle today. The Rangers might have to trade Chris Kreider today. That's crazy. Yeah. Any news? No, that's just from last night. Okay. Oh, I can show you how I do this because I have some time to kill before Hunter gets here, and I am going to have to take my first bathroom break of the stream. But if you were curious how I throw these lower thirds together, it's actually really easy. So we'll do delete. This is what I was doing before for Ryan Donato. So Ryan Donato. Just size it right. You want to give it the effect of it being three-dimensional, so you want to put his head popping a smidge off the graphic. You align the data, and then you take the Blackhawks logo. Teaching principles of graphic design on a hockey trade deadline stream. Can't get that anywhere else. So then wiki. You take logo. You want to use the logo to frame the player's head a little bit more. So you do something like that. Yeah. See, that's how you would make a lower third for a graphic. So, okay. So now we've made our graphic. We'll stop sharing. We'll put it over here so it's in our pool of assets. And then, boom. That's how the magic happens. That simple. Okay. Moving along, and we are going to take our first break of the stream where I'm going to run to the bathroom, take a swig of water, and probably throw some water on my face in all honesty. But I still think there are big fish to fry. The more I see these prices, the more inclined I am to believe that somebody like Erik Karlsson, someone like Chris Kreider, maybe there's a player I'm not even thinking of, someone crazy on a good team or on a average team that gets moved. Maybe there's a Nikolai Ehlers hockey trade to be made today where the Jets turn Ehlers into a player who's got some term. It's not entirely out of the question. We'll see if Kyle Palmieri, who I like as a fit for a lot of different teams, agrees to an extension or decides to get traded from the Islanders. I really wanted Palmieri for the Oilers going into this week, but ultimately they ended up going for Trent Frederick. I'll talk about Jake Wallman on the Oilers at some point as well. We'll have Avery later in the show, and he'll be on, and we'll talk about Jake Wallman. We'll talk about Trent Frederick. And I really am curious as far as the Rantanen stuff, because that's two teams now this year have said, we don't think you're worth what Leon's getting. And I think that's just fascinating because Rantanen, I think, is a consensus top 15 at worst player in the entire NHL. And two teams are both saying he's not worth 14 million a year, 13 million a year. I find that hard to believe. I really struggle to get there because what are we saying? Are we saying that we don't want to pay this guy because that's just too much money because we don't feel comfortable spending that much money on one player? Or are we saying, we don't think this guy is worth this much money because he's not that good? I think that's really the debate I'm having internally. And I think that's crazy because I think Rantanen is undoubtedly an elite player. He's not generational. He's not the most dynamic or explosive, but he is an incredible hockey player. He is an absolutely incredible hockey player. I suppose Mitch Marner, that could be a crazy trade. Hearing the Islanders have told Kyle Palmieri they're not trading him today and focused on working a contract extension with him coming over the coming days. Okay, that's a crazy one. That's a crazy one, man. I really think Palmieri could get you a good return. I think Palmieri could get you at least a second round pick. At least. I mean, if Beauvillier is going for a 2, Kyle Palmieri can't get you a 1. I mean, that just seems kind of crazy to me. I don't know. All right, I'm going to leave you guys with one of the default restream countdowns. I will be back in less than a minute. Be right back as we resume the Liberty Blue / Locked On Oilers trade deadline marathon stream. See you guys in a sec. Hello and welcome back to the Liberty Blue / Locked On Oilers marathon trade deadline stream. We are opening our second beverage of the stream. We've polished off our morning coffee. We are migrating to a Coke Zero, which I still, for my money, think Coke Zero is better than Diet Coke. This is not promotion. This is not sponsored. I wish it was. I drink way too much of this. I got Coke Zero pilled not too long ago, but it does the job. It really does taste like soda with none of the sugar or the calories. It really is kind of crazy how cool science is sometimes when it's not making our lives actively worse. Okay. So as we move along here, we're about 15 minutes away from Hunter Hodes of Locked On Penguins popping in. Hunter's my co-host on Locked On NHL every Thursday. We do that show for the national Locked On feed, and we were talking about landing spots for Rantanen, for Marner, maybe even Rasmus Anderson, as far as like crazy trades that we could potentially see today, because just trying to piece it together. Coke Zero is mid. Mr. Boogie 44. If you're a Diet Coke guy, that's entirely fine. Mr. Boogie, no bathroom breaks allowed, diapers. If I didn't have to go immediately out afterwards, you maybe could have talked me into that for the bit, purely for the bit, like the way Pete Blackburn's doing the 24-hour deadline stream. I get it. Sometimes you got to have bits to keep things entertaining. Jake Lipskins asks, percent chance Kreider gets moved before the deadline. I'd say like 15-20%. I think it's doable, but I think he has the 16 team no trade. He's probably only going to want to go to a contender. He's probably going to want to stay on the East Coast. You probably don't want to trade him to Carolina. You don't want to trade him to Tampa or Florida. It becomes a real conundrum. And Rob Warner says, when I was a kid, a second-round pick got you Jerome McGinley. I'm getting old. Rob, my brother, I agree with you. I don't know what happened these days. This market is nasty. It's crazy out there. Like last year, Jake Gensel. Like think about the Jake Gensel return last year. And look, Jake Gensel is undoubtedly a better player than Brock Nelson. That's not a hot take in any discernible way. Jake Gensel was 29 last year. He had what did he have last year before the trade deadline? He had he had 52 points in 50 games when they traded him to Carolina. And then he had 25 points in 17 games, if I'm reading this right, for Carolina. 77 points in 67 games, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, he had a good season last 77 points in 67 games. And Jake Gensel was traded for what? A first-round pick and Michael Bunting? Michael Bunting, Cruz Lucius, Vasily Pomeranov, a conditional first-round pick, and a fifth-round pick. That's a lot of assets, and like they turned Michael Bunting into Tommy Novak, who I do like, by the way. I do think that's a good trade for Pittsburgh. I think Kyle Dubas is frankly having a good trade deadline. 1 second, I'm plugging in my ring light so I have that for later in the morning. But I think Kyle Dubas is having a pretty good deadline. Big Al Express asks, any thoughts on the Keandre Miller trade talks? So I think I would be willing to trade Keandre Miller for another player of a similar profile. If there's somebody in their mid-20s who's on a restricted free agent deal, who has team control remaining, that needs a change of scenery, I would consider that. I threw out the idea of Dylan Cousins for Keandre Miller. I threw out the idea of Bowen Byram for Keandre Miller. I don't know, because and we'll talk about this with Andrew when Andrew pops on later on the day. Custo Hockey asked, thoughts on Russ to New Jersey, second, and Dawson Mercer. Dawson Mercer is a really interesting player. I like Dawson Mercer's game a lot. He was great for the Devils 2 years ago, and it hasn't come together for him in the same way since. I think that's a bit rich for Brian Rust. I think Rust is a good player, but I don't think Brian Rust is on a top six of a Stanley Cup contender right now. I think he's a third liner. I think he can give you a little bit of upside. He's played with stars before and done well in that role. He's been really good as a wingman for Sid for all these years. But with no Jack Hughes, if you're going to play him with Nico, I think you would rather play Timo Meier with Nico. And I know you could technically do that on both sides. Michael Sullivan asks, is Zach Jones going to be traded? I think so. I think that's why they went and got Carson Soucy. We'll talk about that when Andrew's on the show a little bit later in the day. But as far as going from there from a Rangers perspective, and we'll do like 5 minutes of this now, but I do want to save this for when Andrew, my co-host of Liberty Blue, is on. I really want to see the Rangers make something happen as far as putting Adam Fox in a position to succeed and giving him a defenseman that's worthy of being his partner, of playing on a first line with someone that good. Like, you saw the Canucks go out there and look, do I think Philip Roenick is perfect? No. He's a lot better than Tyler Myers, and that's who Quinn Hughes was playing with before Philip Roenick got there. I think you need to get a meaningful upgrade in that spot from what Ryan Lindgren was, and Carson Soucy's not that. Carson Soucy is not good enough to be playing on that line. Custo Hockey says, I think the org is tired of Mercer. They've had injuries up front, and he can't find a spot to fit. It's plausible. I think if I were trying to trade Dawson Mercer, I think it would be a similar conversation to what I just said about Keandre Miller. I would be looking to trade him for a restricted free agent who has team control. And Brian Rust is under contract, I believe, for another 2 years or so. But I would like to see Dawson Mercer, if I'm going to trade a player of that caliber, or at least a player with that potential, I want somebody I'm going to have on the team for a few more years and has the potential to get better, as opposed to someone like Rust, who very clearly has peaked as an NHLer and very well might start being on the backswing. Calgary Flames fan asks, are the Flames interested in anyone? I have heard, and granted, that's listening to podcasts and reading anything and reading blogs and reading columns, but I've heard the Flames might make a modest addition, looking at a top 9 forward, extra defenseman, just somebody to kind of show the guys on the team, hey, we appreciate the work you're doing this year. You've had a good year. We like you. We're appreciative of you. And we were talking about that before with Joey Erickson of Locked On Stars. They went out and got Cody Ceci and Mikael Granlund as kind of, you're doing a good job, guys. We appreciate you, ahead of what presumably is going to be them adding Mikko Rantanen at some point today. Okay, Sportsnet's in a commercial. Let's check the Twitter notifications. Elliot Friedman. New Jersey is getting close to extending defenseman Jonathan Kovacevic. Okay, UFA to be coming off the market. Somebody I like. I've liked what they've gotten from Kovacevic when he's played. He hasn't always been healthy, which has been an issue. The Devils at large really struggle with health. Look, I have been a big Dougie Hamilton shooter for his entire NHL career, but he can't stay healthy, and that is an issue. Big Alex Press follows up. If the Rangers don't change Jones, do you think they'll keep him in the lineup even with the new additions? I hope so. I think Zach Jones has shown you plenty over the last week or so to justify staying in the lineup. I think they are playing him with the mindset of showcasing him for a trade. I personally think he deserves to stay. I think he's undoubtedly one of their 3 best left-handed defensemen. If it were up to me, I would be running Zach Jones, Keandre Miller, and Calvin DeHaan. I don't really have much of an interest in Carson Soucy, but the organization wants the physical, penalty-killing, big, shot-blocking defenseman for whatever reason. I think the organization doesn't want to play Miller with Fox, because the Rangers feel like Keandre Miller's soft, that he's not great defensively. He doesn't hit. He doesn't block shots. And he doesn't block shots. He doesn't hit. That's fine. But he's significantly more mobile. He's the Rangers' best skating defenseman. I would love to see Miller and Fox get extended run together because their numbers when they've played together are outstanding. I'm going to go check on Natural Stat Trick right now just to give you guys some context and make sure I'm not talking too out of my ass here. But we'll do 3-year sample. Come on, Natural Stat Trick's always so slow. Adam Fox, Keandre Miller. Okay. If this will load. There we go. Okay. So we're going to share screen. Natural Stat Trick. Okay. So looking over here. All right. So this is over the last 3 years. So this is 2022 to the present. In that span, Keandre Miller and Adam Fox have played 464 even strength minutes, right? Yeah, even strength, 5-on-5. 63% of the scoring chances, 590 to 342. 289 to 173 in shots on goal. 25 to 16 goals for and against. 28 to 14 in expected goals. 119 to 72 in high danger chances. 8.65 shooting percentage tells you why this goal split is a little bit lower than the expected goal split. You probably stand another goal or two, probably, if you got a little bit better shooting luck. I don't know what forwards they probably were most commonly deployed with. I would assume Panarin, but I'm not positive. But that's really what I would like to see. I would like to see Miller playing with Fox. I would like to see probably Borgen with Jones, and then I assume they're going to want to play Soucy, even though I think DeHaan is better. Actually, that's a good idea. Let me pull that up. Compare skaters, single season, Soucy to Calvin DeHaan. And I'm glad I've been calling him Calvin DeHaan and not Michael Dalcole, which I mixed them up my entire life for whatever reason because they were both Islanders and they both have 3 names. Okay. Evolving Wild. Okay. So we talked about these before when we were looking at Beauvilliers, but you see the difference here. Carson Soucy's below average in all of these metrics this season. He's below the first standard deviation, so he's well below average in those in goals for, expected goals for, and chances for. So that tells you the Canucks are not creating a ton of offense when he's out there, and they're conceding quite a bit defensively. So DeHaan, above average chances for, above average expected goals against. So that tells you they have the puck a lot in the offensive zone. They hold the puck a lot. And it tells you that because of that, they're not conceding a lot of offense. They might be conceding a lot of volume, but not a lot of quality. And let's extrapolate it. Let's do 3 years? Yeah. So over a 3-year window, DeHaan still has better metrics than Carson Soucy. Soucy's on the left, DeHaan's on the right. Okay. So Hunter Hodes should be popping in relatively shortly to talk about the Penguins. We'll talk Beauvillier. We'll talk about the Tommy Novak for Michael Bunting trade. We'll talk Erik Karlsson, Rickard Rakell, and see if there's anything else in the pipeline. And Hunter occasionally has some good scoops, so maybe we'll get something ahead of time. Yeah, one of my friends just texted me upset that the Islanders are extending Kyle Palmieri. That does stink, but news. I really want to see someone make something crazy happen. What's Vegas going to do? You're sitting here watching this stream. I'm sitting here on the other end of this camera talking into it. And we damn well know the Vegas Golden Knights are going to do something today. The Vegas Golden Knights are going to do something crazy today. And that worries me because I really, really, really don't want to see the Oilers have to go through Vegas to make their way to the Stanley Cup final. And that scares me immensely. The prospect of the Oilers having to go through at least 2 of Vegas or Colorado, Vegas, Colorado, Winnipeg, and I am scared. I am genuinely scared. And to talk. and Raquel. I think that's how you spell Rickard Raquel's name. Raquel. It's no C. Okay. Okay, moving along. Beautiful. As we move along here and continue, we're about to enter the third hour of our stream. We're 2 hours in, so going into that third hour. But moving along and talking about the deadline, there are some teams I am curious to see what shakes out. I just talked about Vegas there for a minute. Big Al Express says, I wonder if the Rangers are willing to trade Laffy for a big name. I was having that conversation with one of my friends at like 1 a.m. last night before I went to bed. And it's the same thing I said for Keandre Miller. If there's a young guy with team control you like more than Lafreniere, do it. If there's a player out there that you think fits what you want to do better and has team control, so he's cost controlled, go and do it. I think Lafreniere is better than he's shown you this year. I think he's very much a conduit type player in the same way that JT Miller is, where if the team is playing well, he's going to look a whole lot better. And if the team is struggling, I think he's going to look a whole lot worse than they actually are. And that's kind of that's the conundrum, is who's a passenger and who steers the boat. Because that's really the conundrum in young player evaluation, is when you play a Lafreniere with a Panarin, how much is Lafreniere and how much is Panarin? As we can tell, and as we've learned this year, and it's true of Trocheck as well, not just Lafreniere, Panarin was driving the bus. Panarin had an MVP caliber season last year, and that drove Trocheck and Lafreniere to career highs. It got Lafreniere paid, and I am very happy from it. Chris Bernhard says Dallas isn't budging from $12 million a year. Rantanen wants 13. This is getting fun. I'd give Rantanen 13. I think so. The cap's going to keep going up. Connor's going to be over 16 next year. Jack Eichel's going to be over 16 million next year. Mitch Marner will probably be over 14 or 15 million as well. I think Rantanen is definitely worth that. And there's Hunter. Hunter, my friend, happy deadline day.
Yes, happy deadline day. I'm going to mute my laptop right now. Just saw the Kuzmenko deal. Looks like he's going to LA from Freeman. But brother, I'm on a high right now. My two dogs are in here. Anthony Beauvillier gets a second-round pick in the year 2025. I can't believe this.
One of my friends commented on the stream, back in my day, a second-round pick got you Jerome McGinley. Now it gets you Anthony Beauvillier. These are crazy times, man.
I have never seen a seller's market this bad. Like this is crazy. Like Anthony Beauvillier, he has 13 goals, totally fine. Bottom six player, you can play on your third or fourth line. The fact that he's getting a second round pick, and Washington wants it to be lower, of course, because they're all in on to win the cup this year. But the fact that he's getting a second back is honestly just ridiculous.
Crazy. I mean, Brock Nelson, the best player that is actively available, got a nice return. We'll see if Rantanen ends up getting done or not with Dallas, or if another team throws in at the last minute. But you imagine that Carolina is going to get at least one of Stankoven and Bork in return, which is a nice return. You'll probably get picks as well. As far as the Penguins, I know the copy and paste from the insiders has been, well, they have team control over Rickard Rakell, so they don't feel the need to trade him this year if they don't. Do you feel like they're, based on what the prices are right now, they're almost obligated to trade him?
I'm slowly getting there. I've been in the camp for a while where it's like, you don't have to do it. Like, his value is still going to be quite high, I think, this summer. Like, Nick, by the end of the season, he's going to be a 35, 40 goal scorer. I think he's going to beat his career high of 34. He's 5 away from tying it. He's 6 away from breaking it. And I think teams will still look at that and be like, okay, this is a player only making $5 million. He just scored 35 to 40. We'll still pay up to get this player because the cap is going up. But looking around these prices right now, if you can get a deal, for example, even a little bit better than the Brock Nelson one, which was really good, by the way, for a rental, I think Kyle Dubas has at the very least to consider it. But we also have to think about, is Dubas setting an insanely high price that teams don't want to match? Like, we don't know the full details about it. Like, all I know is that the price is really high. We just don't know if teams like really are willing to do it. Like, I'm guessing that's a first, top prospect, young roster player. They want younger roster players first and foremost. I don't know why my dog is whining about it. I think she wants more trades as well. But they want the younger players first, and then the prospects, and then the picks. Like that's really what they're looking for. But if you keep seeing more and more deals like this, and we're still only at noon, there's still 3 hours to go. I think Dubas could honestly be like, you know what? I might take my best offer no matter what, and I might just pull the trigger. Yeah, it's going to upset Sidney Crosby because this has been his best winger this year, and this will be 2 years in a row that they will trade his best winger. He's not going to be thrilled. But I really do think that, like, if you keep seeing like more of the forwards go a bit later today and they're bringing back even crazier returns like you saw last night, I think Dubas might be like, okay, might have to do it. But still, I won't be surprised if he doesn't, because he's not feeling the same pressure like he did last year to trade Jake Gensel. He's not.
So one other player, obviously, Erik Karlsson, his name has been out there.
Yeah.
Do you feel like that contract kind of makes it impossible to do in season? Do you think more likely than not that has to be a summer thing?
It's a summer move. Yeah. Like the cap's going to go up. The Penguins, they'll get more of their retention spots open, Nick. They only have one open right now. They'll get a couple more open up this summer. So if they have to retain on the last couple of years, retain a couple million where they are as an organization right now, don't think that's going to crush them. And by the way, you'll get a bigger return if you retain a little bit of that contract. So
yeah,
I think this is more of a summer move. I don't think he's on the team to start next season. I just don't think you're going to do it today. Like there'll be talks, but it's just too tough of a deal to make right now.
How do you feel about Tommy Novak for Michael Bunting?
I like it. I like this move quite a bit. I said it during our emergency show on Wednesday. With Bunting, he was never going to re-sign. Like he was fine to get back for Gensel. I liked him quite a bit as a net front guy, good on your top power play, can play top 6 minutes with Evgeny Malkin, but he was struggling a bit this year, kind of had an up and down year, really started the season a bit slow, got going a little bit, and then kind of went down a little bit. He was kind of streaky this year, and he was either, to me, going to get moved over the summer or by next trade deadline because he still had only a year left on his contract. So you move him, you get Tommy Novak in, who can play third line center, 27 years old. You make your forward group a bit younger in that deal. That's 100% a no-brainer for me and Kyle Dubas. And Novak, he's had a couple good years. This year, obviously, he only has 22 points, 13 of those are goals for counting stats, but this Nashville team stinks. There's not many players that are playing well on that Nashville team right now. But last year, had over a 40-point campaign, had 18 goals in one of his seasons. He's been playing fairly well on these Nashville teams. So I think if you can put him at third line center, maybe put someone like Tomasino with him if they don't want to put him with Gino full-time, which, by the way, that's what I would like to do. I like Tomasino with Malkin quite a bit. But if you put him with someone like Tomasino, I think they're going to cook together.
Continuing on that path, obviously the Penguins are prioritizing trying to get players in return because they feel prospects and picks are nice, but they don't want to have a prolonged extended rebuild period because you want to have Sid, Malkin, and Letang go out with relatively competitive teams. How realistic do you feel that path that they're trying to chart is right now?
It's tough because I think people have said like this offseason, like what are they going to do? Are they going to do a similar offseason to last offseason, or are they going to be a bit more aggressive, try to make the playoffs? I've been going back and forth on it because you can make a good argument for both. But where I've kind of settled on for right now, they're doing a rebuild on the fly. They're not trying to tear it down to the studs. They don't want to move Malkin. They don't want to move Letang. They don't want to move Crosby. They want these leaders around, a lot of these younger players that they want to bring in to try and kind of show them the ropes a little bit. They're basically rebuilding without moving a lot of their big guns. I know some people are going to think that's very dumb, but the players that are there, again, the big three, they don't want to go anywhere. Like some people will say, Nick, like, oh, you should just trade them and get big returns. Oh, that's good in theory. They don't want to leave. Crosby has specifically said he wants to retire as a member of the Penguin. I know you agree, Teddy. Evgeny Malkin has said he wants to play out his contract until next season. Chris Letang, I think he wants to retire a Penguin. There's been some other reports out there. I don't believe them as much. Karlsson, yeah, they'll look to move him. Brian Rust. People don't understand how much of a leader Brian Rust is in that locker room. Like he has no move clause for the rest of the season for a reason. I think he's going to wear an A on his sweater pretty soon for a while. He's that much of a leader. So they want to try and transition this next era of Penguins hockey pretty quickly here. I think you're going to see a similar offseason this summer where they're going to take some low-risk moves to try and, again, they're not intentionally tanking, but they're going to do low risk moves to try and flip at the next year's deadline. It's next summer, Nick, that I think they're going to be really aggressive. They'll have about $40 million of cap space. That's the year I think Kyle Dubas is going to be like, okay, yeah. For example, Malkin's contract is up. They'll have a bunch more cap space. That's the year I think they may try to start getting this team ready for a playoff push. It's much more of a thing on the fly, retool/rebuild on the fly, than a full thing where you're tearing it down like Buffalo, Chicago, Detroit, Anaheim, for example. They don't want to do something like that.
Do you think the Penguins are going to use all of these picks and prospects that they're acquiring, or could you see a world where they try and bundle a bunch of this stuff together to get more impactful players on a quicker timeline?
I think they are. Like, you look at how many picks they have at this deadline. I mean, for this draft, it's more than they've ever had in a draft in quite some time. But you know what, Nick, that's the price you pay when you win 3 Stanley Cups and you go to a 4th during a great era of Penguins hockey. But in my opinion, I think they are going to package a couple of these picks and maybe a prospect to try and go get a younger player. The Rangers first rounder that they got back in the Vancouver deal, if that's in this year's draft and the Rangers finish outside the top 13, which I think at this point they might with how they're playing right now, I think, in my opinion, that they will package that pick to try and go get a younger player. I think it's wise to package that pick and maybe a couple others in a prospect to try and go get a younger player. You need someone that can really help, not just now, but well into the future. You don't have a lot of players like that.
Rob Werner asks, where do you guys see Yari? Are the Penguins going to have to buy him out eventually? What's the plan there?
I mean, that's the $1 million question. I would not buy him out this summer. Kyle Dubas does not like buyouts. I don't think any team likes buyouts, by the way, but it's too much money for too long for him to go away. Their best course of action is going to try to attach a sweetener for someone to take that contract. Like, they have so many picks right now. I think you're going to have to attach a sweetener to it. Like, there's no reason for him to be on this team next season. I think he's just kind of cooked here. I would look to trade him with a sweetener. I think buyout is probably the last option, but I don't think he's on this team come next October.
So what do you think the goaltending situation looks like next year?
I think Blomqvist is going to be one of the goalies. We have to see what happens with Alex Nedeljkovic. Come here, Teddy. Come on. I'm going to let you out in just a second. But I think Blomqvist is going to be one of the goalies. They want to get him some work in the AHL. Ned might still be here. Time will tell if they look to move him potentially. If they do, I might see them bringing in like a 1B backup to help Blomqvist. But the biggest question, Nick, is Sergei Murashov. I don't know how familiar you are with this kid. He is by far their best goaltender in this system. He is lighting up the ECHL this year. His numbers are video game numbers, man. He wins every start he's down there. Basically a 920 goalie. He's had a small sample size in the AHL, but he's lighting up that league as well when he's been there. I'm not sure he's going to be ready next year because I think they might give him a full season in the AHL. But I think they see him as the goaltender of the future, and they are taking his development really seriously. Like, I think this kid, like, the traits that he has, the skill that he has already for being so young is unprecedented for a while. He has the potential to be very good.
So what do you see as their biggest goal over the next 12 to 24 months are for the Penguins? Is it just continuing to accumulate assets? Is it, like we said before, pushing some chips in and trying to find, an RFA with upside that they can drop into their top 6? What do you think is kind of Kyle Dubas's plan of action here?
Yeah, like you see all those picks that they have now. Like, I could see them making an offer sheet this summer, especially with the cap going up. They're going to have a little over 20 million of cap space this summer. Like, there's some good RFAs out there. Like, I really could see Dubas being like, you know what? Screw it. I'm going to go try to get a younger player that way. And if he can't find one through the trade market, I'm just going to go offer sheet one and see what he can do. Like, I think you're going to see more offer sheets this summer anyway, especially with the cap going up. I think you'll also try to see them, accrue more picks just because they have the cap space. They can take players off bad teams. Well, you know what? I'm going to keep talking while I'm saying this because my dog needs to go out of my room. Come on, guys. There you go.
Hey, man, we understand. It's a busy day.
They just, man, they just want to go bark outside of the window or something like that. It's okay. They're having fun on deadline day, but I think they want to, get some picks. They can take players that some other teams may not want because they need to create cap space. Like you saw that this summer, they did it with Kevin Hayes. Like they did it during the season also with Cody Glass. They're taking chances on, well, not with Hayes, he's a bit older now, but you see them taking chances on some younger players that some teams aren't really that interested in. Tomasino has been really good for them. I'm excited about him for next year. Glass hasn't been as good, but I still think they see something in him, in my opinion. But I think it's a bit of both. Like, they're going to look at offer sheets. They're going to look at trades. Their biggest goal is to make this team a lot younger and bring in some fresh new pieces that, this core can help and really show like winning ways. Like, you don't want your team to become a loser organization.
Yeah.
Like, that's the thing. Like, that takes a long time to get rid of. And that's, I think, the main reason why I'm really happy that the core guys don't want to leave, because they can show some of these guys the ropes and be like, this is what it takes to win in the NHL.
I had Joey Erickson on a little bit earlier of Locked On Stars, and we were talking about that from the perspective of the Stars never really blew it up entirely.
No.
That they had Sagan and Ben, they had Patrick Sharp there for a little while, they had Joe Pavelski in there for a little while, and having that type of veteran experience around those young guys, that matters, because as time goes on, you want to have that get passed on. And that's one of the things I think it's really important for the Penguins to do over the next 2.5, 3 seasons, while you still have Sid, Malkin, and Letang on the team. You want to have young guys around those guys for the next 2 or 3 years, so that when they do finally hang it up, you have that institutional knowledge from those guys being around. I think to some degree, Sid probably stays involved with hockey on some level with the organization, but it won't be the same effect as being teammates with a young guy. I think that matters a lot when we're talking about these young guys coming into a team. And part of why I think Chicago's having a hard time, part of why Buffalo, Ottawa, those teams just haven't had successful periods followed by that lull and then building it back up. They kind of just immediately tore it down.
Right, 100%. Like, they did it fairly quickly, and they traded all their big guns, and you're seeing like that process. It takes so much longer to get back up to the top. Like, for example, Nick, we're year 2 of Bedard now. Yeah. Chicago's still not even close.
No,
like, they're not. Like, they still need so much more talent. I mean, I hate saying this, but Buffalo, like, they're doing a rebuild from their prior rebuild. And by the way, according to Elliot Friedman, it looks like this is Norris and Bernard Darker for Cousins and Gilbert in a second. That is a very fascinating trade.
It's a trade for the sake of a trade. Like,
but also, like, Kevin Adams, are you just being desperate here? Or
yes,
I guess he's just trying to save his job. But like, they're still down bad with their rebuild from their rebuild. Like, it's taken Ottawa, Nick, a long time to get back up to even where they are right now, where they're just fighting to get into a playoff spot for the first time in a while. Like, again, the Ducks, like, it felt like a couple of years ago, oh, they were ready to break through. Nope. The losing continued. Like, it's still, it takes a long time to get rid of. And that's why you're seeing, some of these other teams do these little retools / rebuilds a bit quicker. I don't think the Penguins are going fully like Washington did, because Washington was really aggressive this past summer. They did more of an aggressive retool. Penguins are more of doing a rebuild on the fly, where, yeah, they're rebuilding with the main guys still on the team, but they're trying to do it as quickly as possible to try and start making the playoffs, in my opinion, and as soon as a couple years. Like, they don't want this to be a situation where they're in the basement for 3 to 4 to 5 plus seasons. Like, they want to get this going ASAP.
Kuzmenko got a 3rd round pick, bro. What are we doing? What's going on?
These prices are ridiculous. Again, I don't understand this trade for Buffalo. Why? Like, why? What does this trade do for you?
It's just a gamble for the sake of a gamble. Like, I think Cousins has shown more at the NHL level than Josh Norris. I think Josh Norris probably has better physical traits, but they're effectively the same guy. They're young-ish. They're on restricted free agent deals. They've underperformed. They've been on perpetually bad teams. It's not really a huge it's a double change of scenery.
Yeah.
I was talking about that in regards to before you popped in. I was talking about that in regards to Keandre Miller and Alexis Lafreniere. I had someone on the stream ask, would you be open to trading them? I said, sure, but I would want it to be that type of trade. I would want it to be a double upside. Like, if they wanted to do like Keandre Miller for Bowen Byram or Keandre Miller for Brand Clark, yeah, I would explore that. If you wanted to do Alexis Lafreniere for a similar forward in that profile who maybe needs a change of scenery, I'd be open to that too. But I think that's really your goal when you have those types of RFAs who are kind of peaking out at 24, 25, because you want to get as much as you can.
Right. And I like Cousins, at least to Ottawa, because even though he has a big $7 million cap hit, a lot of term, they see him as someone that can be there for the long haul. wasn't working out in Buffalo. I know Buffalo was also probably a bit scared to deal him because we've seen other really good players leave Buffalo and have instant success. We don't have to, go very far. Ryan O'Reilly, Jack Eichel, or just two that come to mind. Obviously, Brandon Montour as well. But I'm more curious to see what they do with JJ Peterka. There was the source off last night, Nick, we got Arthur Staple versus Frank Saravalli and stuff. We got, the meme where what does everyone know? Nothing at all. So I'm curious to see what happens with Peterka today. I think they would be making a mistake to deal him, but Buffalo they've been so poorly run for so long now that it wouldn't surprise me. It's going to get cooking here pretty soon. It's been more of a quiet week because a lot of the sellers are like just asking for such high prices, and we kind of have a cat and mouse game here. Like who's going to blink first? You're seeing it a little bit so far, but I think this is going to get really busy these next 2.5 hours.
I mean, there are interesting players out there. Brad Marchand is out there. Besser's out there. I mean, there are really good players that
Marchand screams Vegas, by the way. Screams Vegas.
Look, I've said it like 3 separate times since we started the stream at 10 a.m. Vegas has been too quiet. They haven't been linked to anybody yet today or throughout the course of the week. And look, if Mikko Rantanen ends up in Vegas, I think we can call the Western Conference playoffs a formality because, like, that's they've got their LTIR tricks lined up. You add Mikko Rantanen to that team. I already think Vegas is the best team in the West, and I think they're going to go and do something today to get better. I think Marchand probably makes the most sense, but I could definitely see Vegas making something funky happen here. I mean, they came out of nowhere with Noah Hannafin and Tomas Hertl last year.
Their front office is too savvy.
Yeah.
Like, they're going to do something. Like, they're quiet for a reason. Their owner is always all in. They're going to do something nuts today. Not sure it's going to be Rantanen. I'm not sure what's going on with that situation. I think Dallas is trying to get a contract done.
That's what Emily Kaplan reported, that the trade has been agreed to. It's just a matter of if the Stars can get a contract agreement done.
And it's curious that they're having a bit trouble just because of the state income tax situation, right? So you'd figure that this would be a bit easier in Dallas. So I don't know. Maybe he wants to test the market. I'm not sure. I think that situation is holding some things up.
What I said, and I said this like right before you came on, the thing I find interesting is we're about to enter uncharted waters for the NHL at large, where Leon's extension is going to kick in this summer. Next year, you have McDavid and Jack Eichel. Marner will be this summer as well. All 4 of those guys are going to reset the market at their respective position each time they come up over the next 24 months. And this would be the 3rd team that tells Mikko Rantanen, no, you're not worth $13 or $14 million in a 4-month window. And the question then becomes, are we saying that Mikko Rantanen isn't worth the money he's asking for? Are we as NHL teams saying, no, we're not paying that for a player? Because I think that very well might be the case where teams are just saying, you might be worth it, but we're not spending that on you.
Right. I think that might be what it is. Like, I know I had a tweet on Blue Sky last night where it's like Tom Dundon's not beating the we can't retain great players allegations just because this is another situation of it. Like, you had it with Jake Ensel last year.
You had it with Dougie Hamilton a couple years ago.
You have it with Mikko Rantanen. Like, sooner or later, like, you need to, as a front office and as an owner, you need to be able to keep great talent on your team. And the more this keeps happening, the more of a reputation that you build as an owner. So I'm not sure what's going to happen with this situation. I wouldn't be surprised if Rantanen just tests the market this year. It's going to be interesting. If a trade can't go through, how does Carolina proceed with this? Because, like, I feel like it's going to be such an awkward situation with Rantanen for the rest of the year. Yeah, he's going to play hard, but this is going to feel like such a weird situation, especially for the rest of the players on this team that are also, like, following all of the news with this.
I really am curious because the thing I love about the deadline, and I've been saying this for a week now, this is the one time all year where general managers kind of have to tell us what they're thinking through the moves they make. You know, if you think your team is soft, the way I think Stan Bowman thinks the Oilers are soft, that's why he went out and got Trent Frederick and Max Jones. He felt that team needed more forechecking, more guys who could cycle, more guys who could just throw their bodies around. And adding Jake Wallman, that tells you, well, we don't trust our top 4 defensemen. And I like the Jake Wallman fit because he's got team control. He's a good puck mover. He can play left and the right, but it's one of the really only times a general manager can't BS you. And we say this all the time on Locked On NHL. It's not the GM's. It doesn't help the GM, to be honest, to say what they want to do at all.
Of course, no, you have to be a bit posturing a little bit. Like you have to lie at least a little bit to the media. Like that's every good GM does that. Like even just to make a comparison to the NFL. I remember last year at the Combine, the Steelers were like, "Oh yeah, you know, we got full faith in Kenny Pickett." That dude was dealt 2 weeks later. Like you got to lie a little bit, man. Like you can't just say like, "Oh yeah, this guy stinks," or "Oh yeah, like you know, this player like blah 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 blah." Like you got to hype him up a little bit while keeping back like what you actually think. Like, for example, last year, Kyle Dubas had a really interesting statement about Ryan Graves, basically saying, like, yeah, you know, he struggled, but, you know, we're willing to work with him. This year, it's been kind of more of the same. You don't think he wants to go out there and say, like, yeah, we want to get rid of this guy? Of course he does. Like, they're probably going to try to do that this summer. But talking bad about a player like that is just, it's not going to get you anywhere. So you just got to be tactful. That's how a lot of GMs are, regardless of the sport, football, baseball, basketball, hockey. It really doesn't matter.
It doesn't benefit you. There's no way at all there that it can help you as a general manager to let anyone else know what you're thinking. I mean, that's part of why we think Vegas is so good, is that they linger in the shadows, and then when the opportunity strikes, they pounce. They go out and add whoever it is they need to. I'm very curious to see what ends up happening, and we've been making Scott Lawton jokes for like 2 years now, but if Scott Lawton gets a first-round pick, we might need to fold the league.
We got to shut it down. You can't, like...
What the hell is going on? Shut it down.
He just got a second-round pick, so we might have to shut down the league for that again.
Kuzmenko got a third-round pick. I mean, what are we doing?
Yeah, like, some of these prices are... Again, I haven't seen a seller's market like this in a long time. Honestly, I don't even remember the last time I've seen a seller's market like this. Like, this is... And, like, there's such few teams that want to sell.
Yeah.
Because... like the standings are so close. There's so much parity in the league. Like there's only, I can count the number of sellers almost on one palm. Literally. Like there's a little bit on my other palm, but there's not many this year, man. Like that's what happens. And Scott Lawton, like I saw there, did you see the Ristolainen price as well? I saw a first prospect and stuff. I'm like, for Rasmus Ristolainen in 2025, what are we doing here?
Look, I'll be fair. John Tortorella's gotten the best hockey of Ristolainen's life out of him the last 2 years. But the minute you take him out of there, it's not going to work.
Yes.
Fundamentally, it's not going to work. Especially, you know, what, you're going to drop him on your right side if you're the Leafs behind Tanev whenever Tanev comes back from IR, and you're going to feel good about that? Not really. The Leafs are funny. And when I started the day with Connor Hebchek of Winnipeg Sports Talk, we were talking about it from the perspective of, if you're the Leafs, they've oscillated back and forth between going out and adding skill, like the year they went out and got Ryan O'Reilly, and then the next year they went out and got Max Domi. That would tell you this, in theory, should be a year they go out and try and get, you know, a Ryan O'Reilly, or I would have said a Brock Nelson. He's not on the board anymore. It seems like Kyle Palmieri's not going to be on the board.
They've been too quiet, Toronto. I think they're cooking something up. I think they got to do something here, man. Like Tampa Bay just went all in. Florida's all in once again. Kachuk's going to come back for the playoffs. You are in the tougher division right now. You're going to have to go through one, if not both of those teams, Nick, to get to the conference final, if not the Stanley Cup final. You have to make a move. Like there's no excuse for me. Marner's up after this year. Tavares, you have that situation. Yeah. This could be your last hurrah with the core four. Come on.
And like you said, the West is definitely better. We've been talking about this on Locked On NHL for weeks now, that the West is just, there are 6 teams that could win the West. In the East, it's maybe Florida, Tampa, and if you want to extend that olive branch to Carolina and Washington, sure, but I think Florida and Tampa Bay are definitely better than Carolina and Washington.
I think so. I mean, I would take Florida over them. Tampa Bay, now that they made these additions and they're getting 9-24 goaltending, I think I would take them now over
That
Washington.
game last night was a lot of fun. The
That was
the
back and
Buffalo
forth
Tampa
hockey.
Bay game.
Buffalo was playing really well, honestly. But I think before they made those moves, I was like, I would still take Washington. Now that Tampa Bay has the depth, and I still think they might add another defenseman today because I think they could use more help on their blue line. I think I would take them in the 7-game series, especially with how great Point is in the playoffs, how great Kucherov is in the playoffs. We all know how great Jake Gensel is in the playoffs. I saw it here in Pittsburgh for so many years. But I think I would take them. But the thing is, Washington might only have to see one of them, Nick. Like,
Yes.
I think we're going to get a Battle of Florida probably in the second round, and sign me up for 7 games of Braden Point and Kucherov just going at it with Sam Bennett and Kachuk and Sorelli. That is going to be a great hate watch for both those teams. Great for the neutral fan as well, but that's going to be so great for the sport. We need another Battle of Florida.
It's been very spicy whenever we've had it. The last 2 times we've had it, the series have both been really good. Even last year, I know Tampa Bay was out in 5, but Tampa Bay should have won game 1, in all honesty. I still think about that net front scramble with I think it was 15 seconds to go, and Stamkos missed the open net, and then that game went to overtime, and Florida won in overtime. Tampa Bay very easily could have won game 1, and anytime you get to a game 6 or 7, that's where things start getting weird, man. All you got to do is get there.
Yep, 100%. And, it's funny, Florida was the big, Tampa Bay was the big brother for so long. They dominated Florida in one of those series. And then you saw little brother strike back. Had a big growth spurt, especially last year. Now you got big brother coming back and hey, I made these moves now. You hit a growth spurt. Now it's time to see what you're made of now that you've hit that growth spurt. So it's fun making that little comparison because it's going to be so much fun. Again, big brother, little brother, and then got the growth spurt, almost the same height. And now it's just 2 heavyweights going at it. I need that in the playoffs. But, again, Toronto's been quiet. I'm trying to think. Winnipeg's also been really quiet right now. I think Cheveldayoff has to do something, man. This is the best.
They were supposedly on Brock Nelson, and I don't know what they're going to alternate to because, there's not another center with that profile. I guess Ryan O'Reilly, but he's got term. The Jets have a ton of money. They could conceivably do Ryan O'Reilly for the next 2 years as well, but I just don't think there's another guy that fits what they really need. So I think you definitely are going back to the drawing board there.
Also, Ranson is going to Dallas. He's just signing.
Okay. Yeah, there it is. 8 by 12. Okay.
Wow. 12. Didn't Carolina offer 12.5?
That's what it was reported, yes. But Dallas...
He must have not wanted to sign there because I'm pretty sure that it was reported that they offered him right around there.
Yeah, it could be the no state income tax thing too. There's layers to it, but I like the fit. Dallas gets another fin to their growing, burgeoning pool of them. I'm very curious to see what Dallas is sending back. I think it's going to be probably one of Bork or Stankoven. I don't think you'll see Wyatt Johnston in this trade, as I saw some people speculating about, because I think Johnston's one of the foundational pieces of that team going
he's
forward.
Also an RFA, if I recall correctly.
Yes, at the end of the year, he's an RFA, correct. Yeah.
So you
wouldn't want to... Yeah, they got to figure out. We were talking about that with Joey of Locked On Stars before you got on around 11:30, and we were talking about what it does for their core going forward. They got Miro under contract. They've got Rope under contract. They've got Jason Robertson under contract. It's really just a matter of figuring out what you're going to do around them. You're probably going to need a Matt Duchene replacement because he's probably going to leave this year and go get paid. You probably have to figure out long-term your Jamie Benn and Tyler Seguin replacements and go from there.
Yeah, I think so too, but this sets up their window to keep contending for so much longer. Him, Robertson, Rupe, hence. I mean, Dallas is now right back in it, man. I think a lot of people have been sleeping on the Stars this year, but they're going to get Hastinen's going to be healthy for the playoffs. If Ottinger heats up, especially in the playoffs, it's going to be so much fun. I even tweeted this last night when this was going down. Buddy, I need Colorado, Dallas, 7 games. Come on. Rantanen versus his former team now that he's back in the same division. That would also be fun as well. But, with Carolina, I would have just kept him. I would have just said,
roll the dice?
Yeah, I would have rolled the dice. I would have said, you know what? Screw it. I know you're not signing right now, but we want to keep working at this. We think we can win a Stanley Cup this year. We have a really good roster. We want to keep you for the rest of this year and keep working on a contract during the regular season and then into the playoffs, because you'll be the only team that can sign him to an 8-year deal. Now that you're trading him, that's obviously off the table, but I would just kept him, man, especially in a conference as weak as this. Now you're trading him. You lost Marty Necas for nothing, who's also lighting it up in Colorado. Still got to see who they're getting back from Dallas, but I don't know, man. I think Tulsky and Dundon, I don't know, they might have Galaxy bringing this to me. Still, I want to see the return, but I would have just kept him.
I would have just kept Necas and Drury. Like, I wouldn't have made the trade without getting the extension done first, the way Dallas did today.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I would have wanted to broach that conversation and understand what his price point was and went from there, because you put yourself in a bad spot. Nobody you're getting back from Dallas is as good as Marty Necas or probably as good as Jack Drury. Like, I think Stankoven's decent. I think Bork is decent, but neither of those guys is what Marty Necas is right now.
Right. And I'm also curious to see, I wonder if this puts Carolina in the Brock Besser sweepstakes.
I could see that, using the money to go spend it on. I think
there's been reports that Besser might get moved by 3:00. And if he's not going to sign there, it makes sense. Like, just move him for what you can now. In Vancouver, I know they're in a playoff race, but still, I'd probably look to do it. I really wonder if Carolina will be in on that.
I do like the idea. I like that idea for Carolina. I love Brock, one of my favorite players in the league. I'll be very curious to see what he gets on the open market, because I think he's one of the more typical archetypes you see get to July 1st, the big goal scorer who doesn't contribute a lot as far as play driving. And I just want to see what that's worth in the landscape that we're walking into now, where everyone's going to have money to burn. I think that's going to be the really interesting thing this summer to see, is how everyone burns money. Chris Bernhardt says, we all know Necas wanted out this past summer. Why didn't you just trade him then? Seattle wanted him. You couldn't work out. Yeah, I mean, you raise a good point, Chris. And you always have more candidates for a trade during the summer. You always are going to have more opportunities to make trades during the summer.
Yep. He even requested a trade during the summer. So, I know that he agreed to that deal, but there were teams, I think Friedman was saying on 32 Thoughts, like, there were a couple of teams that were really aggressively going after him, and they just decided, like, no, we don't want to do it, even though Necas was still a bit unhappy. So, yeah, man, like, I agree with Chris. He raises a good point. You probably could have just done it over the summer, and now, if you don't, I think they're still going to do something else by the deadline. Like, you kind of have to. Like, you're not going to have, Brandon, you're not going to have Necas. Like, I feel like we might be seeing something similar happen with Carolina, like another really good regular season followed by another first or second round exit where they just can't get it done when it matters. Like, when you go up against a team like Florida or Tampa, you see Carolina's system get a bit exposed because it's all gas, no brakes for Rob Brindamore.
I really am curious, man. We still got 3.5 hours and change to go in the Eastern time zone. Hunter, I'm going to get you out of here because I know you've got other work to do. We've got another guest coming in at 1:00. Thank you so much for stopping by, my friend.
Yes, of course. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. I'll see you next week on Locked On NHL.
See you then, brother. Thank you again to Hunter for swinging by. Armando Velez of Locked On Florida Panthers will be here at the top of the hour to talk about the Seth Jones trade, whether or not the Panthers might be looking ahead at making another move ahead of the 4:00 deadline, when Matthew Tkachuk will be returning from injured reserve, and really kind of giving some color, because for all of the Washington Capitals' regular season success this year, I personally have a hard time seeing a world where they're going to beat the Florida Panthers in a best-of-7 series should they get to the conference final. And that's really one of the perils of this playoff format, the division-heavy alignment, because I really like the season the Capitals are having. I'm happy for my Capital fan friends. I'm very glad a lot of guys I've liked over the years, whether it's Dylan Strome, Jacob Chikrin, Connor McMichael, excuse me. The young guys and the dart throws they've made over the last year and a half and change have really worked out well for them. Chikrin is going to have money Chychrun is going to have a crazy opportunity to make a ton of money this upcoming summer. I'm sure Chris is going to pop back into the chat to say, I want the Rangers to match the whatever offer Chychrun gets on the open market, because Chychrun is the kind of player that you feel would be a good fit for Adam Fox. Very mobile, great skater, good puck skills. I think he has 16 or 17 goals this year, and it's only March, and he's very much going to have a chance to push for 20, which is really upper bound as far as what offensive defensemen can give you. I can't believe that the Stars got Mikko Rantanen today. That's absolutely crazy. That's a tremendous, tremendous hockey player. No. Any news? No. Okay. Oh, another Friedman tweet. Luke Schenn from Pittsburgh to the Jets. Okay, there is another trade for the Jets. I hope Connor isn't too upset with that. Weak Dizzy says, wish the Capitals would have made more splash moves instead of adding a bunch of bottom six options. As far as the deadline, I agree with you. If I were a Capitals fan, I would have wanted them to go out and get, a Blockbuster, a Kyle Palmieri, a really upper echelon goal scorer to augment your team, because you need more goal scoring. You can never, ever have enough goal scoring in the NHL playoffs. And the Capitals have largely gotten by this year with quality bottom six play. I think Beauvillier is probably going to end up on their fourth line, and that'll push Duhaime or Ethan Frank out. And you'll figure it out from there as far as fit and who's going to play with who. But I still think we've got bigger fish to fry. I think we'll see Marchand. I think we might see something happen as far as Ryan O'Reilly, but we'll see. We shall see. Let me click on over to Sportsnet. Okay, Buskauskas and Ethan and Elliott are at the table. Okay, Luke Schenn to the Jets is interesting simply for the fact that they needed a defenseman. Like that's really it. The Jets needed a defenseman, and whether or not you're going to actually play him over Logan Stanley is a different question. I like to think you're going to do that, and you're going to have Logan Stanley as your seventh defenseman, as Connor Hrabchek of Winnipeg Sports Talk was talking about to start the stream this morning. Logan Stanley turns the puck over a ton, and Chris says with Mikko off the market, getting a guy like Chychrun is 10 more times important than adding someone like an Ehlers. Agreed. I think what Chychrun brings to you offensively from the back end, for as far as Chychrun, I think the Rangers desperately need another puck mover. I think that's been their biggest issue over the last handful of seasons, is they just don't have someone other than Adam Fox capable of really meaningfully driving possession and effectively driving offense. It's really hard to do that at a high level in the NHL. And you saw it in the Rangers series against the Panthers. You saw it 3 years ago against Tampa Bay. When you are consistently in your own zone for prolonged periods of time and it really starts to break down defensively, it's a hard place to live. It's a hard place to be when you are constantly on your heels and you are constantly expecting your goalie to bail you out. It's just not a favorable position to be in. Can you overcome that? Sure. The Rangers have beaten Carolina in the playoffs twice in the last 3 years with that mindset, with that approach. It's doable. You can get by doing that, but I'm looking at Sportsnet right now, and they're talking about Braden Schenn, and let the hockey gods put Tom Wilson on the same line as Brad Marchand and Trip Riley. I think that's a hilarious idea. The Capitals trading for Marchand, adding Marchand to a team that already has Tom Wilson would be really good for content. They're both so insufferable and so annoying. Willie Screedia says, would you do Loff and Jones for Peterka and Byram? Let me look at the contracts, actually. That's an interesting idea. Second and a fourth for Luke Schenn is crazy. Luke Schenn stinks. Luke Schenn is not good, and he got a second round pick. That's crazy. Okay. Let me look at the contracts. Byram is an RFA this summer, and Peterka is... Where's Peterka? They're both RFAs after the summer, Peterka and Byram. That scares me a little bit. I think I would consider doing that trade purely because to get cheaper. I think Lafreniere's contract isn't going to age terribly because the cap is going to go up, but I think you can get Peterka for significantly less than what Lafreniere is going to cost, and that kicks the can down the road a little bit. It frees up more cap space, and the Rangers, we assume, are going to be players over the next 24 months for guys like Jack Eichel, for guys like Jacob Chikrin. And I agree with you, Chris, who says Drury needs to listen to offers for Kreider and Keandre Miller if guys like Luke Shen are getting second-round picks. If Anthony Beauvillier is getting a second-round pick, I mean, yeah, I think even in a down year, if guys like that are getting twos, I think there's a world there's a world where I think Chris Kreider can get you a first-round pick, definitely. I think even if it's not till next year or if it's a conditional first, I would more than happily take that for Chris Kreider because, like I said before, not only does getting Kreider out of your lineup give you his cap space back, I think Kreider's like $6 million per year. You have Cooley, you have Othman, you have Berard, you assume you're going to have Gabriel Perreault, you have Artemi Panarin. And I agree with you, Willie Skrida. Kreider has his lowest value right now. His value's never been lower as an NHLer. He's been hurt all year. He's massively underperforming his production from last year. I don't think you're going to get as good of a return as you possibly could get, maybe in the summer, maybe if you're willing to retain salary, but I think based on what the market is more than anything, that's why I would be willing to at least try try and facilitate a Kreider trade. The yawning will increase incrementally throughout the day. The Oiler game went to overtime last night. That didn't end until probably quarter to 12 o'clock. Had to do the show, edit, and that reminds me, I forgot to check to see. It finally uploaded. Okay, there we go. Hang on 1 second. There's something else I need to do before I let this publish. Okay, come on. This website is so slow. The Oiler game ended late last night. I'm tired. It's going to be a long night. I'm going to Devils Jets tonight. I'm excited. I get to wear my Mark Scheifele jersey. I bought that jersey when I was a sophomore in college, and I think I've only worn it to parties. I don't think I've never worn it to a Jets game because I've only ever seen the Jets play the Rangers, and obviously I'm never going to wear the other team's jersey playing the Rangers. It's the same thing with the Mets. I have so many baseball jerseys that I only really wear to parties or to like barbecues because I'm not going to wear them when they're playing the Mets because it's bad juju. It's bad vibes. You wouldn't want to do that. As far as, is this working or no? Okay. No, it isn't. As far as where we're going from here, so we still got at least 3 more guests lined up. We may have a fourth. I'm trying to get that fourth person. Let me text her right now. Okay, now that text is out. Okay, back to the conversation at hand. I am looking forward to finally seeing the Jets in person against a team that's not the Rangers. Besser might be going to Carolina. I don't know. To me, that doesn't seem like a good fit for Rod. I agree with you. I love Besser. I have a Besser jersey over there in my collection of a bazillion jerseys. One of my favorite players, one of the nicest guys in the NHL. He's not a great skater. He doesn't fit Carolina's energy. And I'm curious. The man 2816 says sucks to see Kreider's number definitely going to be retired. Terrible way for him to leave, but it's a business in the end, right? I agree with you wholeheartedly. I mean, entering the year, we thought we were going to see Kreider finish a bunch of records off for power play goals, for points, and instead we're talking about a player's tenure once again unceremoniously moving. Will Scredia says, shouldn't the Rangers try to flip one of their 6th third pair D-men? I think you'll see them trade Zach Jones today. I think Zach Jones is going to get moved. I think there's a world where you could see Keandre Miller get moved if you want to go a little more splashy and try and get a more impactful roster player. I think they probably trade Zach Jones, but I'm not positive. I think Zach Jones will always be more valuable to another team than the New York Rangers just because they don't value him a whole lot skill set wise. Chris Bernhardt says Tulski's absolutely panicking. You're right. They panicked. They got Rantanen without thinking about the consequences of it. You know, it's like what Goldblum says in Jurassic Park. You didn't stop to think whether or not you should just because you could. It's really kind of, it's the peril of making that type of trade when you acquire a pending free agent, and you don't really have it. You don't really have it. No worries at all. You really don't know. Jones definitely should have been given a chance. He's been pretty good in the wake of Fox injury. I agree with you. The man 28-16, I've been pounding the table to play Zach Jones. I think in the week he's been playing regularly, I would do it. I would love to play Zach Jones consistently in the Rangers 6 defensemen regularly. I think he gives you infinitely more puck skills than Ryan Lindgren. I think he's just a flat out better player than Carson Soucy. I think he's probably a better player than Calvin DeHaan, though I like what I've seen from Calvin DeHaan, who I hope stays in the lineup. Like I've said more than once, Law into the lease from Pagnotta. Okay, we're gonna hold our breath there because Dave Pagnotta is not the most reliable source, but I do see the fit there. I've been saying Scott Law into the Leafs since the stream started this morning. Raphael says, if this organization can trade Lundqvist, they can move Kreider. Yeah, I mean, they traded Brian Leetch on his birthday. They bought out Henrik Lundqvist. They traded Zuccarello. This is a business. This is a business, and I agree. I think nobody in hockey is safe. Wayne Gretzky's was traded a handful of times. If the greatest player in the history of the sport can be traded multiple times, very clearly guys like Kreider, who are great players, really important, really culturally significant as far as both your team and your fan base. You know, I've got a Kreider jersey in the closet. I forget when I got it, how long ago I've had it. You know, you never want to see guys like that leave on bad terms. But unfortunately, like we were talking about earlier, that's one of the realities of sports now, that you have to make these really cutthroat decisions because of the salary cap, because of external factors that aren't always based on talent. I mean, in an ideal world, if you're the Hurricanes, you would have kept Rantanen and rolled the dice this summer. But if you're Eric Tulski, it's hard to justify that to your owner, Tom Dundon, this summer. Damn, bro, we got to make you the stat coach. You know what you're saying, and the stash you got going is crazy. Thank you. I appreciate that. Big Al Express, Tanev to Winnipeg. I assume you're talking about Brandon Tanev, and Brandon Tanev to the Jets is something we had talked about earlier with Connor Hrabchek of Winnipeg Sports Talk, as far as someone they might pivot to after not being able to get Brock Nelson. Brandon Tanev for a second-round pick. Again, that is really intense. And then Toronto and Philadelphia, Scott Lawton. Okay, so far I've done a reasonable job. I guessed Scott Lawton to the Leafs. That's good. Ranted into Dallas. No, that was not happening. A second for Luke Shen and a second for Brandon Tanev is crazy to me. I think Brandon Tanev is fine. I don't think he's anything significant. I mean, then again, you know, Anthony Beauvillier got a second. We're talking about crazy stuff here, man. We are getting into uncharted waters as far as a seller's market. Moving along, we do have Armando Velez coming in at 1 o'clock to talk about the Panthers, Seth Jones, their season so far, if they're going to do anything ahead of the deadline. I'm going to take one more bathroom break before then as well, because we're going guests back to back. We're going to have Armando from 1 to 1:30, and then I think Andrew's supposed to pop in at 1:30 if I remember correctly. Yeah, Andrew's going to pop in at 1:30. Armando will be at 1. We have Avery at 2:30, and we might have one more guest other than that I'm trying to work through. She's currently at Wells Fargo to try it for a conference call for Doug Armstrong for the Blues, and then she's also there for the Flyers press conference that assuming is going to happen later in the day. So we're going to see what's going to happen there, but more guests to come. Real quick before I take the second break of the stream, hit the bathroom, grab another drink to keep on moving so I don't lose my voice here. I am really loving this. Raphael, I agree with you. I think the Panthers are the best team in the East. I largely think their style translates very well to the playoffs. I think they have so many proven playoff performers and guys like even like someone like Carter Verhaeghe, who's having a down year this year. Carter Verhaeghe's got like the third most playoff goals of any forward over the last 3 postseasons. Let me check that real quick. Stat Muse. Yeah, Carter Verhaeghe. So it's most goals since the 2022-2023 playoffs. Number 1 is Draisaitl. Number 2 is Hyman. Number 3 is Sam Reinhart. Number 4 is Carter Verhaeghe. Number 5 is Matthew Tkachuk. Number 11 is Alex Barkov. Number 13 is Sam Bennett. Consistently making the playoffs and having guys who show up in those big spots. That's really what it comes down to that time of year. Chris says, my God, imagine the Leafs trade Easton Cowan or Fraser Mitten for Lawton. That'd be hilarious. Scott Lawton's fine. I like Scott Lawton, the person, a lot. He's a good dude. All my Flyer fan friends love him, one of their favorite players. But I don't know, man. I think what Scott Lawton brings, you could have gotten in the summer for cheaper. I think a lot of Tree Living's bad decisions, like Max Domi, Max Domi trading for Kale Yarncroc signing Kale Yarncroc, signing Ryan Reeves, like just spending money for the sake of spending money to tell your owner, look, we changed it. We solved our issues. We got tougher. We got more hard to play against. It's a nice idea, but you would rather have that flexibility right now. You would rather not need to trade a Fraser Mitten or an Eastern Cowan for Scott Lawton. And yeah, Scott Lawton will be on the team next year, but you're not doing. Scott Lawton is not the difference between winning and losing a playoff series to Florida or Tampa Bay. And right now, as we sit here, I want to say the first round matchup would be Toronto-Tampa Bay, and everyone and their mother's going to pick Tampa Bay. You've got noted Leaf killer Nick Paul. You've got the best player in the series in Nikita Kucherov. All due respect to Austin Matthews, but Kucherov's having a better season and has frankly been a better player this year. Continuing down this path, we are going to see something weird happen in the next 3 hours and change, 3 hours, 5 minutes on the East Coast, where it's 12:55 p.m. Eastern here on this Liberty Blue / Locked On Oilers trade deadline coverage stream. And we're going to have our next guest pop in 5 minutes, Armando Velez of Locked On Panthers, who's really doing a nice job covering a Florida team that's burgeoning, that's blossoming, and has really sustained itself as one of the better contenders, that's really built a strong foundation at the same time while willing to be able to move on. You know, not a lot of GMs would have had the courage to trade a Jonathan Huberdeau and a Mackenzie Weegar for Matthew Tkachuk, and it has paid unreal dividends there. I love what the Panthers have done, and it's why they're going to continue to stay competitive. They have so much talent, and Ekblad will come off their books this summer. Seth Jones is going to slide into that spot. I think it's going to be really interesting to see how Bill Zito continues to build out that defense year over year. They've taken some good upside gambles, OEL and Nico Mikkola last year. This year, Nate Schmidt has worked out very nicely for them as well, and we'll see what happens there. All right, we're going to take our second break of the stream. I will be right back after this. Okay, we are back up. Really had to use the bathroom there, so I'm glad I didn't miss too much well, you guys didn't miss too much while I was gone. Armando should be popping in any minute. There he is. Beautiful. Okay. Hello, Armando, my friend. How are we doing today? Happy trade deadline day.
Doing well, and yourself? How's everything?
So far, we're 3 hours in. My voice is still working. I haven't lost my mind yet. Having a steady stream of guests popping in has definitely helped, but I'm glad you're here.
Thank you. Very thankful to be here.
So let's start with the biggest fish as far as the Panthers. What did you make of the Seth Jones acquisition? Do you think this makes sense as far as the long-term vision with Ekblad being a free agent this upcoming summer? Walk me through your Seth Jones thought process.
It's funny. It was one of those trades where in the first 10 minutes, I didn't like the trade, but then I had to take my temperature from one level and down a little bit, kind of like the same thing with Matthew Tkachuk. With when he was traded, and then seeing that it was Jonathan Huberdeau and a first for them and shipping out the door. But then when you think about the amount of benefit of the doubt that Bill Zito has earned throughout the years, it was like, okay, you got to trust the guy to know the way he's doing, and to know that, a lot of people saw 7 million AAV for Seth Jones and like, oh, that could have been the Montour contract. Not exactly. The Panthers had to be in a position to accrue some cap space with not being an LTIR, and then of course the situation with Matthew Tkachuk. But then when you think about how Seth Jones in Chicago was the guy who was just heavily relied on for a team that had one front office sign him and then the transition to the next while rebuilding. He's not going to be asked to do as much as far as the short term. What that means for the long term for things, it's going to be a different story for the Panthers here, because right now they have 6 open roster spots for the upcoming summer with 19 million. Mackie Samoskevich is going to be an RFA this offseason, and I would hope that the Panthers can get him somewhere along 8 times 5, which it would be a bit of a squeeze at first, but in the long term, I feel like that is going to be beneficial for the Panthers. So I think it's a matter of it's going to be one of Ekblad or Bennett, and if they do find a way to keep both, and they're just off by a few dollars, we could see a situation where Evan Rodriguez could be the one getting traded out to create the cap room. And if they truly believe that someone like Jesper Boquist is going to take the next step into being that guy who's going to be flexible up and down the lineup.
That's one of the really nice things about being a team like the Panthers, is that you can do dart throws like Jesper Boquist. You can do dart throws like Nate Schmidt. Last year it was OEL and Nico Mikkola, where you feel really good about your foundation. And because you have cap constraints, you have to take those throws at guys who have upside, who have potential. And the good part of that is, if you're a good team, guys will take less money on a prove it deal and say, well, if I play well here, I can parlay that. I mean, OEL did it to a T. Got one really good year, won a Stanley Cup, and then instantly went and got paid.
Yeah. And same thing with Anthony Stolarz last year. And honestly, Anthony Stolarz is the biggest unsung hero for the Florida Panthers last year, because it allowed Spencer Knight to get some seasoning into AHL, and the goaltenders were healthy all season long last year for them. And it's the same thing for the goaltenders this year, knock on wood for the Panthers. And also it's not just Jesper Boquist who's a cost control guy for the Panthers. I mean, Anton Lundell now has a deal up to 2030. AJ Greer is their Ryan Lomberg replacement, who signed a 2-year deal in the off season for them. And also on the defense, I mean, Nico Mikkola, I mean, you experienced the Nico Mikkola experience in New York. He wasn't seen as a guy who was gonna be impactful on a Stanley Cup winning team, but then you see him paired with Brandon Montour last year, and that's carried on into this year. He has a career high in points and goals for him. Now Nico Mikkola, he's cost control. And even in his next deal, when the Panthers do have more cap space in 2026 with Bobrovsky's contract coming off the books, they could even give him a short-term raise for him, even at double his salary, which will be $5 million. That's still a good amount with the cap going up if he were to still be a second-pair defenseman for the Panthers. So I think if there's even a little bit of continuity there, it won't cost an arm and a leg. And Dmitry Kulikov, after making the biggest sweep around the crease that led to the game-winning goal for them, he signed a 4-year deal just at 1.15. So he's a mainstay for the Panthers here. So it's a whole bunch of cost control talent. The Panthers are able to reset things year after year. And that's what also the opportunity they gave themselves when taking Spencer Knight off their books.
So Hunter was talking about this before Hunter and I were talking about this when he was on. We both really want to see a Battle of Florida in the second round again because it would be a lot of fun as neutral observers. Do you feel like Tampa Bay is the biggest threat in the East to Florida, or do you think it's someone else?
I would say it's Tampa Bay. It has to be them. They have the pedigree. They increased their depth. Although we could argue whether Julian Brisebois gave a lot for Yanni Gourde and Oliver Bjorkstrand, especially because Oliver Bjorkstrand has a year left on his deal after this year. But he's a 20-goal scorer. That's going to help the depth for the Lightning there. And even when they gave up the 2 firsts to acquire Brandon Hagel, he's been a big part of just adding on to the depth for Tampa Bay. And of course, Andre Vasilevsky, he didn't come off an offseason where he was getting surgery. So he had an actual healthy offseason, a longer offseason as well to combine that for him. So it's a major threat. I mean, yeah, it's a really great regular season for the Washington Capitals, but are they ready to take that next step?
Yeah.
Or do they have the experience? And I'm not sure with the young pieces around Alexander Ovechkin. So if you take him away, are the Connor McMichaels, Alexi Protas going to take the reins? And John Carlson's a little older. Yeah, they have grit in Tom Wilson. It's going to be I feel like it's going to be tough for Washington to go on a long run. I mean, I haven't seen the return on Mikko Rantanen to the Carolina Hurricanes. I would guess that Wyatt Johnson would be part of the return for them, if anything. But also New Jersey, they're without Jack Hughes. I know they just recently, less than an hour ago, they extended Kovacevic, but you're losing one of your top 2 centers in New Jersey. So if the Panthers can get out of that the Atlantic part of the postseason, I think they could be in good position to once again represent the Eastern Conference in the Stanley Cup.
It feels like the East is so much lighter than the West. I mean, the West, it feels like 6 or 7 teams could win the conference reasonably. Out East, it feels like the 2 Florida teams, maybe Washington, and it really depends what Carolina gets back in this trade and if they make any other moves. But it really feels like it's maybe 3 teams at the most. Because, like, on paper, you could talk me into the Leafs, but, like, they're the Leafs. Until I see them in a conference final, I'm not going to believe it.
Yeah, I'm the same way with the Leafs. However, I have been encouraged by some of the games that they played. Even in the first round series against the Boston Bruins, I mean, yeah, there's no moral victories whenever you're missing guys like William Nylander and Austin Matthews for part of that series. But I really feel that they're performing up to a playoff level for them with how they were able to play in low scoring games, and of course injuries to their goaltenders as well in that series. But I thought this was like maybe a first sign of turning the corner. But obviously, when you have so many cracks at it and you haven't gotten it done, obviously it's going to cost Sheldon Keefe his job. But even for the Maple Leafs now, I mean, they just traded for Scott Lawn, has a little bit of term, a bit of term on him. So what's that going to mean for the future of someone like a John Tavares after this season, or even a Mitch Marner? Does he end up walking from his hometown team as well? So because he's gonna get a decent payday, whether it's in Toronto. I know the Chicago Blackhawks have been rumored to be in on him. So what's that going to be for the future? Bringing in a guy who has a center who has a year left for them, but that does help their short term for Max Domi possibly shifting down to the 4th line. So and you think about for the Atlantic Division, all the centers that you see that Toronto is going to be matched up against: Cirelli, Point in Tampa Bay, Barkov, Bennett, Lundell. So, I mean, even though it was a little late to the party with getting some trades done, Toronto's at least getting the most important part of their forward core with getting the centers, at least 1 through 3.
Do you feel like the Panthers had any glaring needs coming into today that you wanted them to address?
Into today, I said on my show yesterday that even with $4.5 million left in cap space, the feeling that I would get is content. Not necessarily satisfied, but content. That I would be okay with if Bill Zito did not make another move after what he's been able to do. I mean, the big fish was Seth Jones this whole time, and they got goalie insurance in Vitek Vanacek, who's played 10 playoff games. Nico Sturm has been part of a Stanley Cup championship with the Colorado Avalanche. He's 62.7% on faceoffs. That's their Kevin Stenlund replacement.
Yeah.
And a lot of people were complaining, hey, why not just sign Kevin Stenlund? The Panthers had to start with 22 players on the roster this season starting in, and even if they gave $500,000 more to Kevin Stenlund, they would have had to start with 21. And I don't know if that's a position that you want to start this season. So with Nico Sturm being in the mix, who's probably going to be paired with Jesper Boquist on the penalty kill, it's going kind of back to their habits on how they won the Stanley Cup, with getting a good unit on the penalty kill, which is definitely for them was very impactful, and just grinding it out in all these low scoring games. And with the Panthers already being such a heavy possession team, I mean, they put on a clinic on Thursday night against the Columbus Blue Jackets, where it was the Blue Jackets having a hard time getting out of their zone. When the Panthers would turn it over, all the defense was mostly at the dots, so you saw guys all alone in the blue paint. That was just a clinical win for the Florida Panthers as they come. So for them, I really feel good about what's going to happen in these next 10 plus games for them. And really, game one for them, it all starts over, and anything could happen. But this team has the experience. This team has a group together who see the bigger picture for them. So it's just, once again, for them taking one game at a time.
So continuing off of that, before you jumped in here, I was just broadly talking about the Panthers and why I felt they were the best team in the East still, even though, you know, they may only finish second in the second in the division, or, you know, second in the conference. And one of the guys I mentioned, even though he's having a down year this year, is Carter Verhaeghe, who's got the fourth most playoff goals of anyone over the last 3 years. The only guys ahead of him are Reinhart, Draisaitl, and Zach Hyman. What would you ascribe Carter Verhaeghe's counting stat struggle to this season?
I think it's maybe just the pressure of a new deal. He also got recently married this summer as well after the Stanley Cup win. So it's just maybe not a lot of time on the ice post Stanley Cup win for him. So maybe that's a little bit of a factor that happened for him. Along with that, I mean, he does have a little bit of security for him now. So maybe it's just getting his game together and just as more games go. Maybe he'll find his way to getting back to a high goal scoring rate. But I mean, this guy, Carter Verhaeghe, the third most clutch when it comes to the postseason. There's only two guys in NHL history who have more overtime winners in the postseason than Carter Verhaeghe. That's Maurice Rocket Richard and Joe Sakic. So that's pretty good company that Carter Verhaeghe finds himself in when it comes to just how he's able to just consistently come up when the lights are brightest for him. So it's a new season when it comes to the postseason. And yeah, I remember when we were talking about Carter Verhaeghe on just how he struggled. The analytics there are still great for him.
Yeah,
and eventually here and there, sometimes they do average out throughout the year through 82 games. And even recently, he was on a little bit of a tear on a back-to-back against Chicago and New York, the Islanders, where he got 4 goals in 2 games. So we just need to see it in the postseason. And hey, it's a clean slate once they get there.
And that's the kind of guy you just give the benefit of the doubt to, because you've seen it time and time again in those playoff series. Because a lot of people are trying to talk me into, well, why aren't you excited about Carolina? What about Washington, the Devils? I mean, I like the ideas of those teams, like especially the Devils before the Jack Hughes injury, but like at the same time, those guys haven't been through the trenches like Florida has. Florida and Tampa Bay, when you stack up the experience that they have in comparison to like everyone else in the East, it's not even close. Like if the Rangers eke in that last spot, the Rangers have a lot of playoff experience as well, but Florida and Tampa Bay far and away lapping the field here. And they have earned the benefit of the doubt in these situations because of how good they are. Because they have consistently, you know, like Florida, like snatches your soul out of your body in a playoff series. Tampa Bay, when they went back to back, it was clinical. Over the course of 7 games, they just drained the life out of you. And last year in the playoffs, that's what had the Eastern Conference Finals so demoralizing, was the Panthers would score 2 goals, and that felt insurmountable as watching the Rangers. You didn't feel like the Rangers could score 3 straight goals. That's just not something Florida gives up.
Yeah, and in that series against the Rangers on the game-winning goal by Alex Wenberg, It was a little bit of a missed assignment because Sam Bennett was still dealing with the hand injury that he dealt with in the first round against Tampa, and then he wasn't taking faceoff. So a little bit of confusion that left Alex Wemberg alone in the slot for that redirection that ended up taking the series 2-1 in favor of New York. So it's just gonna really for the Panthers. Health is going to be another thing, and like I said, it was them putting Igor Shesterkin in that series just under siege over and over and over again, and they and I remember in the game 4 for the Rangers, it was really Keandre Miller that was a big part of his breakout passes that ended up in the back of the net. So it was really about mistake after mistake for them, and also Adam Fox, I remember he was dealing with an injury at the time, and it's just you wonder what's going on with him because he didn't really show out in Four Nations. They traded his D partner in Ryan Lindgren just earlier this week, so the excuses for Adam Fox are almost at zero now when it comes to what's going to happen post trade deadline for him. But also, you mentioned the Devils on if you trust other teams. I love what they have on the blue line for them. I love their goaltending when healthy.
Big caveat with the Devils.
But here's the thing: when Nico Hischier is just basically the only center that's really gonna produce some points there. There's Timo Meier, Jesper Bratt, but when you have those guys covered, it's going to be a hard time for them to get some scoring. So you think for them, can they get more than 2 goals in a game? That's good. That's going to be the big question mark for the New Jersey Devils.
Especially when you look at their bottom 6, which is when my Devil fan friends are complaining about them, has been their biggest gripe. They're just not getting enough counting stat production from their depth guys. And they've, when you spend money on your good players, you do start to squeeze that out. You don't get to have as good of depth. And they've taken some interesting dart throws. They had to upgrade the goalie. They spent on 2 defensemen in the summer in Pesci and Dillon, who have fit reasonably well. They signed Kovacevic to an extension today. Siegenthaler, who when he's healthy is very good, but just can't stay healthy. And that's kind of the drawback with them. For Carolina, I just think their star players aren't good enough. I think we've seen consistently that whether it's Tampa Bay, the Rangers, Florida, Boston, that other team, the stars are just better. And there's no knock on that, but Carolina just seems like a good regular season team more than anything.
Yeah. And one luxury that Carolina does have, even I was going to say, even if they didn't keep Rantanen, but they didn't end up not keeping him, but they have a luxury this summer of most of their expiring contracts being mostly 30-year-olds. Brent Burns, Dmitry Orlov, Jordan Stahl. Those are guys who are going to be off the books for them this coming summer. So this is an opportunity for Eric Tulsky to get a little younger and bring in something that would at least elevate that young group for them. I really wanted to see Mikko Rantanen actually extended there because there's that reputation that Tom Dundon does have of being one of the cheapest owners in the NHL. And the survey did say that for players that Carolina is one of the worst road facilities in the entire league. So they have to fix their reputation as well for people to get people attracted to a market like that. The great thing about Carolina is it's not in the coldest weather climate, so that at least gets there. That's a little bit of a plus for them, but still they haven't really taken that next step. I mean, their last 3 conference finals have been all resulted in sweeps for them. So how are they going to take that next step? Is Kochetkov actually the guy? Are they going to go after John Gibson this offseason? Is this finally going to be the offseason where John Gibson to Carolina is actually going to happen while still having a young Pyotr Kochetkov and Freddie Anderson coming off the books? And then what's going to happen behind the Sebastian Ahos, the Sveshnikovs of the world there? What are they going to do?
It's very interesting you say that, because that was one of the things Hunter and I were talking about, was that it feels like Carolina not having an extension with Rantanen agreed to when they acquired him initially kind of felt like a mistake. And then you think about now, even if you get a Logan Stankoven, that's not giving you what Mikko Rantanen or Marty Necas or Jack Drury was giving you. I assume Carolina probably is going to take some of the stuff they get from Dallas to go make additional moves today. But when we're talking about the East at large, and I'll bring it back to the Panthers here, it really feels like the biggest question I have for them is Matthew Tkachuk, how healthy he's going to be and how long it's going to take him to ramp up. Do we have a rough estimate? Are we just assuming it's game one, round one, or do we think he gets back in before the end of the regular season?
With the moves that they made for Vanacek and then Nico Sturm, that it's all signs that he's not going to play a single regular season game this for the rest of the season for him. And for Matthew Tkachuk, it's really about if it is a groin, if it happens to be that, you just have to let it rest. There's no you could try stretching it, you could try walking it off to see if he can get it right. But that is going to be something that requires a lot of rest in order for it to be right. And even then, if he's in game one, which Matthew Tkachuk, he's gonna try to play through anything. He played with a broken sternum, for crying out loud, in the 2023 final against Vegas. So he'll do anything in order to help his team and to try to win a Stanley Cup. And yeah, I even said it on my show that the Panthers, the front office of the Panthers, owed Matthew Tkachuk for when they brought him in and winning a Stanley Cup, for him to give himself an opportunity to play in that Four Nations final. Yeah, it came at the expense of scratching Kyle Connor, a 30-goal scorer at that. But I mean, he's given everything to the Panthers. He's given everything to Team USA. But unfortunately, the body just said no. And what we're seeing for at least right now with Mikko Rantanen, it looks like Mason Marchment, Stankoven, and a 2027 first from the comments on the stream.
Stankoven is good. I like what he is. He's young, he's cost controlled, and Carolina loves that. You know, they basically want to keep the can rolling down the road and keep infinitely turning guys into more young guys that are cost controlled. And it works out for them. Stankoven fits their age group, their cohort, and the draft picks they'll probably trade to try and get more players to help them. I know people have been in the stream popping in and out saying Brock Besser makes a lot of sense there as a rental. I could definitely see that. When we talk about the Panthers and Bobrovsky last year, it feels like the goaltending's been a little more leaky this year. Is that just anecdotal, or am I kind of on it there?
Was at the beginning. Now it's been a lot better. Now he's 9-2-0 in his last 11 games. So he's turned the corner usually. And how beneficial for Sergei Bobrovsky was with getting the Four Nations rest already. And here's the thing. The amount of back-to-backs that the Florida Panthers had all throughout the season, they have 5 more before game 82. So they gave the opportunity for Spencer Knight to start a good amount of that, up his value, and then get him traded for a big piece on the blue line that they were missing. And then you're going to get an opportunity for Vitek Vanacek, who's a seasoned veteran, to get some of those starts to still give him rest for game one. So the fact that he's playing less games this season in the regular season, and then getting him rested when it matters most in the postseason, I think that's very beneficial for Sergei Bobrovsky. And I think that he'll be ready. And to think that just a few years ago, he didn't even start the postseason with Alex Lyon, the Lion King, being the one starting it.
You mentioned Spencer Knight, and I did want to bring it up. How do you feel about that? Because they really kind of waited it out. They've really given him a lot of time to figure it out. Did you kind of want to see if that was able to work out as a Panther, or did you feel like the fact that they had Bob under contract for as long as they do still kind of prohibited that from ever really being a thing?
My thought process was thinking that he was going to be the next heir for the Panthers, and he was going to be the one to take over the crease. But at the same time, he was blocked, and you're going to pay $14.5 million for your goaltending department when there's there's a few flaws around the roster that you have to get through when you win, and the bill coming due for each individual team that wins. That can be seen as a little bit of an anchor. When he's not starting, that's kind of seen as dead cap. Even for last year when they won the Stanley Cup, only $1.15 million of his 4.5 salary was was gone from the books, and the Panthers had a hard time at times just getting a lineup through. So if the Panthers truly believe that they can win now, and the fact is, with this Seth Jones trade, you have 6 chances at it to win a cup. And they say, there's that old saying, when you win a Stanley Cup, every draft pick is right, every trade is right, every waiver claim is right. So you have 5 opportunities with Seth Jones in the mix. Even if they do turn it over from Sergei Bobrovsky to someone else past 2026, the trade would be worth it if they find a way. But here's the thing also, I listed a whole bunch of goaltenders who have played into their 40s. And Dominik Hasek is one of them. Martin Brodeur, Roberto Luongo, Tim Thomas is one. Ed Belfour. There's so many different goaltenders who have played into their 40s. And Bobrovsky will be 37. Who's to say that he won't get a short-term deal at maybe like half of what he's making now? And that still gives the Panthers an opportunity to build around him. And with how much he takes care of his body, the very first game that I was credentialed at, it was actually a game against the Seattle Kraken where Spencer Knight was starting. Even after the game, I saw Sergei Bobrovsky in like the side gym for the Panthers, just doing work, stretching. So when I tell you that he is a workout warrior, he truly keeps he's truly in tune with his body and just the amount of work that he does. And he even took this 4 Nations break to plan it out. Paul Maurice spoke about it with us about what his plan is for the 4 Nations break, to at least he's going to get a day where he was off the ice, and then a day dedicated to yoga, a day where he put up the pads. So it's all planned out for his season. So that's the great thing about goalies and the routine in order to be great.
Bobrovsky's had a fascinating career,
Yeah.
Getting traded in favor of Ilya Bryzgalov in Philadelphia to Columbus, playing really well to win a Vezina in Columbus, walking to free agency, becoming the highest paid goalie ever, oscillating back and forth between being really good and unplayable. And then, the 2 playoff runs of going to the Cup finals, but consecutive years. And this year, after winning the Cup last year, almost certainly solidified him as a future Hall of Famer. And now, it's just kind of stat padding at this point.
Yeah. And to think that in the Stanley Cup win for the Panthers, he didn't have to carry the Panthers as much in the 2023 run. It was mostly him. That was the difference maker. I mean, in the series against the Carolina Hurricanes, his save percentage was over 960, including 55 of 55 at even strength in game 1 of that series that ended at 1:56 in the morning on that Thursday in May. So it's just for Sergei, just continuing to add to the resume of something that, in my opinion, is already solidified for him. So it's just really I feel like more people are starting to really appreciate what he brings to the table. And to think that even in the beginning of his Panthers tenure, there was even times where Chris Drieger was the main starter for the Panthers while Spencer Knight was still at BC. So also the fact that it's more than just Sergei Bobrovsky. It's the fact that the Panthers have a goaltending excellence department that's led by Roberto Luongo, Robbie Tallis, who's been with the organization since 2009, their goaltender coach. So he's been through different ownerships for the Panthers. He's worked with different goaltenders, and he's still a mainstay for the Panthers through many regime changes for them. And they found a way to get great play out of starters and backups for them. So that's another thing of just being able to trust them to identify a future, even if Bobrovsky doesn't stick around in past 2026.
The Panthers' depth is, I think, what really gives me the most confidence in them. Because, even when you look at their roster head to head with Tampa Bay's, I just like Florida's a smidge more. Are Tampa Bay's high-end players just as good? Yeah, Kucherov and Point are proven big game players, over point per game on 2 straight Cup final runs. And Barkov and Tkachuk can do that. And I really do hope. And that's the last thing I want to get you out of here on. I wanted to ask, what does it mean to you to see the Panthers be this consistent of a contender now over the last handful of years, after much of the last decade just kind of being happy to make the playoffs?
Yeah, 6 straight years now that it's going to be them making the postseason, and the previous times that they've made the postseason in 2020, 2016, 2012 before that, they were never seen as a team that was going to make a long run. So it wasn't really not I wouldn't want to say a sure thing for even these recent runs for the Panthers, but it was just a team that you never see as a favorite. I mean, I've spoken to off the record before on just the LA Kings. This version of the LA Kings, I don't know how many people actually have them as a team that is going to actually make a run. Yeah, they did so in 2012 as an ace seed, but this version of them, not a lot of people are taking them seriously in order to make a run. That was the Panthers were like that in 2012, 2016, and even 2020. And to think that the tone was set for the change of direction for how people saw the Florida Panthers was that 2021 series against Tampa Bay. They lost in 6 games, but even guys like a Joe Thornton, when he was with the Toronto Maple Leafs, is like, hey, if I wasn't playing that night, you know what I was watching? I was watching Panthers Lightning because that was the most entertaining first round, and that was for the Panthers kind of like a shift in the tide. They started with making trades of Sam Bennett, Brandon Montour, putting a little bit of the pieces together. I mean, Bill Zito made the signing of Carter Verhaeghe when Tampa Bay didn't qualify him of 2 years, $2 million, and then was able to get the best out of him. Patrick Hornquist was the big trade the very first trade that he made is like, we need to get tougher. And that was the start of everything for the Panthers. And then, yeah, a few years later, they got Matthew Tkachuk. But to think that Patrick Hornquist waived his no trade clause to come to Florida and to be part of like a mentor to different guys. And Barkov's had plenty of mentors, even Huberdeau before he got traded. Jaromir Jagr was a big step for Alexander Barkov in order to just gain his confidence throughout his game. And then getting a playoff series with Jagr into the mix and Roberto Luongo playing out of his mind. The Panthers offense unfortunately struggled that series. But that was a bit of a change of just like a little bit of the culture, even though they still had a few head coaches in between that time and 2023 for them.
Armando, my friend, thank you so much for stopping by. Appreciate your insight on the Florida Panthers. Please be sure to check out the Locked On Florida Panthers podcast, where Armando puts out really good work every single day. I'll talk to you soon, my friend.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Nick, as always.
As we move along here, Andrew Chelney, my co-host of Locked On Oilers, is about to pop into the room, and we're going to have a little bit of Rangers talk. We'll talk about CC, Carson Soucy. Pop in. Room is open. Okay, and as we move along here, we'll talk about Carson Soucy, we'll talk about Zach Jones, and we'll go from there. But as far as continuing this conversation and setting the table for the Rangers, I really am curious to see if there's anything else to be done today. Andrew and I are going to be talking about it. If you're playing Wild Card 2, who do you want Florida to play? I don't know. That's a good question. I would like to say I hope, if I'm the Rangers and I'm Wild Card 2, I'm hoping that Florida win. I'm hoping that Tampa Bay or Toronto can pass Florida in the pecking order, because I really don't want to play the Panthers in round 1, because the Panthers are the best team in the East, in my opinion, as I've been reiterating most of the stream. There's Andrew. I heard the pop. Hello. Can I hear you? Let's see. Give me a mic check.
You hear me?
There we go. Beautiful.
Oh,
Good afternoon. How are we doing, my friend?
I am at work. How about you?
My voice is still holding up, and I haven't lost my mind yet, so we're doing all right. 3.5 hours in, we're not. The biggest thing is losing my voice. That could be an issue going 6 hours, but 3.5 hours in, we're doing all right. This is crazy, dude. Scott Lawton gets a first-round pick
And a prospect. Hey, don't forget that. And a prospect.
Brandon Tanev and Anthony Beauvillier are getting 2s. Kuzmenko's getting a 3. I mean, more than one person has popped into the stream and asked, if these are the prices, the Rangers really need to be having a long, honest look at some of the people on this lineup, because you can turn Chris Kreider into something.
Kreider for McDavid. Listen, you heard it here first.
Somebody said that in the chat about 5 minutes ago. If these are the prices, do you think you could get McDavid for Kreider, Zach Jones, and a first-round pick? And I mean, I know that person was joking, but like at the same time, these prices are insane.
Oh yeah. Beauvillier for a second-round pick. Luke Shen. Get
Yeah.
a second and a fourth. Why?
And
I
Lucian is like maybe a 6D, maybe.
this is peak seller's market. Again, you every GM that is currently not deep into a playoff position should take a really good look at not only what the other teams are buying for, but also, their roster and saying, okay, you have essentially fringe players, for lack of a better way to say that, going for these really massive prices that are really going to help the future of each organization. Maybe there are players, I know the Islanders are not trading Palmieri.
You could
Maybe
have gotten a
they
first.
should.
You could probably get a first for Kyle
They
Palmieri.
should. They are going nowhere, and they have said so themselves that they're not going anywhere by getting a haul for Brock Nelson. Why are you trading Brock Nelson if you're going to keep Kyle Palmieri? That doesn't make any sense. You either trade both or you trade none. You can't just trade one and then just keep Palmieri because you like he's a good hockey player that is going to help some team win. It's just not going to be the Islanders. So why are you re-signing him? It doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, we've had a steady stream of Carson Soucy, Zach Jones, Calvin DeHaan questions on the stream since I started this morning. And I think the biggest thing that we're all kind of worried about is they finally got rid of Ryan Lindgren only to replace him with someone with pretty much the same exact impacts. And we'll see if Carson Soucy plays on the first pair whenever Adam Fox does return. But at best, it feels like Soucy's probably best suited to roll with Schneider as the third pair lefty. But we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, ideally, the situation is that Urho Vakanainen is the odd man out.
Yeah.
That's kind of the best case scenario, is that Soucy plays, I don't know, maybe with Miller, I guess. Like, you could try it out, see how that goes. Maybe Soucy and Will Borgen is the pair because they played in Seattle, so they're acquainted with each other. They know how to play together. Maybe you reunite them, see how that goes. The Rangers have essentially 20 some odd games left to go in their season. If you know for a fact, and we know the Rangers were in a playoff spot for a few hours a couple of days ago, and now they're not anymore. And tomorrow, as we talked about on Monday, is essentially the season for them. If they beat Ottawa, okay, maybe we can spin zone ourselves into believing they just could keep this playoff spot. But if not, then it's over. This is the time really to trial run a lot of these pairings and see what your bottom four looks like, because the understanding is that Adam Fox doesn't have a steady partner yet. Obviously, he's out with IR, so you can't really try anybody out with him. So right now, the Rangers' number one priority on the blue line should be, okay, well, we have like 9 people for 4 spots. Let's figure out who plays well with who, what is this going to look like? What is the structure? How is the communication? How is the puck movement, right? This is the time to do that. And they have too many cooks in the kitchen. They should get, they should move Rakanainen, and they should, but will they do that at this point? I don't know. There's an hour and a half left in the deadline, and by all accounts, that's probably not going to happen at this point. So it's up to Laviolette now to figure out, okay, well, I have 17 people to fill 4 spots. Let's do this. Let's try it out. Let's see how this goes.
I mean, someone in the comments said Miller, Fox, Jones, Borgen, Soucy, Schneider. Sure, sign me up. That works for me.
Sure.
I would try that.
Yeah. I think Soucy and Borgen are going to have.
They're going to get a trial run, from what I understand.
I think they're going to get maybe, like, especially if it doesn't work early, I think they're going to get a longer leash than maybe we would like them to, only because they were already a pair somewhere else.
Yes.
And I don't know how much the Rangers use underlying stats, but their underlying stats weren't bad. So I would have to think that they are going to really try that pairing, and maybe Jones and Schneider as the 3D. We'll see how that goes. I don't know how much they like that pairing, considering Jones and Schneider aren't big.
Yeah.
The big he tall thing kind of applies here, of like Jones is undersized and so is Schneider. So will they use those two as a pairing? Kind of remains to be seen. I would like to see it happen because, again, size doesn't translate to skill. And Nick, we've talked about this for the past 3 years now, of like, just because you're tall doesn't mean you can defend, but that's the NHL, in a nutshell. So I guess we'll see. But I think the Rangers are going to get creative a little bit.
I'm upset. I believe the Frank Saravalli report. That's on me. For a minute there, I was genuinely excited at the prospect of JJ Peterka, especially because I watched the Sabres Lightning game last night. That was just batshit back and forth. I think the final score was 7-6, and he was great in that game. And you could have enticed me on that. And like, even if it was something like gaudy, like it was Keandre Miller for Peterka and like a 3rd round pick, you could have talked me into that.
Yeah.
Because like that, it just feels like the Rangers lack upside. It kind of feels like everybody is relatively defined to what they are. And like even the young guys, Othman, Berard, etc. in the bottom 6, none of those guys feel like 25, 30 goal guys. Somebody like Peterka, he can be that.
I mean, I like Brett Berard for what it's worth. I think.
Oh, I do too.
He's got a really good motor, and I think
Yes.
he's got a nose for the net, and that's something that we went to Nashville Rangers on, I think it was Sunday.
Sunday, yeah.
And we I mean, Brett Berard scored a goal, and like that all led to that goal got created because Brett Berard just has a knack for finding that open space and creating that opportunity for himself. So I think Brett Berard could get there. He is undersized again, and you know how the NHL loves its undersized players. I would love.
He is North American, which helps him.
That's right. That's right. If he was Swedish or Finnish, then that would be a problem for reasons. But like. Yeah, I also believe the Saravalli tweet. I think I saw Renaud Lavoie also post that.
Yeah.
So I'm very interested to see what the fallout of that particular situation is, if there is one, because that stuff doesn't come out of nowhere. Like, as much as we like to joke about the insiders and certain insiders more than others, Saravalli knows people. Obviously, Lavoie also knows people. Like, they wouldn't be tweeting this if these things didn't come from reputable sources. So, this is almost a hilarious thing to say, but it's almost as if like somebody leaked this to find a rat.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah.
Somebody tweeted to like one of either Drury or or Kevin Adams or maybe one of the execs that's involved in these conversations. Maybe like somebody told a couple people like, hey, Peterka to the Rangers, like this is happening, like, hey, this is getting real close, to figure out who is leaking stuff to the insiders. And and now that that's out, and by all accounts, and I talked to some people as well about this yesterday, and especially someone close to Buffalo, and they said like, this is not like, I don't know who said this, but Peterka is not going to the Rangers. Like, this is not happening. And so it's it's almost like an Italian mafia kind of thing, where it's like a rat has been discovered, and now it's only a matter of time before somebody gets fired.
Somebody asked if the hang up was Braden Schneider. Braden Schneider's been the holdup in like 4 different trades that would have dramatically helped the Rangers. Like, you could have done Jake Gensel. You could have done JT Miller 2 years ago. You think about having 3 playoff runs with JT Miller as opposed to right now. Speaking of just the missed opportunities and a little bit of the positional logjam, the more I think about it, the stronger I'm making an internal case to myself that trading Kreider makes sense, even though his value's never been lower, just purely on opportunity cost, because you have Cooley, you have Panarin, you have Berard, you have Othman, you may have Perreault next year, you may have Adam Edstrom. You're talking about 6 left-handed guys and 5 left-handed guys in Panarin who plays on the left, and that's not including Chris Kreider, and you want to get those young guys in the team, and it even in a seller's market, you probably can't get as much as you would like for Kreider. I feel like that's more of a summer move, but the more I think about it, the more it feels like it makes a lot of sense, and it sucks.
Yeah, I mean, I love Chris Kreider. He's obviously a forever Ranger and somebody that you never really envisioned was going to go anywhere else. But given the state of the team, given the state of how he's played this year, maybe you can sell the goal he scored in the 4 Nations as like, hey, he's still got it. He can play like a 3rd line role for a cup contender team and do really well there. I think the Rangers should probably trade Chris Kreider. Yeah, like, again, it's not as if, because the Rangers also keep forcing Kreider into that top 6 role. And this season, it is so very evident that he doesn't have it, whether that be fighting injuries or whether he's slowing down. Like, there's a million different potential reasons you can, throw into the conversation and say, this is why Chris Kreider isn't the Chris Kreider that we all know and love. Whatever the reason is, the fact of the matter stays the same. That Chris Kreider is not the top 6 power forward winger that we've watched him be his entire career. The Rangers are, fighting for this last playoff spot. Even if they get it, what are they going to do with it is a good question to ask yourself. So at this point, probably trading Kreider is the best way to go. Like you said, there's a logjam. There's a lot of up-and-coming talent that could use that roster space, whether that be now or in October. Where does Chris Kreider fit in October? That's the question that you have to ask yourself if you're Drury as well. It's like, okay, well, if you're going to keep Kreider now, that's fine. But next season's going to come around, then you have, like, Othman and Berard and maybe Perreault and all these guys are knocking at the door. Where are they going to play? Where is Kreider going to play? Kreider's not going to look good if he's like on the third line, behind prospects at that point. That's optically not going to look good. And
they wouldn't even do that this year. And it's Panarin and Cooley who are, their 2 most consistent wingers this year.
Exactly. So I do think Kreider should get traded. Will he? There's an hour and 17 minutes before the deadline, and so far there hasn't been anything from the Rangers today. I know that they got Soucy and they traded away Riley Smith and all the these like little marginal moves, and I think trading away Kreider for somebody again, I don't know what the return could be, or what the Rangers are even looking for in return. But with this kind of market right now, I think at least exploring it is the right idea. You have to ask around. You have to see what teams would look for, because there are teams that are striking out right now.
Yeah.
Kreider, a lot of teams wanted Palmieri. He's getting re-signed for some reason. That's a strange one. A lot of teams right now that are striking out on other potential additions would probably love Chris Kreider right now.
More than one person has asked if you think there's a world where you could see a Lafreniere or K'Andre Miller trade. And I keep saying, I think if you could do something like for a player of a similar profile, whether it's like Bowen Byram or Peterka, a restricted free agent who needs a change of scenery, a Rangers version of the very weird Josh Norris for Dylan Cousins trade, if you will.
That is
like, I think that's the only way you see a Lafreniere or a Miller trade, because I don't think the Rangers, because like in an ideal world, you would want to use those guys and other asset to kind of level up your player, kind of what Dallas did with Stankoven and a few picks to get to Rantanen. It kind of feels like that's not out there. There's nobody really that moves the needle to the degree you would want to bundle Lafreniere or K'Andre Miller with assets.
And again, Lafreniere's trade value is low.
Yeah.
Because he's not having a great year. And okay, so if you want to trade Lafreniere, I can get on board with that. The question that you have to ask yourself is, a lot of people tweet like, oh, trade Lafreniere, do this, do that. For who? Like, that's the part of the question that people don't want to ask, because it's a difficult question to answer. If you're trading Lafreniere, which, okay, that's fine, for who? What is the situation that another team, 1, would want Lafreniere for another player of similar ilk, 2, are willing to give that player up, and 3, like, let's say you're talking, you mentioned leveling up. Okay, well, let's say Lafreniere is who he is, and this is who he's going to be his entire career. Okay, so if you want to trade him, and let's say a second or a third or whatever for insert player here, another team would have to want to make that trade. And everyone has watched Alexei Lafreniere this season. I understand that he's still very young, and I know a lot, like every team would want him because he's a number 1 overall pick, and he's got a lot of upside still, and he can get out of this funk and all this. But another team would have to still want to trade with you.
Yeah,
it's easy to say, oh, trade him. Yeah, that's great. Trades need more than one party to make it happen, and it has to make sense for you. Trading Lafreniere is easy. Trading Lafreniere in a way that makes sense for the Rangers and makes the Rangers better at the same time is very difficult.
It's the who want me meme 100% no. Like you can't just give him away. You got to
Right.
find somebody else to take him. I mean,
Can't sell low on a number 1 overall pick who's in his early 20s. You can't do that. You absolutely unequivocally cannot do that.
I mean, they did it for their second overall pick in their early,
Don't remind me, Nick.
and
Nick,
they're-
I'm gonna get mad again. Don't do that to me.
in their mid 20s purely because he said, I don't like my role on this team after being healthy bombed, which, like, to be fair, I mean, you're looking at Capo Caco with a straight face and telling him, we got to play Matt Rempe over you, man. I'm sorry.
I
We
know.
can't. It just crazy to me. We're here. We're about hour 15 away from the deadline, and Vegas has been very quiet. Toronto made their move. I don't know what it feels like everybody's saying Marchand for Vegas. Like, I see it, but at the same time, like, I don't know. I feel like Vegas usually swings bigger than that.
Yeah, I mean, at a certain point, you run out of things to give up. Like, that's one of the things with Vegas is, and there's been tweets about everyone that they've drafted and all of their first round picks are gone except for like their most recent pick. And essentially, like, eventually the cupboard will be empty. You like the Vegas has been all in essentially every year that they've been in existence. And at a certain point, you run out of things to give up. Right, you give up a third round pick and the son of Pat Brisson, the CAA agent, to the Rangers for Riley Smith. Okay, cool. And like, you need to keep something. Like, I understand that Pat Brisson's son isn't going to be a 50 goal scorer. A third round pick, while not incredible, is still, a decent pick that could lead to something or could be a trade chip in a different trade. You give up that pick. All right, sure. Vegas, they might do some more LTIR shenanigans this year. Who knows? Like, there's always something going on over there, but it is kind of been a quiet, especially comparatively like last year, where they got like the half of the NHL onto the team and then ultimately got bounced in the first round, which I thought was really funny. But like Vegas, we've gotten accustomed to them being very loud, and so far they've kind of just been one of the players in here, which, like if they were like super going for it, maybe they could have traded for Rantanen. Like, who knows? But he's going to Dallas.
Mitch Marner, an hour and 15 minutes.
Brock Besser.
I think Besser almost 100% gets traded. I think Vancouver really, really fucked themselves, for lack of a better word, over the last 12 months with some of the decisions they made. I mean, all they did was get bigger and slower on defense as opposed to trying to augment what made them better last year. And all of their counting stats are down. Hughes can't stay healthy this year. Having to trade Besser, who had 40 last year, trading away JT Miller, who was a 100-point player. And what do you have to show for it? Philip Hedl, who we like, but he's never going to be JT Miller. He's never going to be a 100-point forward in the NHL.
I mean, I love Philip Hedl, and you know that, and we've talked a lot about Philip Hedl and how he's a really good player, and hopefully, just fingers crossed that he just stays healthy.
Yeah.
Like that's the number one thing with him. Like when he's healthy, he's a really solid contributor and a positive influence on the ice and off the ice as well. He's a from what I understand, his teammates really like him, but like the funniest thing about Vancouver is that they made this. I don't want to say they created this out of thin air, but this whole narrative that JT Miller is for lack of a better way to say this, like a cancer in the locker room, like everybody hates him, all of these things, he's awful, he's terrible, like whatever, and he's been great here in New York. Like the Rangers,
he's got like a 40% shooting. He's shooting 40% right now. Yeah,
but also he's playing well.
Yes.
Like he's winning puck battles. He's creating space for other teammates by essentially disrupting the other team's defensive structure. He's parting the seas. He's a biblical figure. I mean, like he's really making space.
He's got Zibanejad trying.
Yeah, I know. It's incredible. I wish he would have shot that puck in overtime instead of trying to pass it, but that's neither here nor there. But like JT Miller has really been a positive factor for this team. And then you take a look at what Vancouver is left with. Okay, Pettersson continues to be completely invisible. He's not even shooting the puck anymore. Like I don't know what is getting into Elias Pettersson, where like, you're supposed to be one of, if not the best players, or at least the best forward on the Vancouver Canucks, and you're not even shooting the puck anymore. I don't know what is like he's been invisible the last, few months at this point. And Brock Besser, a guy, like you said, he dropped 40 goals last year. And now you're trading him away. He doesn't want to stay there. That whole situation just feels like such a lost opportunity. And I understand some of it is Quinn Hughes is hurt. Demko can't really stay healthy, and that is playing into a lot of things. But at the end of the day, I kind of feel like a lot of this was self-inflicted, and it didn't have to be this way.
Yeah. And that's really because like the core was relatively stable, Demko, Pedersen, Besser, Quinn Hughes. That's a really strong base, and it just hasn't clicked. The last thing I wanted to talk about before I get you out of here and let you go back to being an adult and working, I keep getting people asking me in the stream and just texting me like, "What are they going to do with Zach Jones?" And I don't know. I keep telling people I have no idea. I could very easily see them trading him for like a 4th round pick today, as I could seeing him playing the last 20 games, as I could seeing him sitting in the press box for the last 20 games. I have no earthly idea what they're going to do with Zach Jones.
At this point, I think they're going to keep playing him if they're not going to trade him because, as we saw over the past week or change or whatever since Reilinger got traded, he's played a lot, and it kind of seems like Laviolette has started to trust him more, which is a positive, change considering where we were, before the Ryan Lindgren trade where no one trusted Zach Jones, even though, we did. Like the Rangers didn't trust him. They didn't want him on the ice. Like they kind of just had him in the press box and said, "Well, go talk to Johnny and like all the other reporters out there. Go talk to Staple. Have a beer with Staple up there in the press box because you're not playing and you won't play for like 3 months, whatever." But I like this change from the Rangers, and I don't know how much of this is they've understood what they have in Zach Jones. More so, they're playing Zach Jones a little bit out of necessity, but now that Zach Jones is playing, he's played really well.
Yeah.
And a little bit of this is, okay, well, Laviolette's watching the tape. I would imagine Chris Drury's watching the games, hopefully. And he's, the Sam and Joe have been raving about him. On the like it's almost as if like they got a mandate from management to do it, but I know they didn't. But like in a way, it almost kind of feels like they did because they are really highlighting how well he's played, and he has. Like this has been a really good revelation for the Rangers, and I do hope that this week wasn't just a fluke, both in terms of Zach Jones's play, but also keep giving him ice time. Like I would want to see Zach Jones continuing to improve where he left off, because it's very impressive when a guy doesn't play for however many weeks he didn't play for, and then he hops onto the ice, plays like 20 minutes a game, and plays well. Like that is very difficult to do. So the fact that Zach Jones is capable of doing that and has showing you in real time that he is a legitimate NHLer, especially a blue liner that can contribute on both ends of the ice, that is not a common skill. No. It is a rare trait to have, especially for an undersized defenseman. He's really been good in these past few games that he's played. And I hope the Rangers keep him, and I hope he keeps this up because him and DeHaan have both been really good. Like, we talk about addition by subtraction. I understand that Charlie Lindgren, stood up for his brother. They're going to miss him. Like, yeah, he's his brother. He has to say that. Like, what is he going to do? Not say that? Like, yeah, of course.
If he were Aaron Rodgers, he wouldn't say that.
Well, that's a whole different topic. Yeah, but like, in this situation, of course he's going to say that. No one should have a problem with Charlie Lindgren standing up for his brother and be like, "Oh, they're just going to miss him." And like, yeah, they're kind of brothers. Like, I don't know how to break that to you, but like, yeah, that's usually what siblings do. So it's addition by subtraction with Ryan Lindgren not here anymore, and hopefully he plays better in Colorado. Hopefully he likes it there, and and all that. But DeHaan and Zach Jones have really stepped up, and they've looked really good. And hopefully both of them stay, and hopefully both of them continue to get ice time.
It's been nice. The defense hasn't been actively bad for the last week and a half. And that's been their biggest problem all year on a team-wide level, not just the defensemen. The forward defensive effort's been awful all year, but just having enough defense that you're not actively dreading anytime the puck goes in your own end.
Yeah.
It's a nice feeling.
It's great because, like, when Ryan Lindgren used to be on the ice, my innate fear was always, okay, some way, somehow Ryan Lindgren is either going to be a step slow or not know what to do with the puck because he doesn't know how to control. He doesn't have any puck instincts for the most part, really. Like, he doesn't know how to do a breakout. He doesn't really know what to do with the puck when he has it or how to control it when someone's trying to pass it to him. Like, he doesn't have a whole lot of puck IQ. So now watching this team and watching Zach Jones, who has puck IQ, and watching Calvin DeHaan, who not only has puck IQ but also like knows how to, one, do a breakout pass, and two, how to defend odd man rushers or how to defend his own man. And like it's been such a stable defensive pair and defensive core for the most part. Trouba was a black hole. Ryan Lindgren was a black hole. And then you replace black holes with players that aren't black holes. Oh my God, it's so refreshing. It really is. And like, again, nothing that, I have to repeat this, whenever I talk negatively about players, it's like, I'm not going after the people.
No.
Like, I'm not saying anything negative about Ryan Lindgren the person or Jacob Trouba the person. I am talking about specifically their on-ice performance. And on-ice for the Rangers, they were bad. Zach Jones and Calvin DeHaan have objectively been much better defensemen for the Rangers. Like, that's not a hot take. So, it's been refreshing. I don't have to, like, obviously the Rangers are going to keep giving up goals. Like, that's hockey. You're never going to, have shutouts the rest of the way. It's just not going to happen. The Rangers will give up goals.
If they play Nashville.
Well, yeah, Nashville, the Islanders, maybe that'll happen. But like, ultimately the defensive structure has been a lot more stable post those trades. And the innate fear that I've had whenever Lindgren was on the ice or when Trouba was on the ice is now gone, which is fun. I'm having fun now. This is great.
Nashville is the Wednesday before Thanksgiving team right now. Those guys are just doing as little work as possible, trying to get to the break because that team stinks.
I don't know what they're doing. I don't know why they traded for Michael Bunting.
Why'd they extend Novak last year if they were just going to trade him a year later?
I don't. And I tweeted this out yesterday. It's like, Wayne Gretzky was obviously the best player of all time. He didn't make a great coach. Like, Lou Lamoriello has been a longtime GM. Doesn't mean the game can't pass him by. Barry Trotz was a great coach. Doesn't mean he's going to be a great GM. Like,
different skill sets.
It's a lot of different skill sets. And Barry Trotz, for what he's done, hasn't really been that great of a general manager. And it's about time people start talking about that. Giving Stamkos that massive contract. And again, I tweeted this out a few days ago. It's like,
Charlie Coyle to the Avalanche. Interesting.
Wow. Okay. All right. I'll react to that in a minute. But like, when the Tampa Bay Lightning look at their franchise captain, their franchise player and leader and guy that's been there since day one, and they take a look at him and they go, you know what? He's not worth it. We have to let him go and look ahead to the future without him. That should tell you everything you have to know about Steven Stamkos, the player, especially with Tampa Bay. With all those cups and Julian Breezeball doing a really good job there. Like, for the most part, besides, trading the entire farm for a fourth liner that one time, he's done a really good job. So when the Lightning say to themselves, we can't do this with Stamkos because he wants too much money, that should give you all of the red flags you need to not give him that money. Nashville said, no, you don't understand. He's Steven Stamkos. He's done all the things in the past. It does, like, surely he could do the same thing here in his mid-30s for some reason. Sure, why not? And they gave him that contract. This was like the Predators right now are like the prime time be a GM franchise. You are giving these, like you're the new GM of the Predators, and you scroll through the free agency list and you go, oh, Steven Stamkos, Jonathan Marchessault. Oh, these guys are going to look great on my roster. Okay, we're going to win a bunch of games. And that's not what's happening. And I don't know what Nashville is doing. I do like what the Avalanche are doing, though, minus the Ryan Lindgren trade. But they, Brock Nelson, they gave up a lot for Brock Nelson, but they're going to look really good. And Charlie Coyle is going to look good in a Colorado Avalanche jersey as well.
That's been the knock you and I have had about Colorado the last 2 years, is their depth just isn't good enough. And I'm going to get you out of here on this. It just hasn't been good enough. When you're playing guys like Miles Wood and you're playing Ross Colton in your top six, elongating and deepening your lineup really has to be the goal. And they've done a nice job of that with the moves they've made over the last day and a half.
Columbus is getting Luke Cunningham from the Sharks.
I did see that.
For some reason, I don't.
Who's the Carolina GM? That's their GM. Waddell, Don Waddell.
Oh, Don Waddell, yeah.
That's Don Waddell telling his guys, "You're having a good season. Here's a guy." That's what that is.
Here is a guy. Yeah, I don't know what that does for them. Like, what does Luke Cunningham do for Columbus?
He hits things. That's it.
Yeah.
That's it. He's literally just a warm body that hits people.
Columbus has done a really good job of drafting. They've done their Russian prospects that are really playing well for them, have done a really good job, and they've done a lot of good stuff. You're in a playoff spot for the first time in what feels like 30 years for the first time since they swept Tampa Bay. When was that? When was that? That was the bubble.
2019.
2019. Yeah, that was a long time ago. I think that was the last time they made the playoff spot. So you're in a playoff spot for the first time in 6 years. You reward your players by getting Luke Cunningham. And again, nothing against Luke Cunningham, but
they didn't trade Provorov. They didn't trade an expiring player either. So
sure, I don't know. It's just, if you're Don Waddell and you're the GM of the Blue Jackets, I'm not saying you take a home run swing at somebody, but your guys have played well all season long. They've surpassed expectations. Dean Nevison has been really good for them as well as head coach. You got to reward the guys with somebody. And it can't be Luke Cunningham. You gotta add somebody that has bigger impact than him. That is one of the trades of all time. I'll say that.
Andrew, thank you so much for joining, for popping in. I'm glad I was able to squeeze you in to find time. We're all busy, but it's nice to make this work. It's nice.
Yeah, I'm literally at work, so I'm glad I was able to hop in here and yap for a little bit. It was just fun.
It helps break it up so I'm not talking to the camera. I got a good half hour till the next person pops in. So I'll talk to you soon, my brother. See you on Monday. Cool. As we move along and keep on moving, Avery will be in a little bit, and we'll be talking about the Edmonton Oilers, the additions of Trent Frederick, Jake Wallman. And as we talk about Charlie Coyle, someone I've really liked as a person. Charlie Coyle's a good dude. A lot of my Bruins fan friends have had a lot of good interactions with him. The one time I met him, he was really friendly. So you want to see teams like Colorado take swings, and it's fascinating because with the money they saved from Mikko Rantanen, they went and got Jack Drury, they got Marty Necas, they got Brock Nelson, they got Charlie Coyle. That's a lot. Chris says, I think the Stars just put Heiskanen on LTIR. What are they cooking there? I don't know. That's a good question. When I had talked to Joey Erickson earlier, he had supposed they could be looking at another defenseman because right now, Charlie Coyle to Colorado. I love it. I like Charlie Coyle. Good dude, solid hockey player, a good third line. Casey Middlestad going the other. That's crazy. They went from Bowen Byram to Charlie Coyle in a year and a half. That's a crazy level down of assets, but wow. I've always liked Casey Middlestat, the player, I think a little bit more than what he actually is, just because of the Elias Anderson connection. I know a lot of Ranger fans who are listening to this right now are probably a little bit triggered by the fact I mentioned Elias Anderson because they went 6 and 7 in that, or 7 and 8 in that draft, whatever it was. But as we talk about what the Stars could do, I suppose they could stand to add another defenseman because that right side right now is pretty gross. I mean, Cody Ceci, Ilya Lyubushkin, and Matt Dumba. I like Matt Dumba, good dude. He's old. Ilya Lyubushkin is a third pair defenseman. And Cody Ceci, Mr. Game 7 himself, he is an enigmatic figure and a very enigmatic player who can put the puck in the net, who can score occasionally, but his volatility as a defenseman is amongst the most chaotic in the entire NHL. Him, Mike Matheson. I'd add Lane Hudson is like the best version of that, where it's all offense, no defense, and tons of turnovers and losing puck battles. Do we think if Demko didn't start the season injured, things would have been different? Maybe. I think Vancouver's issues are more than just their goaltending, though. I think a lot of it is tied to the fact that their defense isn't very good. When you go and look at that the Vancouver defensive group, they have the other Elias Pettersson. Roenick is fine. Marcus Pettersson, who they acquired in season. Tyler Myers, who's a third pair defenseman. Derek Forbort, who's a third pair defenseman, and then Victor Mancini's in their lineup right now for the injured Quinn Hughes. And then there's Noah Juleson, who played a lot with Carson Soucy, who the Rangers just acquired last night. So I don't know. I still think we got one more big move. I think we got a Brad Marchand trade to be had. I think other than that, I really am curious to see if Florida does anything, if the Rangers do anything. The Rangers, if I remember correctly, got Jack Roslovic right under the wire last year, right before 3:00. And I'll be curious to see if anyone else, if there's another Bruins trade other than Marchand. It's not totally implausible. Let me go look at the Bruins and their roster. You could do Marchand, who's expiring. I suppose you could do John Beecher or Morgan Geekie, who are RFAs. None of their UFAs are particularly enticing. Nobody's really going to want Parker Wotherspoon. I mean, maybe Mason Lowry you could trade. I just don't really see anything else for the Bruins to do there other than Marchand, really. As far as, where are the Oilers? Okay, so right now the Oilers are projected to be they're over the cap because they have players they need to put on LTIR still, but the Oilers don't have a lot of assets. They don't have first round picks this year or next year. They used their first this year to trade up to get Sam O'Reilly. The pick for next year they traded to get Jake Wallman. They don't have a second this year as well. I believe they traded that last year, if I want to say correctly, as part of, what was that for? Oh, that was the salary dump for Zach Kassian. Okay. I forgot they had to salary dump Zach Kassian, but the Oilers very well, they could trade Evander Kane. I think he's staying on LTIR rest of the way, so I don't think that's the case. Greg says, think NYR done. Situation is weird. I agree with you. I felt it was almost an academic certainty that Zach Jones was going to get traded today because they went and got Carson Soucy, and they are polar opposites. Soucy can't handle a puck at all. He's enormous. Zach Jones is a wizard with the puck and 5'10". Chris says, my guy Tom Fitzgerald decided to just pull up a chair and watch Sportsnet instead of making a meaningful addition. I guess so, my brother. He extended Kovacic, and he felt that was good enough for him. I wanted to see the Devils take a swing when Jack Hughes was still in the lineup. I understand his trepidation now that Jack Hughes is going to be out the rest of the year, no chance of returning in the playoffs, and not wanting to burn assets. Let's look at the excuse me. Let me look at the Devils roster on Puckpedia. Timo, Brett, any expirings? Tatar, Bastion, Lazar, Justin Dowling, who I have no idea who that is, and then Dumoulin, who they acquired yesterday. Brian Dumoulin getting a second round pick is crazy. I like Brian Dumoulin. I kind of wanted him for the Oilers for their third pair. Ultimately, he ends up with New Jersey. That's fine and all, but I want to see teams that have a chance take swings. And if the Devils feel like they can't win the cup this year without Jack Hughes, which they probably can't, that's fine. I don't have any qualms about not burning those assets. I think you want to keep re-racking around your core four, now core five. I think you could say Luke Hughes is amongst their core. I think Dougie Hamilton is, but I do think the Devils may begin to grow weary of the fact that he keeps getting hurt and it keeps derailing their seasons. We are on hour number 4 of NHL trade deadline coverage here. And to everybody who's popped in at any point, popped in and out, I want to say thank you. You have a lot of options for your content to watch while you're not getting work done. Doing the show is a lot of fun. I'm glad people care enough that they want to get good independent evaluation and content, because I don't want to turn this into a sports media podcast for a second. If just sends a second round pick on Dumoulin, you don't add a center or a wing. You're not wrong. I mean, why'd you go out and trade for Brian Dumoulin if you're not going to go out and get another winger or another center? But you look at the state of sports media where you got Kendrick Perkins threatening to fight Charles Barkley. Like, what are we doing here, guys? Can we be adults? Can we acknowledge that what ESPN does is TikTok on TV, that it's meant to get you to react to it, to get you to care, to engage with it? Because all ESPN is now is social media centric content. It's talking heads yelling at each other on panels so it can get clipped to go on TikTok, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, and people can react to it over there. And it's not even about the advertising space during TV daylight hours. Sports is always going to be ESPN's bread and butter. The live event rights, as long as they have that, ESPN will be relevant always. But I do think we're going to take another quick bathroom break. I might crack open a beer, in all honesty, because I'm kind of itching to get to my Friday night plans, and I'm very much looking forward to watching the Jets and Devils tonight in person. I really hope the Jets win and don't do what always happens when I see the Devils play, where the Devils end up winning and it's disappointing. But I will be right back, guys. Make sure you enjoy this very default animation that Restream has uploaded here for free. I will be right back, probably with an open beer. Basically, right now, all that's coursing through my veins is caffeine after that coffee and that Coke Zero. So if you notice me with the caffeine trembles, don't worry. I'm not having a stroke or anything. But I am very much looking forward to eating once the stream is over, because I am hungry and the day is still young and there are still miles to go before we sleep. Avery will be in a little bit, and we'll talk about the Oilers, their deadline, the recent funk they're in, the game against Montreal last night, which if you stayed up to watch, you got a good game. It was very, very entertaining. Not a lot of defense, lots of back and forth. No Ekholm or Klingberg for the Oilers last night. Ekholm, he's been dinged up for a minute now. He's popped in and out of the lineup a few times. He missed the game at the Four Nations with the flu that was going around. That was kicking a bunch of different players' asses in that tournament once it relocated to Boston. But the Oilers, something is off. Fundamentally, something about the Oilers is off right now. And I like to think it's just simply a matter of once they get everybody back up to speed, it'll be fine. But at the same time, Connor doesn't look perfect. Connor doesn't look like himself. He's still making the cutting plays. He's still facilitating, but the puck's not going in the net. They're not scoring as consistently. And just checking, making sure that's not somebody trying to reach me. Hang on. We're grabbing a beer. Hang on. I'll be right there. Hang on. There we go. Okay, we're back. One of the fun parts about going away to college is getting a mini fridge, and then you just get to have a mini fridge the rest of your life till it burns out. I can't lie. It's always been pretty nice having a mini fridge under my desk for beers, for water, for Coke Zero, for Gatorade, occasionally for Celsius's, which I may or may not have before I go to the game later anyway. But as we move along here, and let me reopen the chat just in case news breaks in. The Wings move Veleno. Joe Veleno. What did he go for? What do you got, Elliot? Craig Smith and Peter Mrazek. Okay, that's interesting. I mean, sure, if you're Detroit, Mrazek. I mean, I feel like Detroit's had Peter Mrazek. Am I on drugs? Has Peter Mrazek been on the Red Wings before? He has. Yeah, I was going to say, I feel like he's been on the Red Wings before. He started his career in Detroit. He's been in the NHL 13 years. Okay, we're using 13 years very loosely, but he started in the NHL 12 years. That's crazy. I going back to Detroit at this point. I mean, how many different goalies has Detroit oscillated through over the last few years? I mean, this year they've started how many? 4 different goalies. Yeah, Talbot, Lyon, Husso, Sebastian Cossa this year. Last year, it was Lyon, Husso, James Reimer, Michael Hutchinson, if you remember that name, was on the Leafs for a while. The year before that, Husso, Helber, Nedeljkovic, remember that one very well. Yes, that's right. Chris, you have jogged my memory. There's Avery's tweet plugging the show. Love to see it. He beat me to it. I'm very, very excited to have Avery on and talk a little Oilers and just NHL at large as we have. Like, as much as I like bringing in these guests for their specialized coverage, for the work they do consistently, having a more well-rounded, full encompassing perspective on the NHL is why I like talking to all these different people and really trying to give you some flavor that you're not going to get in other places. Like, sure, can you watch TSN or Sportsnet and you listen to the fake laughs? And I know the TSN has like 40 people on their coverage. Like, it looks like the war room of the Pentagon right now. But this is the type of stuff that makes this job fun, is getting to sit here, to break it down, to react, to give you guys a little bit more than just the podcast and a little bit more than just short form video content, because there's more to be had. There is more to be had. Ooh, that had some kick to it. Okay. I want to see what Carolina does, man. I feel like there's a move to be had here for Carolina, whether that's Brock Besser, whether that's Brad Marchand, maybe. I don't know. I really don't know. The Iser plan continues to spin tires in the mud. Yes, that person who just DM'd me that is correct. You know what? Let's take a Detroit aside. That's an interesting conversation we can have. Detroit. Okay. Detroit. Where is that tab? What is that? Oh, there it is. Okay. So looking at Detroit's books, let's see. Dylan Larkin, franchise center. I thought Dylan Larkin was really good at the Four Nations face-off. I was very impressed with his work wherever he was playing in the lineup. I felt his speed was really well highlighted in that format. Lucas Raymond, I won't say blue chip young player, but very good young player. DeBrinket's got 30 pretty consistently. You got him for 2 more years, no complaints. Andrew Kopp, that was a dumb signing. JT Compher, dumb signing. Tarasenko, whatever. Patrick Kane, whatever. Rasmussen at this point probably is nothing more than a middle sixer. Craig Smith, you just got from Mrazek. Excuse me. I think you just got from Mrazek. He's fine. And then you got your young guys. Casper, my Red Wings friends are excited about. Soderblom, ditto. Seider, I like a lot, but the rest of this defense is just putrid. Edvinsson, the 2 Red Wings games I've watched that he's played he's been noticeable. I haven't been that unimpressed. Is Yzerman a Brisebois merchant? Yes. To answer your question, yes. But as we move along and keep talking, we got About 49 minutes to go until the trade deadline hits. And we are still waiting to see if Brad Marchand is going to be traded. If Cody Glass from Pittsburgh to New Jersey. Okay, there is a New Jersey move that I don't necessarily understand, but we can talk about. Okay, let's see what I can find. Cody Glass is on the Penguins right now, so we want to look at his heat map and get an idea. Here it is. Okay. So offense, 3% above average. Defense, okay, good defensive impacts. That's good. Not a crazy positive on offense, but still above average chance creation. What was I gonna do? Oh yeah, Evolving Wild. As you can tell, the longer we go, my brain is starting to fray a little bit, but we are doing our best to keep the stream going. RAPN Cody Glass. Ooh, these are good defensive underlying impacts. Okay. These are good defensive underlying impacts. Like we talked about before, 0 is league average, so below average, above average. And the defensive impacts, these are really good. These are almost, we're talking probably like 75th, 80th percentile defensive impacts from Cody Glass, and you add him to that Devils bottom 6. That's not bad at all. I don't mind that at all as an addition for the Devils. What was the cost? Okay, don't see the cost yet, but on impacts wise, I like that idea. I think you add him to your third line if you're the Devils, probably your third line, maybe your fourth line, but probably your third line. Yeah, because they have Dowling in that spot, and Justin Dowling, I frankly don't know who that is, and I've been doing a hockey stream for 4.5 hours, and I've yet to run into an issue. Justin Dowling, 142 career NHL games. He's 34 years old. Yeah, that's an AHL emergency call up. Who do we got tonight? Should be Markstrom because the Devils didn't play yesterday. Okay, I'm just talking to myself about later. I am very excited. I'm going to get to go to the game tonight, but as we wait here, Avery should be popping in any minute, and we'll be talking Oilers. The issue with this trade is you got a defensive player instead of adding someone who can score, and that's been their biggest issue. I agree with you, Chris. You heard me before when we had Armando on, when we were talking about who's going to come out of the East, and I think my biggest reason I'm not that interested in in New Jersey as a contender, aside from even before Jack Hughes was injured, was the lack of the depth scoring. Like Nathan Bastian is fine. Tatar is fine. But none of those guys are really moving a whole lot. None of those guys are driving play a whole lot. And I just feel like when you're a team like the Devils, you don't want to waste a year of Heischer, of Bratt, of Timo Meyer, of Luke Hughes. Like, yeah, you're going to get more kicks at the can with those guys, but at the same time, you only get so many kicks at the can. Coyle in a 5th for Middlestat, Will Zellers in a 2nd. I don't know about that one for Colorado. I like Casey Middlestat. Coyle's more defense first. I get it from that perspective, but at the same time, I don't know. That's also a good point, Chris. I forgot about that with Nathan Bastian. That is a good point. I'm not going to read that out loud on the stream, but if you're in the comments, you can see what's being said. News. I do like the idea of Cody Glass for the Devils. I think if he were in addition to anything else, that would be nice. Frank Saraverli said it's possible the Oilers could make a Marchand trade work. Yeah, I'm waiting for Paterka to be on the Rangers. We'll see. Hmm. Anything. Okay, Avery should be in here any minute, and we'll see where we go. We'll probably start with Trent Frederick and Jake Wallman, which I'm excited to talk about because I am genuinely excited about Jake Wallman because anytime you can add some gritty, anytime you can get more gritty, the Oilers they need to. The Oilers needed to get more gritty, and Jake Wallman absolutely gives them that. You got the positional versatility of being play. Oh, there's the ding. There's Avery. Hello, my friend. How are we doing? Happy deadline.
Good. I'm doing well, Nick. How you doing, buddy? How are things? How's the stream been going?
We're 4.5 hours in. I haven't lost my voice yet. That was the biggest concern I had. So I'm doing well.
Good to hear. Good to hear. I know it's not easy doing a trade deadline stream or a broadcast. Like it goes on and on and on and on. That much talking's tough.
It is. Thankfully, I've had a litany of guests to keep it moving, and so I'm not just talking to myself because, as you know, doing a show just talking to yourself after 30 minutes gets tiring. I couldn't imagine doing this for 4.5 hours. I probably would have lost my mind by now.
No, I can imagine. You mentioned, you have guests though. It's not just you. So yeah, but you've been doing a lot of great work with this still, getting into a lot of the trades, and it's been a fun day so far. A fun past couple of days, definitely in the NHL world, Nick.
So let's start with the Oilers of it all. Number one, they got more gritty. They added Jake Wallman. We're all very excited about that. They needed another defenseman, and he's absolutely an above-average defenseman. And then Trent Frederick and Max Jones. So just give me a general how you feel about the Oilers week.
So I would say it's been okay. So I do think that Jake Wallman is a great addition to this team on the back end. And I know the biggest issue isn't defending, but he's a guy, if you can find a way to bring him into your team, you take it. You find a way to take a guy like Jake Wallman into your lineup. He's got flair for the offense. He's great in his own. He's great. He can be reliable, and you've got a defensive core where at times there can be problems at times though. But Edmonton's defense works itself out more often than not. He's playing with guys like Matthias Ekholm, like Brett Kulak. So I think he's going to be a great addition. And also, too, he's a great personality, which would be fun to see as well in Edmonton.
Very much so. And I'll be very curious to see how the D-core ends up shaking out because I was talking about it after the game last night. You've got like 8 guys for 6 spots now, and you probably assume Stetcher's drawing out, but I forget who I saw arguing about this on Twitter. I think it was Chris Pronger arguing with somebody about why would you sign John Klingberg if you weren't going to guarantee him a lineup spot, and I think I would have the opposite look at that. Like if you have the opportunity where like you're deep enough that John Klingberg is your first guy out of the press box, that's a good problem to have.
Yeah, no, it truly is. It really is. I do want to see what guys like a Klingberg can do in the postseason because we already know that it's tough enough to make a comeback in hockey, period. Making a comeback mid-season after a year off, like that's not easy. So at least going into a playoff run, you've got a little bit more depth when it comes to your blue liners. So I want to see what can happen because you're going to need those kind of guys in depth if you, like say, for example, on a long playoff run, you're going to need those kind of guys in a tough series against, say, a Colorado, a Dallas, a Vegas, a Los Angeles, whoever else you face this postseason.
Yeah, no, we typically see, teams that win the Stanley Cup, they probably got to play 8 or 9 defensemen. You're probably going to go through 14 or 15 forwards, probably 3 goalies because of injuries. That's just the nature of playoff hockey. So it's never a bad thing to be 8 deep on the back end.
No, not at all, not at all. And you look at, it's like people talk about, we always see the tropes about how Edmonton's defense is struggling this, that, and the third. But when you dive into analytics, when you look at the team, what they've allowed, like, it's actually not that bad when it comes to denying high danger chances. Actually pretty good. So I think the concerns are a bit overblown in my mind as well, too, on defense, Nick.
I agree with you from that respect. I think a lot of people, it's do you look at the box score or do you watch the game kind of deal?
Yeah.
And when you watch the Oilers on a nightly basis, they're relatively steady. They don't give up a lot at the net front. And I know the conjecture over the last 2 weeks around the goaltending position has gotten, I don't want to say like deafeningly loud, but the fact that each intermission hit is Bob Stauffer saying, sorry, they're not going to get a goalie for 2 weeks straight kind of tells you where the conversation is at.
Yeah, no, it's true. And the thing is, and my thing is, a robot for every sport, a robot for every sport. It's about how you can go get a good goaltender. Because my thing has always been, I've always been a big Stuart Skinner guy ever since he first came into the league. But it's been clear that maybe Stuart isn't the kind of guy that plays 55, 60, 70 games. He's not a Martin Brodeur kind of guy. But there's no harm in getting him a 1B goaltender, like, say, a Jake Allen, a Cam Talbot, and Alex Lyon, to split the starts for a long playoff run, because I don't know if it's wise to go in again with Calvin Pickard and say, hey, if Stu falters, your solution is Calvin Pickard. I don't know if you can, I mean, credit to Calvin last year. He did save this team from falling into a 3-1 hole against Vancouver. He did do his job. But I don't know if you want to roll the dice again and say, hey, if we fall in a 3-1 hole or a 2-1 hole, Calvin's here to save the day if Stewart falters again.
That's a tall order, and the problem is, one by one over the course of the week, the candidates for that 1B have evaporated. Vejmelka got extended.
Mm-hmm.
John Gibson is hurt, and we've consistently heard that John Gibson, the contract is kind of cost prohibitive for the Oilers. Vanacek got traded to Florida. Right now, the only goalie with, I don't even want to say Alexander Georgiev has a pulse, but that's the only goalie with a pulse that you could conceivably get in here for the stretch run. And do you really want to trade for a goalie who has an .870 save percentage right now?
No. No one in this fan base, they might have stormed OEG offices if that was the goaltending move they made. That would not have gone over very well at all.
No, that would have been very much like a parent spiting their child and giving them what they wanted in a backhanded way. Okay, you want a goalie? Here's Alexander Georgiev. And you wouldn't be complaining about Stuart Skinner as much because, and like you said, I think Stu probably peters out as a 50-55 start guy. I think he's more of a 1A in a tandem as opposed to what he's, and he hasn't been atrocious. But the last 2 weeks when they've needed a stop, just somebody to kind of take the game by the handle and just calm it down, he hasn't been able to do that. That game on Monday, Pickard started, and it wasn't Stu's fault when he came into the game at 3-0 at the start of the second period, but they've needed somebody to kind of calm the waters and steady things over the last 2 weeks. And instead, it's only gotten increasingly more volatile. I mean, even last night, they won. I didn't feel good about the way they won.
Yeah, the thing is that, Montreal, the team Edmonton should be able to easily take 2 points off of, and it didn't happen. You've had 2 straight games where Anaheim, Montreal, where the games were far harder than things need to be. And, I don't want to be all doom and gloom over it, but that is a little bit concerning when you're in a dogfight against Montreal and just getting demolished by Anaheim.
Yeah. And it's funny. The thing is, Montreal, no defense. They do not play any defense whatsoever. And Lane Hudson is having an incredible season. He's going to get better at defense the more he plays. But the fact you could only score 2 in regulation on that Montreal team, and it was a struggle to score 2 against that Montreal team last night. It really feels right now, and I've been saying this for the last week and a half on Locked On Oilers, when your team is on one of these prolonged funks or losing streaks, everything that feels bad about your team feels a lot worse than it actually is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I agree with that. It's funny because you talk about it and you look at the standings, and Edmonton is still top 3 in the division. I mean, yes, you want to catch up, you want to track down Vegas, you want to get your first division title in going on almost 40 years, the longest streak in all of pro sports. But yeah, it feels like, at times, this team is going to fall off. This team is only a wild card team. But no, when you look at the numbers, yeah, they're in number 2. They're firmly going to be a team that's probably going to have home ice advantage. But you're right, Nick. It feels like they're struggling to keep a playoff spot right now when really they're in a good spot.
It's weird because they've played really bad hockey for almost a month now, and they haven't really lost any ground because nobody can really catch up. And some of that's a testament to how good they were from late November through late January, where they were a 740 points percentage team from the 23rd through the end of January. So you can afford a lull. And I think a lot of Oiler fans, they understand that they want to kind of steady the waters, even things out now, so that they're not trying to just turn it on when the playoffs start. Because this is unquestionably a playoff team, but you want to have a decent run of form into the playoffs so that by the time you get there, you feel like you're ready to go. I know they pulled guys the last 2 games of the regular season last year. They weren't particularly invested in winning those games because they were locked into their spot. But it feels like it's important that they kind of steady the waters. They integrate Wallman. We see whether or not Evander Kane or Trent Frederick actually come back before the start of the playoffs, and really try and figure this out. Because, I remember we talked after that game against the Wild a few weeks ago, and it still felt like they didn't know what they wanted to do with their forwards. They still really don't. Like Max Jones and Trent Frederick, whenever Frederick does play, you've got like 7 left wingers for 4 spots. You've got 2 right wingers and Corey Perry. And then it just feels like there's too many guys for not enough spots right now.
Yeah, no, I could not agree more. And yeah, it's a fair question to ask when Frederick does return, because it sounds like he'll probably come back probably last week of the season or for game 1 of whoever they face in the playoffs to start the postseason. But you're right. It's going to be on Chris Knobloch and company. Where does everybody go? And who sits for game 1? It's not going to be an easy task for Knobloch whatsoever.
Yeah, because I want to see Jeff Skinner play. Because I think just objectively, he's better than some of the candidates you have. I know they're dealing with injuries right now on the back end, so you're a little more inclined to just let them figure it out for now on a case-by-case basis. But up front, I feels like they haven't found the right permutation of guys yet. They found Podkolzin and Draisaitl there in the middle for a little while. That was fine. They've kept McDavid with Hyman for most of the year. It feels like they don't want to go away from the Janmark, Henrique, and Connor Brown line, which they finally did last night for a little while. But it feels like they can't find the right mix for what they have. And maybe they just don't have the right mix. Maybe these guys just don't gel the way they want them to.
Yeah, it's been very strange. You mentioned Matisse Janmark. It's weird how he has so much rope in this roster compared to a Jeff Skinner. I mean, yes, Janmark is more known for his defensive play, but Matisse Janmark doesn't even have 5 goals in the year. Like, he's been struggling to score. And you have Jeff Skinner here, who is still 5th on the team in goals and is still easily the best skater in tight around the net. You see Jeff Skinner effectively using that figure skating background to get to the net at will when he wants to in tight spaces. And you're seeing his hands getting better and better. And you're seeing Jeff chip in more defensively when you know that really hasn't been his game historically. It feels like no matter what Jeff does, he's going to get scratched a game or 2 later.
And it's tough when you're a guy and I was talking about this yesterday. When you're a guy like Jeff Skinner, you came into the league, you won the Calder Trophy as a rookie. You've always been a top 6 forward. You've always played on a first line. Last year, his most common line mates were Tage Thompson and Alex Tuck. To expect, and we all knew there was going to be a drop off in production because of that. He's playing like 3-4 minutes less per game than he did last year. No power play one time. But it feels like they brought him and Arvidsson in without really a lot of mind for how they were going to fit. They just said, these guys are good at hockey. We will figure this out.
Yeah, no, that's a really good point. And on paper, it made sense. On paper, yeah that's great. Arvidsson and Skinner, absolutely. Heck yeah. Because I've been a fan of both Arvidsson and Skinner. I've actually known Jeff for quite some time. So I was like, oh yeah, heck yeah. Bringing Jeff into Edmonton, great move. But it hasn't worked effectively. And you're right, in terms of how they slot in. But it's been weird because you would think Jeff Skinner in a top 6 role would have been automatic, because he's not really a grind. He's not a bottom 6 guy. It seemed almost too easy to say, yes, play him with guys like McDavid and Draisaitl and it'll work out, but it just hasn't.
And they've been very reluctant to give Jeff another opportunity. Like, I understand they had a really cold start. It was like 5-5-2 out of the gate, something like that. And that was really the most prolonged look Jeff got in the top 6. And since then, they've obviously turned it around to some degree, but they've been unwilling to go back to that. And some of it is because I don't think they know what they want to do with Nuge either, where if Nuge isn't on Connor's left, and you're only playing him on 3rd line left wing with Henrique and with Connor Brown, that feels like you're probably underutilizing Nuge, but you don't want to play Nuge on Draisaitl's left because you've liked what you've gotten from Podkolzin there so much. It's a really complicated puzzle.
No, it really is. And you mentioned Nuge right there. And he's had a very strange run of the past 3 seasons where historically Nuge has always been a 60, 70 point guy, has 90 point season, 100 point season, and then regresses. So if you're management, you're thinking to yourself, like, you're probably frustrated in terms of like, what what are you now? Because we saw you have your 100-point year. Maybe that isn't ever going to be your peak again, but you'd hope for him to get back to his pace of maybe being that 60 to 80-point guy, and he's struggling to do that again. So it's like, it's a very confusing time for him right now in this lineup. Oh. Oh. The stream crash on us now? Uh-oh.
Okay. Are we hot? Are we still hot? If you're in the chat, pop in. If you're in the chat, say something so I know we're still hot. There we go. Okay, there we go.
There we go.
My internet died on my end for a good 10 seconds there. I was very confused for a minute. There we go. Continue. Sorry about that. Continue.
Yeah, no worries. I was just saying, I was saying about Nuge, how he's had a very strange run of the past few years where, you had his 100-point season. You figured that Nuge might be a guy who can finally stick in the top 6 and put up points. And he's regressed again after being a guy who, you thought finally he's broken on through again to being that guy who was a top 10 pick. So if you're management, if you're Chris Knobloch, it's a very strange place with Ryan Nugent-Hopkins right now.
Yeah, and you got to keep that in mind as far as the lineup decisions. I think that's part of why they just kind of defer to Janmark to some degree. Same thing with Connor Brown.
Mm-hmm.
I think one of the real questions I've been asking myself a lot over the last week and a half, and I'll be curious to see what you think. What do you think Jeff Jackson's initial plan was for the summer after signing Skinner and Arvidsson? Because I think in his mind, he thought he was going to give Holloway and Broberg the minimum offers they could get and effectively run back the same team with Skinner and Arvidsson in the Ryan McLeod and Warren Fogle spots.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. I think maybe you lose one of those guys. Maybe it's a matter of losing one of Broberg and Holloway and Fogle. I don't think the plan was to lose all 3 guys.
Yeah.
Again, we saw the offer sheets come in from St. Louis. Edmonton chose not to match. But you're right. I think the initial plan was we had to lose one of them. It was probably going to be Broberg, but I do think Jackson came in thinking he was going to keep a Dylan Holloway on this roster because you needed some size and speed. And without Fogle, without Holloway, without McLeod, you became a very old and a very slow team overnight.
And it's crazy to say that the Oilers are a slow team, but on a nightly basis, they are agonizingly slow. I mean, once Connor's line is off, it's really hard for them to win any foot races. Like Podkolzin grinds hard, he wins battles, but he's not fast. You wouldn't say that Arvidsson is fast. You wouldn't say that Hyman is fast. They battle hard, they win puck battles, but it's hard when you're the second person to all of those loose pucks.
Yeah, it's true. And that was a big thing we saw in the postseason, especially in the Cup final. How many times did you see guys like Ryan McLeod or guys like Dylan Holloway sprung in a break or sprung a 2-on-1 or Fogle sprung? They didn't finish. They may not have finished at times. They were still beating Panthers to the puck. So they were still being sprung on odd man chances. You don't see it very much unless it's a breakaway for a guy like a McDavid or a Draisaitl.
Yeah, and that's where I think the biggest drop off offensively is from. They were talking about it on the broadcast during the Ducks game on, what was that, Monday or Tuesday night? I forget what day of the week it was. My days are blending together, as you might imagine. But they were talking about it on the broadcast, the game against the Ducks, because they had some stats about just where the Oilers' offense comes from, and it was very surprising to see that the Oilers kind of profile as like a cycle, grind, dump and chase team. And you're talking about a team with two of the five best players in the world on it. And that just feels like that shouldn't be the case. But I think that's really a reflection of the supporting cast. They don't have the supporting cast with speed anymore. And because of that, they've had to change how they play. And I think by default, that's leading to less offense. Without that speed, they can't create off of the rush, and you have to work harder. And we all know the old expression, you got to work smarter, not harder. And the Oilers are working really hard to create anything right now.
Yeah, they are, and they have no choice right now. I mean, and yeah, they're still second in their division. They're still in a really good spot to be a playoff team. You're right, Nick. They don't benefit of that speed, which almost won a cup last year, because we saw when his team fell down 0-3. They were able to get back to creating chances, and we saw that secondary scoring do everything, or do a lot of things going forward in games 4, 5, and 6. And when you don't have that, it's tough, because you become a team that people might start to question, or opposing teams in a conference might think and say, hey, yes, they have McDavid and Draisaitl, but we can take down the rest of that supporting cast, because it isn't as dynamic now.
And that was really the issue prior to the last 2 years for Edmonton, was that supporting cast was never where it really needed to be. And that's really what enabled them to break through last year, was the fact they made a really good deadline addition in Adam Henrique. I know he missed quite a few games in the playoffs, but when he did play, he had a crazy 20-something shooting percentage. They got timely penalty kill, shorthanded goals from Connor Brown and Janmark.
Mhm.
And then on top of that, you had Hyman, who played at almost a point per game clip. Nuge was almost at a point per game clip. And now you're sitting here and you feel like, was that it? Was that really the best the Oilers could muster up? Was one good year of Fogle, Evander Kane, Dylan Holloway? And now you're sitting here and you're hoping that Evander Kane and Trent Frederick slide into this top 9. That's another question, is when you have Evander Kane back. First of all, you said it before about Klingberg. If he hasn't played hockey in 10 months, how realistic is it to expect him to come into the lineup game 1 of the playoffs and be functional?
Yeah, it's tough. And you're not getting the Evander Kane of 2022 who came out fired up and was able to produce. You got Evander Kane now who's been dealing with a sports hernia, who's battled broken ribs before, who had the graphic wrist injury a couple of years ago. The injuries start to pile up and affect you once you get on the wrong side of 30. And I'm not saying Evander Kane can't recapture some of that magic, but expecting him to do what he do in 2022 before those injuries might be a little bit silly.
And that's really the conundrum now, because you're sitting here and somehow we are going to be here again where almost certainly the Kings are going to be playing the Oilers in the first round again. And then you're looking at probably Vegas, and then you're looking at whoever comes out of that bloodbath in the Central. And sure, you think the Oilers will beat the Kings, and after that, that's as rough as it gets. It's crazy to me how much better the West is than the East.
Right? Yeah. Right now, the Eastern Conference is wide open. That could be anybody for all we know. Like, heck, we might get a Cinderella run from Ottawa for all we know. Like, that's how crazy the Eastern Conference is at this point in time. But you're right. The Western Conference, it is gangbusters between Edmonton, Vegas, LA, Colorado, Dallas, Winnipeg. Like, it is not going to be an easy run for the Oilers, and even with the LA Kings. If you're Rob Blake and company LA, you know you can't fall to the Oilers for a 4th straight year. Like, that cannot happen. So the Kings are going to want to find a way to get past that hump of Edmonton.
No, oh, that's old. I almost got had by a tweet. That was someone quote tweeting a tweet from 2018. It was Patrick Kane to the Sabres, and I thought for a minute, I was like, why are the Sabres adding a player at the deadline? But we got about 10 minutes to go here. I'm very curious to see if anything crazy trickles in under the wire. I mean, last year Hurdle came in at like 258, and
Yeah.
that nobody had heard anything about that all week. I mean, I suppose Brad Marchand is kind of available, and that's really the only big name that we know of. But what do you make of the fact that the Oilers went for very specialized additions in Wallman and Trent Frederick? Because I know there was a bit of clamoring for, somebody a little bit higher tier, whether that's a Kyle Palmieri type, somebody who can give you 10, 15 goals. Because as crazy as it sounds, and like they don't have a bad offense, it kind of feels like the Oilers need more goal scoring.
Yeah, and I think this team has always been at the deadline prone to going in and getting the depth guys or the grinder guys like a Trent Frederick to get Jake Wallman. I mean, you can go back even to I would say the past 10 years or so when his team specialized in trying to get Jared Smithson to try and get a face-off guy. That didn't work out very well. It only gave the team 1 point. But Edmonton has always been a team that goes very specialized at the deadline. They've never really been a huge blockbuster team in recent memory outside of Matthias Ekholm. So I'm not surprised by that. I mean, I do want to see, like I mentioned before, if Frederick can come back from his injury and be a good foot soldier and give you some decent scoring on that fourth line, maybe gets thrown to the third line, cool. But that's been the Oilers' MO deadline for quite some time, to do that kind of, be a kind of team.
Who worries you the most in the Western Conference for the Oilers? For me, I feel like it's Vegas, because you're probably going to see them in the second round, and the Oilers played them really well this year, the 3 times they've played them. So it's not like impossible task. It just feels like Vegas slows the game down so much. Their defensemen are so good at controlling the middle of the ice. And that's really been the Oilers' issues in the past. When they go into these prolonged droughts of scoring, it's because they can't get to that high danger area. They can't get to the middle of the ice. And then it's just basically hoping Connor or Leon can kind of pull something out of nowhere.
Yeah, no, you're entirely true in that. And the Vegas Golden Knights, that's the one thing about a Bruce Cassidy coach team.
Yeah.
He finds a way to grind you down. Like, he's a winner. And it's funny because we all know Bruce Cassidy is, a hard coach, but he finds ways to get teams to where they need to be. So I applaud him for that. But a team that scares me, I would say, is the Dallas Stars. That's a team in which Edmonton had to scrap and find a way to beat last year. But I don't know if Dallas makes the same mistakes 2 years in a row. And now you're adding Rantanen to that roster of a team that has Jason Robertson, Matt Duchene, Roope Hintz, a solid team with so many guys who have 50 points or more, who are dynamic in that forward core. And you still have in net, you still have Jake Ottinger in net. That to me is a team that I don't know if Dallas makes the same mistakes as last year. So they scare me in my mind. They do have another battle against Edmonton.
The thing about Dallas, and I was saying this before when I had Joey Erickson, who does Locked On Stars, on, is they've continuously had really nice regular seasons. They've had pretty nice playoff runs, but they've always run into the team with just slightly better stars. And that's really kind of the differentiation point when you get to a conference final, is can your stars outplay the other team's best stars? And I've said the same thing as a Ranger fan, where they've run into Tampa Bay and Florida. We're like, yeah, Panarin and Zibanejad are really good, but I would rather have Kachuk and Barkov. I would rather have Point and Kucherov. And now the Stars have a guy who's in that conversation. I love Roope Hintz. I love Wyatt Johnston, 2 of my favorite players in the entire league to watch, but they're not on the tier of a Draisaitl or a McDavid. And Rantanen, he's pretty close, and he gives them someone at that table. You could say Heiskanen, whenever he comes back, is in that upper echelon elite player, but it's always harder for a defenseman to make as much of an impact as a forward. But this is fun. This is what it's all about.
Yeah, no, it is really fun. And, I would love to see a rematch of Edmonton Dallas for the Western Conference Final. And for myself, like last year, it's funny because being a kid being someone who's 32 years old, like that was my childhood. Yeah. My childhood was Edmonton Dallas. So that brought memories back to me. But in general in the series, though, it was just a fun series because last year, I mean, people assumed automatically, oh, Dallas in 5. Dallas in 4. People didn't expect Edmonton to walk into Dallas in game 1 and steal a victory. That was when people realized, oh, Edmonton's got a shot here.
And it's crazy because like we've been waiting for the Oilers to kind of make that leap for a little while now. Like they'd made the conference final a couple years prior against Colorado, and Colorado was just a better team. You know, there's nothing you can do if the other team beats you. But last year was kind of their coming out party, kind of solidifying kind of the proof of concept for building the team out entirely around Connor and Leon. And now it's just really a matter of keeping that rolling as we transition to the last part of our conversation before I let you out of here. I don't want to say this is last dance type energy, but like it kind of feels like it's the last cheap year you're going to have of Connor, Leon, and Bouchard. And those are your 3 most impactful players. And beyond that, it's going to be really interesting to see how Stan Bowman attempts to build out a team around them. You know, they don't have a lot of commitments that go very long into the future, which is both a good thing and a bad thing because A, it's a good thing. You have more flexibility. It's also a bad thing because you have more decisions to make. The more decisions you have to make, the harder it gets to do a good job.
Yeah, no, I don't agree with that, and you're right because you got deals with McDavid and Bouchard, and those guys are going to want their money as they should.
Yeah.
And Leon already got his, but yeah, Connor and Bouchard are going to want to get their deal. So you're right, Nick. This is a year in which you want to find a way to win right now before the price of those guys goes up and up and up, and you have to. So yeah, I think, and if you're Connor McDavid, here's the thing: Connor McDavid, if he wants to take over a game or a series, he will find a way to do it. We have seen it before, time and time again, where he will not be denied. And same for Leon Draisaitl. Whenever he plays against the LA Kings, he goes supernova. But you're right. If you're an organization, you will have to find a way to do it before the price of brick goes up.
I mean, Wyatt Johnston got signed today for 5 by 8.4, and he'll re-rack that at 27 or 28. And I wouldn't be surprised if at that point he's making double that. 5 years from now, I wouldn't be surprised if he's making $16 million per year. And that's really that actually ties nicely into a Mikko Rantanen thing I was talking about earlier today with Hunter Hodes. And I'll get you out of here on this question. Do you think the fact that 3 separate teams looked at Mikko Rantanen and said, we don't want to pay you $13 million a year is them saying that Rantanen is not worth $13 million per year? Or do you think it's a case of we just don't think there is a player that's worth this amount of money because that's just too much money for one player?
Wow, that's a great question. That is a great question because I would say it's a little bit of, I'll call him A and B to an extent because I do think, for example, I do think McDavid is that, McKinnon is that. So I think there definitely are those kind of guys. But as a team thinking, a team don't want to spend in general because teams want to build around more pieces. So I think even for a contender, it's hard to say this guy is worth that much money. I don't believe it's, we don't think you are. It's just that we need more pieces to win a cup, and we don't think we can sacrifice so much money for just you right now.
And that's really one of the really curious things we're going to see play out over the next 2 years or so is with all of the new money in the system, how are teams going to react to that? Is everyone just going to, is the implication that if you're a cup contender, you spend to the cap no matter what? Or are we going to see teams, 5, 10 million under the cap because it's 110, 120 million per year and owners just aren't willing to foot that bill? I do think that's something that certain markets are going to have to contend with going forward.
No, totally. I think you're going to definitely see, you're going to hear more about internal caps going forward because, I mean, don't get me wrong. I like seeing players getting paid. I like seeing players getting their money, but you're going to see more and more teams saying, can we actually go out and do that year in, year out?
And that's really going to be a separation point. I am very curious to see what happens as far as some of the smaller market teams, a Winnipeg, a Calgary, that don't necessarily have the same level of financial might as some of the bigger markets in Canada or some of the bigger markets in the United States. There's a lot at play. And it's what makes this stuff so interesting to talk about abstractly because we genuinely don't know. These are unprecedented environmental conditions for contracts.
Right. It really is, but it is fun because when the cap goes up, there's more weight. When players get their money more, it's better because, hey, I want to see an NHL player one day, again, be a $20 million guy because we're still so far behind NFL money, baseball money, and NBA money.
Yeah, I mean, Leon's going to be the highest paid player next year, and he's going to be like 1/7 of what Juan Soto's getting next year for the Mets. Like, I love you, Wani Baseball, but like Leon is arguably better at hockey than Juan Soto is at baseball, and like it's not even in the same ballpark. You know, like Leon's like 3-4 years of Leon's next contract will be 1 year of Juan Soto on the Mets, which is crazy to think about. But the baseball TV money, that's the thing. We got to get our hockey's got to get our TV money up. We got to get a better TV deal.
Yep, could not agree more.
That's what paid for KD to go to the Warriors was the new TV deal. And that's how Harrison Barnes got a max contract. And that's what we need. We need that mid-level player. I'll get you out of here on this. I know I've been rambling. I love somebody like a Brock Besser who has 40 goal seasons under his belt. Is he going to walk to free agency this summer and get $8.5 million per year from a team that desperately wants to spend money on players because good players don't reach free agency that often, which creates the kind of feeding frenzy we always see on July 1st. And there's no way to know until we get there, which is what makes it fun to speculate about.
No, exactly. It's super duper fun, Nick.
Thank you so much for stopping by, Avery. Very glad I was able to get you on the show. Talk soon, my friend. I'm going to get you out of here and we will move along. Oh my God. I am getting tired. I can't lie. An hour to go on the stream. Seeing the 5-hour mark in the top corner is crazy. 4:30 works for me. Okay, trying to organize my plans for later. I still have to. I probably am going to change my shirt because I've been sweating in this shirt for 6 hours. Marchand to Florida. What? Dog, what? Come on now. We're being silly. We're being silly. We are being silly. Oh my days. Florida and Tampa trading with each other is crazy. Not Florida and Tampa, Florida and Boston, excuse me. Okay. Had to send a text there. Okay. For the final hour or so, I'm really only going to be walking through stuff that has happened because we'll see. I don't think we're going to get anything else crazy. Besser stayed in Vancouver. The Bruins play the Panthers next week. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's the magic of deadline day, friends. Oh, my goodness gracious. Elliot, please give me the trade. Oh, let me see if I can get Sportsnet going over here on this window. I want to hear what the insiders have to say. Oh, no, that's NHL Network. Absolutely not. I do not want to see NHL Network's coverage. Good Lord, no. Thank you. Okay. Yeah. No, God bless the people who work at NHL Network. I cannot. The coverage is bad. The analyst, the panel. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm looking at Paul Bissonnette's face on the Sportsnet panel, which is a joke. But at least they have people like Elliot Friedman who actually break the news firsthand, as opposed to the secondary types that NHL Network uses, because the NHL Network refuses to have full-time employees and everyone is a contract, freelancer, technically speaking. All right. I'm going to wait to see if we get anything on Marchand or if there are any other under-the-wire trades, but more likely than not, it's probably going to be those two. Nothing for the Flames. Senators have a trade in the coffer. Nothing for the Oilers. Something for the Leafs. Okay. No Habs, no Armia or Savard trade. Tommy Novak was in Cody Glass's wedding party. Wow. Unfortunate Cody Glass didn't get to play with him, but that's the kind of anecdote why you're on social media. Brad Marchand on Florida is crazy. Like, that's Kachuk, Bennett, Marchand, there's a degree of toxicity that the human mind shouldn't be able to comprehend. Like, at a certain point, I don't know if you need that much toxicity. Like, oh my God, Kachuk, Sam Bennett, and Brad. That's crazy. That's crazy. Like, now they're going to have to make Sam Bennett and Brad Marchand, like, kiss and make up about the fact that Sam Bennett sucker punched him last year. Like, if I were Brad Marchand, and look, I know a guy like Marchand is going to say it's part of the game, whatever. If a guy sucker punched me and I got traded to his team the next year, I would have some reservations about that. And look, I imagine Boston asked him before going, but at the same time, it's crazy. Yeah, LeBron saying same thing, pending call, Marchand to Florida. Yeah, Don Sweeney will not be seeing the pearly gates. Oh, man. Are the Florida Panthers on crack? Yes, the Florida Panthers are indeed on crack. I can't believe some of the people who didn't get moved. No Besser trade, no Kyle Palmieri trade, no Ryan Donato trade. Crazy to me, the volume of players. What's the return for Marchand? I have no idea. It's part of why the stream is still going right now. I want to see if he gets a first-round pick, if the Bruins get players back, which is certainly possible. Maybe there's a player-for-player trade to be had. I know the Bruins don't really want to tear it down all that much because they still have Chuck. They got Swayman. They got Pasta. But Marchand to Florida is insane. Marchand, Matthew Tkachuk, Sam Bennett. Come on. No Pat Maroon trade. Chicago's done for the day. Connor Timmins was pulled off the ice at practice for the Leafs. Come on. Someone give me news. Marchand to Florida is happening per Elliot Friedman. Okay. I'm sure the TNT panel will find a way to make that miserable. Anything else? Anything else? Come on, where are my trades at? Where are my trades at? Marchand will be an interesting fit, I think, if you play him. Excuse me. I'm starting to feel the tired. The adrenaline is starting to wear off. Chris makes a good point in the chat. No Ricard Raquel trade, which I figured almost certainly was going to happen. But I just want to get the Marchand trade in before I end the stream to see what we've got. But 5 hours in, internet only broke out once, only had the stream freeze on a guest once. So I can't complain. This has been a fun endeavor. I want to thank everybody who has stopped by the stream at any point today. If you're watching this stream retroactively just because you want to watch me go through the stages of psychosis, I certainly understand. Come on, where are the trades at? Ian says, Elliot says it's happening. Yeah, I have the broadcast in my ear right now with the Sportsnet desk, and we're talking about it right now. It's a done deal. So that's crazy to me. They're definitely be sending wellness checks in on my Bruin fan friends. There are certain players I always kind of envisioned would be on one team. I kind of figured Marchand was a lifer. Like, the fact that we got to 258 on deadline day and we didn't have anything, I just assumed the Bruins were going to ride it out. Marchand was going to sign an extension, and that would be that. But I do think now, weirdly, because he got traded to Florida, this does potentially put Brad Marchand in play for the Rangers this summer. I think there's a non-zero chance. You see Chris Drury look to facilitate bringing in somebody like a Brad Marchand because he feels his team lacks veteran leadership, that it lacks intensity, it lacks guys who play the game the right way. And Big Al Express says Kreider's still a Ranger. I agree with you. The prices today were insane. You probably weren't going to do better. You're probably not going to do better on Kreider in the summer, even though I think you probably are going to trade one of Kreider or Zibanejad, if not both, in the summer. I think Chris Drury dramatically wants to remodel the team, and I think the fact that he's been allowed to burn assets crazy. Ian, if we could find a way to get a Tampa, Florida Eastern Conference final, that would be sick. I don't think the playoff format would work for that unless Tampa fell to a wild or Florida fell to a wild card and went the Metropolitan path and went through Washington, then the winner of Carolina Devils, and Greg says we got Urho Vakanainen. That's right. I didn't talk about that because Avery was on when that extension got announced. I don't know what the Rangers are doing there. Vakanainen is a total nothing burger for me. I do not understand the fascination with Vakanainen other than he's a former first round pick, and like that tweet goes, Brandon Carlo to the Leafs. Okay, I like that trade. I've always liked Brandon Carlo. He's always been a solid second pair defenseman. It's the injuries. He's got a lot of concussions. He's had a lot of injuries over the years, and it's really hard to be a physical defenseman if you are injured easily. And as good as I think Brandon Carlo can be when he's healthy, it just hasn't worked out for him. And it sucks because that's a good hockey player when he's right. You know, it's very much the same conversation we've had about Filipino over the years, and waiting to see. They're going over to Friedman right now. Okay, that's just the Carlo trade. They didn't announce the return. Yeah. Yeah, this is a fun deadline day. I mean, not a lot of splashes. You know, Rantanen started overnight. Brock Nelson was overnight, and those were kind of the two big fish. Marchand's still an effective player. You know, I know a lot of people had some thoughts about Brad Marchand after the Four Nations. They said he looked slow. They said he didn't look great. And I think that environment, a lot of high-end skating, I think a lot of intensity is similar to what you're going to see in the playoffs, but it's not to that degree. You know, you're not going to play a team in the playoffs. The Panthers aren't going to play a team that has a Dylan Larkin on the third line, that has a Brock Nelson on the fourth line. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy to think that Brad Marchand got traded. And we're waiting to see what the return is on Marchand, what the return on Carlo is, and if there are any more under the wires. I think I saw something about maybe an Ottawa trade, but I don't know. Oh, I have a good idea. I cannot believe the Bruins traded him in division. Colorado is bringing back Eric Johnson, who got bought out by Philly, if I remember correctly, I think. Or did they trade for him? Yeah, he got traded from Philly, not bought out. Okay. Okay, what do we have? Elliot, come on. Can you tell me what Brad Marchand is returned for so I can go to the bathroom and go eat and get ready to go drink beers with my friends? I'm tired. This has been a very fun endeavor. Let me not. I might try and do this again on July 1st if I'm not doing anything, if that's not like in alignment with the 4th of July weekend type deal. But this is very fun. I've enjoyed doing this. I was definitely a little worried that it would be hard to fill in a lot of the time, but very great. Zetterlund might be going to the Sens, according to Bruce Garriock. Good for Ottawa trying. I commend teams that try. That's better than teams that don't try. Like Yoda said, you do or do not try. The Blackhawks got a prospect and player rights to eat Shea Weber's contract. Okay. I cannot believe the fact that Brad Marchand is going to get to play the Leafs again in the playoffs. Actually, wait, it's Florida then Toronto? Yeah, it's Florida, Toronto, Tampa. So if Toronto were to beat Tampa in the first round, they would play Brad Marchand, but we'll see. Anything else? Come on, give me the Marchand return. Give me the Marchand return. Well, this solidifies the Bruins aren't making the playoffs, which I think we all knew that, but okay. The Rangers deadline. Juuso Parssinen, Calvin DeHaan, Carson Soucy, Brendan Brisson, a second and a fourth round pick for Lindgren, Vesey, Riley Smith, and Hank Kempf. That's fine. In the abstract, the Rangers did well. And Chris raises a good point that the Sharks basically have nothing to show for Timo Meier. I know I tweeted something about this a week or two ago on the anniversary of that trade, and I had like more than one person call me like a dickhead, and I didn't know puck because I didn't think Fabian Zetterlund was that important of a player. Like, he's fine. 0.48 points per game player for his career. He's not bad. He's got a little bit of high-end skill, but you don't trade Timo Meier for that. Like, come on now. That's crazy to me. Okay. Can you... That's a commercial. All right. If I don't get this trade in the next 5 minutes, I think we'll wrap on that note. But I do want to see. Fire Sweeney, chance better be loud. Don Sweeney has no business still being the GM of the Bruins. I cannot understand why that ownership has continued to allow him to sell off. I don't know why he was allowed to be the GM of Hockey Canada. Like, actually, I don't know. Was Don Sweeney the GM for Hockey Canada? Was it Armstrong? Okay, it wasn't Don Sweeney. Okay. If I don't see this trade momentarily, we are going to wrap there because I am starving. Lundell and picks. Okay, yeah. If you could get Anton Lundell, that's a steal. I love Anton Lundell. He's been one of my favorite players since he got into the NHL. That's a guy whose toolbox I knew was going to translate very well. He skates well. He's got good size. He knows how to use his body. I really like that player. I like that fit. That's a good piece to get back if you're the Bruins. And look, we'll see what the word is on Marchand in the summer, if he wants to go back to Boston, if he wants to go play in Canada, if he wants to try and pursue another Stanley Cup. We'll see. I mentioned the Rangers. That definitely seems like something Chris Drury would do. I can't believe the Oilers didn't really go for a big swing. Going with just Skinner and Pickard is kind of crazy to me, but we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. That's why they play the games. Adam Henrique and Sam Carrick weren't huge needle movers for them last year, but okay. I think I'm going to call it there. All right. Okay. I am going to call it a day here. To everyone who stopped in for this stream for NHL trade deadline coverage with me, I greatly appreciate it. If you're here, I assume you're already a Liberty Blue or a Locked On Oilers subscriber. If you're not, by all means, you're more than welcome to join the show. The Rangers are pushing for a playoff spot, improbably as bad as their December was. The Oilers are in the midst of a very weird, prolonged stretch of hockey where they can't seem to buy a goal or a save. And then there's Locked On NHL, which I do with Hunter Hodes every Thursday, which is just general NHL news, reactions, and commentary on the latest that's going on. I will talk to most of you probably on Monday for Liberty Blue. If anything crazy, Shea Weber to Utah, that is funny. I will talk to y'all real soon. Everyone have a safe and fun weekend. I'll see you guys